So right now we're going to look at all of the photos that we have. I've tried to separate them and sort them so that I can give you all of the different photos that we have of the front of the house, back of the house, west side, east side, etc., room by room, based on all of the photos that we have from the Apple Valley Police Department and from the BCA. We're starting here at the front of the house. Good thing to note is the snow. Note where those presents are. It's very important to know the distance of this window here and how high you would have to be up to actually see anything on the ground, or to actually see where those bodies were, or to even possibly see where the blood writing was. It's not as easy as some might think. So again, this is just the front of the house that we're covering here in this section based on all of the photos that we have. Not in particular order, but I try to give it some type of order here. And you can see the way that the presents are laid up. This is after Colin Prochnow stacked them up too, so it's not like this is how they were found. We don't really know how the presents were found. Colin Prochnow knows, and maybe he stacked them up the same way that he saw them. I'm not sure, but I think it's very important to note that this is not exactly how the presents were found. They were more scattered. Based on what Colin told the cops, they were more scattered down. These presents were probably out there for about 3 weeks, I believe. You can see the window there, and you can see the curtain a little bit open. You'll see that in several of these curtains here, and the window curtains, they're kind of open. Note the snow too. It's also very important to note the snow. You can see another cable going there. But you can see that the driveway, there's no snow there. How much snow is on the roof, and is this common? Is this just the way that it should be? I wonder if by looking at the snow on the roof, could you get a good view, a good idea of what the snowfall was like, when the last snowfall was. Obviously you can go and you can actually look that up. Several different websites that you can look it up. Dan Hinnon has looked that up, and I guess it really wasn't that snowy. It wasn't really snowing at this time. Snow was on the ground, but that was about it. All right. It is a common courtesy in this state to blow out or to shovel your neighbor's driveway. So Colin Prochnow did that at least once, maybe twice, to this house. We're not really sure. But he didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. There was no activity in this house as far as they knew. For at least before Christmas. I think Judy Prochnow said the last time they had seen the Crowleys was before Christmas. Nice little town here, some nice shots. Some of the shots I don't really understand why the police took, but that's alright. You can see everything is taped up here. But again, look at those shingles, look at how much snow is on top there. And we get another wide view, another angle here from across the street. Police cars are there, police tape is there. It's an interesting area. It's an interesting home. If you look at the home now, if you were to compare the home how it is right now to these photos that we're looking at, there have been some major improvements, not just physically but also spiritually, from what I was told. So you can see these presents. Obviously the big question is, well, how do the presents last for that long? And they don't look soaked, they don't look wet. I mean, the bag does look wet, everything does kind of look wet. That's just my view on it. So I don't know what type of wrapping paper that would have been, but very curious to see that. Okay, thanks a lot. We've just gone through the front of the house. And we're now going to look at the presents and the front door as well. So we're going to get a little closer view of those presents, of how they were. Again, this is not how the presents were found, but this is how Colin Prochnow stacked them up. At one time, Colin was going to take them back to his house, and for whatever reason, he stacked them up, heard the dog, and saw the dog attack that window. So now we're going to look at these presents. I don't want to hear any complaints about these presents. There's nothing wrong with these presents. These are great presents. There's nothing. Some of that stuff really bothered me, but maybe that's just me taking it a little too personal of what people say. Everybody has the freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. So these zombie targets, that's all normal too. It's just one of the zombie targets look like one of the guy that was shot in that Bundy case. But so we're looking at these presents. You can see the damage of these presents here. You can see that the paper does look warped. Yeah, there's that brown bag, and inside that brown bag is where that $14,000 check is going to be, along with the bill from David's lawyer. Both of those things are in there. I think the bill is only about $500 or something like that, but you can see these shooting targets. You'll see some of the same shooting targets will be found in the garage. We'll see those later. But very heartbreaking stuff here to really see these presents. And apparently they were there for about 3 weeks. And I know some people have raised some questions about, wow, they look really good for being there for 3 weeks. And I would have to agree, especially if those paper targets were just set up like that, just set out there. But if there's no snowfall, okay, and they were kind of scattered around as well. That's the interesting one right there. And there is another very interesting one. These zombies, I'm not sure what's up with the whole zombie thing, but inside this one is a world map, and I believe that is from Ranya's grandfather. Very cool map. I actually want that map. I need a map like that. This one is an interesting toy. We happened to get this for my nephew on the same year that I was looking at these photos. And it is a very frustrating toy here. I don't know if you've ever tried that, but this is brain work. This is good for the child's brain. There was a lot of good things here. Coloring crayons, just the... I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to go off on some of the comments about what people have made about those presents, but now we see this flashlight here. We're seeing some of these other gifts. Wounded veterans are in crisis, the VFW. This is a gift to Rania from her aunt. And that's awesome. That's great. And you can see Rania draw. She draws a lot, right? She's always drawing, always got that stuff out. So they got her a nice little pack there. I think these presents are great. So I'm not. And here's that world map. Nice world map there. And there is the invoice for $50. Okay, I said a few hundred. Okay, obviously it's not. It was for $50 to Hothead Productions, which is David Crowley. There's the front of the house. We're going to look at the front door. They're very clear to focus. Take multiple shots of that front door. And to just see no forced entry, I guess, is what they're looking for. This is one of their... so they believe there was no forced entry because they're looking at the door. Door looks good. We're even going to look at the inside of the door here. We're going to come back to the inside of the door as well. You can see some shoes there. And you can see some of this door looks brand new. Some of it looks old. Just an interesting thing about the door. And they're just showing there no forced entry. Some scratches, some marks, some things like that. And they're very clear to focus on that. It almost looks like it was kicked in or something. It's weird. I thought that was kind of odd, but that wood on the last part was kind of strange. So here's the mailbox. You can see this nice mailbox here for 3 people. 1051, 1048, and 1047. And you'll notice there's only one paper in there. There's a few papers in the 1048, but only one paper. One Sun This Week newspaper. This is a weekly newspaper that was free. There should be 2 more. There should be one in the house, which we'll see later. There's one here that we can see. And there's 2 that are missing. Where are the other 2? I'm very curious to see what happened with those other 2 and why they're not here. But as you can see, there were in 1048. So here is the mailbox that's open. You can see all the mail. How much mail does that look like? A couple weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Your guess is as good as mine. But those dates on the mail will be very, very helpful to see. And we can obviously see one more shot there of that Sun This Week paper. Here we go. This is what it looks like on the outside. January 2nd. Dated January 2nd, not delivered January 2nd. Very important to note that. We'll come back to that. All right, they pulled out some of these documents to see. And what's interesting is Tara Becker was actually standing next to the mailbox when the mailman came. So it kind of gives us an idea of when the mailman would actually show up more in the daytime, maybe around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. But here we have some more mail. I noticed one thing here, Hothead, right? There's the Hothead Productions, 1051. Crowley, here's another one. I don't know who this one is from, but it's postmarked December 29th there. So you can obviously see that. It's ripped open because the police opened it, by the way. Now we're going to move on to the west side of the house here. And here are the two garbages. You'll notice you saw the little box there that was there that's not there anymore. Now we're looking inside of the bigger garbage as well. Still inside of that big garbage. Note the little marks to the left there. And here is the recycle garbage can, the smaller one. I'm going to open that up. There's also a couple drops on the top of that can as well. And we're going to look inside and see 1, 2, maybe 3 pieces of paper. And that's it. Maybe 2. However you want to look at it. But it's interesting to see how those got in there. Obviously somebody put them in there. So trash date was, I believe, on Tuesdays, if I remember correctly. Dan Hannon did some great research on that. Here is that door. One of the first things that I noticed is it looked like blood on this door. It really looked like blood on this doorknob. So I still go back and forth. Because it's not recorded as blood, I'm going to go ahead right now and just say, all right, well, I'm going to give the authorities the benefit of the doubt. Could be some varnish, maybe even paint. Actually, looking at it closer, it could be brown paint that just, but then you look at that brown paint there and it's like there were some touch-ups done. So maybe that's what it's from. You can clearly see where the touch-ups are done in this photo here. So not really blood, definitely brown paint. That would be my guess there. We're going to see 2 different sets of photos here. We're going to see some photos with the door slightly ajar, 1/4 of an inch, and we're going to see this door fully open. And here we can see apparently there were animal tracks and human tracks, and now we get a further view of where those animal tracks and human tracks were. You can see how far back they went to take photos. Here's some deeper ones. This gives us a kind of a measure of how deep that snow was. There is the front door that is open. In the photo that we just saw, you did see Paleo. Paleo was there. He was in one of the photos there. And now, for some reason, now the door is closed. So I'm not sure exactly when this was taken, if it was before or after the dog was taken out. Not really sure, but they take photos of this as well. And I know some people have pointed out some of those red markings on that door. And so it's a little misleading. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right word for it, but that's okay. I mean, that door, you can clearly see right now it is closed, but I'm not sure what those little red marks are, what's going on there, but it's definitely something. And again, it doesn't have to be blood. I'm not saying it's blood, but it's something. It's some markings. That's all we know for sure. But we know these photos here, again, I'm not really sure. You can see they're getting darker. Maybe the sun is going down, and I'm not sure. Now the door is fully open, so now with the door completely open, we can just walk right in, right? So here's another extended view back there. That gives you kind of a good view of that window and how the dog might have pawed at the window. We're now inside of the house, looking inside here, looking at that door, trying to see if there's anything of value here. And I believe this again goes back to I'm not sure what that little piece is, that little black piece is there, but that open door was probably one more thing that they said, no forced entry, because there wouldn't need to be any forced entry. Now they're looking at these shoes, calculating these shoes and getting some measurements, because there were a lot of footprints in the backyard of the snow, in the back of the house, and I'm sure you all saw that. So it just went back to, why are there so many different ways, so many different trails? So they're measuring their feet, and they don't really ever come to the conclusion, I don't know how they ever could, to say that, well, all of those footprints were ours. They don't really say that. There's human tracks and there's animal tracks back there too. So it could be critters. I'm not sure what type of critters would be in this area. Obviously there was something. Couldn't have been that dog, because the dog was locked up in the house for 3 weeks according to official reports, official theory, I should say. These shoes, these Skechers, I think these are David's shoes. I think these are David's shoes from inside of the house, from behind that recliner. I could be wrong, but I thought that was interesting that they took photos of them wearing the shoes, and then in that one they had photos of them not wearing. So now we can see all of these tracks, tons of tracks there, right? Some human, mostly human, but somewhere in there are animal tracks in there as well. How deep is that snow? For all of you snow lovers and all of you experts on snow, tell me how deep that snow is, you think. I'd be very curious about that. All right, and that will lead down into the basement. You can see a little dent there. Now we're getting into the windows. We're still in the back, right? We're still in the back of the house. We can see those curtains. We want to see those curtains. One of the kitchen windows in the back was also unlocked. It wasn't open, but it was unlocked. Everything else was locked except for two things in the kitchen window and the rear slider. Everything else is locked except for those two. So there you go. So no need for forced entry. You got two ways for people to get in, right? And we're now going to look at the east side of this house. Again, you can see lines going from the top level into the basement, at least two there. And really not too much here on this side, but only thing of value is the fact that there's no windows on this side. You can see maybe some animal tracks right there on the left side, lower left side there. But other than that, that's about it for that one. Now we're inside the house. We're going to look at that back room. One of the things we're going to notice about that back room is we did not get any photos of the back room when we got the first 464 photos from the Apple Valley Police. Look at all that dog poop. You can see a lot of dog poop there. I think this was one of the areas where the dog was kind of going poop. This is misleading because the basement door to the left looks closed. It apparently, in my view, it was not closed. This door was open, meaning the dog had access to it. You just saw to the left, you just saw dog food there. There was dog food. We just saw the image that we just saw right here is the only image where you might be able to see that there was a bullet in the living room ceiling. But we're looking at the kitchen right now. We're looking at this back room, and now we're going to the kitchen counter, and you can see there's some milk bones on that counter. You can see the coffee. Can you measure by the food, by what you're seeing, by the coffee, by this, can we measure how long these bodies were there? There's some money in there. Number 11, I'm not sure what that is, but you can see some pills out there on the counter. Definitely had some there in that drawer. And this window is probably the kitchen window that was left open. It's the only kitchen window, so it must be. And of course, here we go, the grease as well. We've done a couple grease tests. Done a couple tests with this stuff, and I think we need to do some more tests on this. How long was this pan sitting there? How long were these things sitting there? Looking at the refrigerator. We never got photos of inside of the refrigerator, but I would have loved to have gotten some, and I hope that in the future we can get some photos to see what is inside of that refrigerator, because we don't see any beer anywhere. We see nothing like that. University of Minnesota, School of Public Health. Here's that note that we see, which I think is between David and Kamel, back and forth. You know, couples writing weird random letters. You'll see that. You'll see that in a couple different places. There's also a note behind there. These are tagged as number 46 and number 47. There are two separate tag numbers, so you can get some of the tag numbers 46 and 47 confused. Here is what that note that was folded up said, and there you go. D, I love you, baby. Grug bug. Compare that handwriting. Make sure it's the same. We're looking at the counter now. You can see number 17. We got some blood there. We're going to get into the, oh, it's a blurry picture. We're going to get into this blood, and we're going to see there's some hair on the floor as well. But this blood, and there's some other blood markings, but this is the one that they really captured. You can see all of the other ones. So obviously they couldn't get them all, but number 17 is that blood marking there. And there's number 28. This is underneath the counter, that kitchen island. This is underneath that kitchen island, this kitchen island that we're looking at here. A lot of interesting stuff here. And I don't know if there should be, I'm not sure why the cell phone is there. It's bloody, but it's placed there. There's some blood on that tissue box that we'll see as well. And we'll see a lot of interesting things here. That's number 26. Clearly see that, and that is clearly a finger from my view. But why is this here? Not only is this here, look at this, okay? So you have a bloody phone that has a crack in it, a couple cracks, but the headphones don't look bloody. Nothing wrong with those headphones, but it's all taken out of the pockets. Somebody said we got to take this out of our pockets empty your pockets, buddy. That's the first thing that I thought of. Lighters, there's another lighter. You're going to see lighters everywhere. Lighters all over this house. Okay, that looks like, it looks cracked to me. It looks cracked. So I'm looking at the cell phone, number 35 there. And look at all that blood on there. There's a lot of blood on that thing. But what's interesting is there's no blood on the headphones that were on top of it. Now we're looking at the other side. They've turned this over. This is David's cell phone. There's really no doubt for me. On the island counter is David's cell phone. Here's another little iPad that we're going to see, number 6. All of these things, all of the electronics were taken in. They were gone through. They went through everything. And they found no reason why David would have committed these crimes. No. I'm sorry, not following it. All right, there's some of the BCA documents there, which is kind of odd that they have all that there. And we're still looking at the counter. There's number 16. So you can see the trajectory of the blood, maybe. Are these, you know, is this a result from somebody being shot? Is this a result from somebody wiping blood off of their hands? There's definitely blood on that cell phone. This kind of looks like that there was somebody shot there. So there we go. So now we're getting into the laptop. The laptop is one of the most important things that we're going to see here. Look at that little Bluetooth little device there, number 24. And number 25 has some blood on the side as well. It's very important to see that. There's 25 without the label, and there's 25 with the label. And there's a lot here, right? What is going on here? Look at that. It's kind of just scattered around. It's just kind of there. Here we are, another indentation. But looking at the keys, judging by the keys, number 24, you can see exactly what was written, most likely in blood, what is covered in blood and what is not. So everything, I have loved you all with all of my heart. All of those keys should be bloody. That white, I think, is more snow, more related to some type of snow. I could be wrong again, but, and there's blood all over there, all over this keyboard there's blood. Even on the command key, you see some blood there. On the shift key, and some blood on the lower side, number 23. Almost looks like a palm print there. So you could, in theory, compare this palm print to what you see on the floor and see what is a palm and what is a foot. But I'll leave that to you. There's some hair as well. A lot of hair that's mixed in with this. You can get a closer view inside of that cup. And now we're going through not only 23 and 24, but we got ABC. Now, none of this is going to tie to David. So they can't prove that David wrote this. That's the way that I interpret it. Because if they cannot tie this to David, how do they know David wrote this? They're claiming David wrote 3 things in 3 separate rooms. Okay, you can claim that, but can you prove it? And the answer is no. Did you try to prove it? Yes. And the results showed no. Why? Because they could not get a sample of David's palm. Well, then how do they know that David did it? Here we go. Here's another. It's not luminol that they sprayed here, but they did spray something similar to it. Many people have pointed it out to me what this is, and I hope somebody will leave it in the comments. I can go and look that up too as well. But that's why I love our group members and our non-group members and all of our great people that are looking for the truth to find out what is going on here. So they spray all this, and still nothing. Still no tie to David. Oh, how sad. Well, then how do you know that David did this, right? They're accusing, they can't prove, but they still keep accusing. If you accuse and you can't prove, the next step, the third step, should be to say he's innocent. Okay, here's one of the only pictures that we have that shows I have loved you all with all my heart. And now it's gone. All of a sudden it's gone, right? There it is. So once they start swabbing this, they start taking it out. And there we can see a closer view of some of the playlist stuff. Now, obviously you can see some of these are not in order because you can see the screen is on in some, it's off in some. So there's the back. You see that love. There's a lot. It's a key thing here is love. And yet they're telling us there was no love. He killed everybody that he loved, whatever. There's the dishwasher. There's been some questions about that. My only question is, was it on? Was it off? It's hard to believe that it was on for 3 weeks. I get it. Here's the kitchen garbage. We're now looking inside of the garbage here. People have wondered about some presents. Where are the presents? You can see at least one present from Rania to her mom. Some eggnog in the back. And some hair dye as well, possibly. Now here we have December 26th. So this is the one that should be here. Now the date on which this was taken to the house is still in question because you have 3 different people telling you 3 different stories. The guy who dropped off the paper says one day, his mom says a second day, and the person who is in charge of this paper going out gives us a 3rd day. So you can look more on that in my gray stage article that I did a long time ago, but it definitely covers that and really makes my head scratch. And the only thing left to do is to ask the coordinator what the heck was going on here. So here is the dishwasher, and we can see the dishwasher is open. It was found open. This is how it was found here. Number 22, this little blood, another little blood speck. What is this blood speck doing here? All the lights are on that dishwasher. Here's another close-up view. So if the lights were on, that makes me think that they were about to run this and something happened. The scene was interrupted. You can clearly see that by the fact that you see the dish soap there. The dish soap thing is open. So, I don't know. Here's number 21. These little spots, where are these spots coming from? How do these little spots get here? But there's no other footprints or anything like that in any of the other areas. It is strange. I definitely agree with people who have brought that up. It is strange. Where's all the footprints? Where's all the fingerprints? Where is everything? But then you have one little spot here and a little spot there. Okay, we're now looking at the photo leading into the living room. And here is that living room looking at it from the kitchen. And there is the blood writing on the wall. Very disturbing. You can even see a foot at the bottom of that photo there too, just some of the tips of the feet. And you can also see on the couch, if you're looking at this image on the left side, there's bone wrapped in hair. We're getting here a closer view of the Allahu Akbar. A little blood there on the ceiling possibly. Look at the time. That's very important. The books that are over there. There was a Quran found, so the question was that Quran part of this? Was it on that bookshelf there? And the question about the blood writing, was it a live hand? Was it a dead hand? Was it a gloved hand? So those were some of the things going back and forth. This gives us a really good view here of what was written. There's a very sad picture, cool picture of all 3 of them together, and a close-up of that one too. This is on that bookshelf, so I was wondering where and of course one of the only images of the bodies that you can see there, and possibly the skull. I think maybe the temporal bone. I know it's been some back and forth on that, but there's that skull there. Some of the Quran pieces, a lot of Quran pieces torn out, different areas, and the question, I guess, would be, was this purposely laid out like this, right? Were these just random pages? So I never really got too deeply into the pages that we're seeing here, but it's very interesting stuff. There was the live round that was found. That's an interesting one. How did the live round get there? And you can see some other flesh and hair, lots of hair everywhere, all different types of hair. There is the part of the teeth in the upper corner, and a close-up of that knife, which is open, which to me would also show a sign of a struggle, maybe not forced entry, but a sign of a struggle. Was the hair cut? There's no indication where the documents say that the hair was cut. Here's a knife, how we first got it. And I thought it was just camouflage, but there was blood on that knife. Some of the shell casings. These are all submitted for testing, and nothing is found on them. So no tests were conclusive as far as I remember. And there is the hand. Look at David's left hand, the hand sign that it's making. You can see the Quran there closer up. Number 4, it's item 4. There's another one of item 9, which is another shell casing. And of course some more hair and some flesh, and just mixed in. Look at everything that is just mixed in. Was that from the dog, or was it something else? I'll let you decide that. Christmas tree. That blue tube in the back, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down, so that gives us another indication there. There's number 30 with another shell. They're all tested. All of these shells are tested, but nothing's really found, nothing of value if I remember. It will be good to go back and look at that. But the living room is definitely the most important part because that's where the bodies were found. And the lack of blood, unless the blood is mixed in with that carpet there, and there's item 31, which is a fragment. Item 31 was one that they used to compare to item 57 later on. There's another shot of the skull in the upper corner there. Here's the Quran. Open to this page, it was interesting. You can see a little bit of David's finger there. You can see how close the Quran was. Well, the other question is how close was the actual gun. So there is some bloody fingerprints there mixed in with hair. Pages ripped out. Was it ripped out here purposely, and why was it set here? If David did all this and set it there, it just set it there, or are they going to tell us that he was holding the Quran while he shot himself? I highly doubt it. But you can see the lack of blood here, right? There are brain matter and all that type of stuff. There's number 37. Here's another shot. There's the decomp most likely, but could also be blood. But I'm gonna, again, let you decide whatever you want on that one. You can see the little curve below the number 4 on the carpet there, and you can kind of make an outline of where the 3 bodies were, at least of where David and Kamel's bodies were. Maybe not Rania, because she was kind of leaning up against Kamel's left leg, while Kamel was face down, facing number 44 in that area, somewhere in that area. You can see all the carpet, all the blankets are now moved. Looks like blood or decomp on that blue blanket in the left corner. The laptop is also there, and we get some more another view of that. You can see all the different hair, different colors of hair at some point. Some of the shawl has been ripped right there. Could that have been from the dog? We can assume that, I guess. And here's another close-up of that Surface Pro, Kamel's Surface Pro, that she was watching allegedly when she got shot. And they put it up on the kitchen table to take a better shot. There's number 42. In the upper corner above number 42, there was a question about if there was a bullet there too. So trying to see, because police did miss number 53, and that is the bullet that they will tie to Ranya's blood. So how they miss that is one thing, and it rolls out of this carpet, unless there's another carpet that we're not seeing here. Number 53 rolls out of this carpet and is found 2 days later after the police are gone, after the bodies are taken out. So very disturbing stuff here. There's a closer shot of number 43. Now getting into 44. And it's just devastating. And you can see where the bullet is, where the bullet landed. Very interesting stuff there. That's number 44. Some of the hair up there did kind of look cut. So be curious to see what's going on with that. What's going on with all the cut hair. And here's another shot. All the different angles, just trying to give you all the different angles to see this carpet. And I do believe a lot of that is just, that's why we're not seeing a lot of blood, is because it's this carpet stained, etc., etc. Again, I don't know anything about this. I'm just guessing. Could be wrong. There's number F. F is going to lead into the bullet that we're going to see that is lodged in the south basement wall. And we're going to see that one later on. We'll definitely get there. Some more closer shots showing how it went through. Obviously, police were able to look down and find this bullet, but for whatever reason, they could not look up and find item 57 until 1 month later when somebody tells them that item 57 exists. So here's part of the fragments of item F, that will go down into the south wall of the basement, be lodged into the south wall there. So lots of holes here, holes on both sides of the carpet, obviously holes on both sides of this wood floor, and of course the hole into the side of the. So F is a big one that goes down, and then of course there's another good shot of F. And we're also going to see where Kamel's body is bagged. That's not where her body was found, it's just where it was bagged. You can see on that table the pyramid photo Now there's a ring. It's either, I don't know if it's Kamel's ring or David's ring, but there was a ring there on that table all of a sudden there. You get a nice shot of those footprints or fingerprints, whatever you think it is. It's there. And you can see the direction of the blood. I think that's also key to see where that blood goes. Everything looks like it's leading from the living room carpet, which is one reason why I do believe the bodies were killed here. But again, just a guess, just a theory. This is where they were found, obviously. We have to start there. Measuring the dog poop, looking at the dog poop and how old that poop could be, will that help us get any indication of how long the bodies were actually here in the house? I think that's a big one. Because you saw Kamel's foot there. The sock was, I guess, was from the decomp, not necessarily from any blood or anything. But these are bloody footprints there. There's number 13, where they're just kind of probably looking at the direction of how the blood, where the blood goes. Very disturbing stuff here. I was disturbed. Going back to those prints there. Number 14. To me, they look like footprints. The authorities call them footprints. They're labeled as footprints, but again, you can judge for yourself what you think it is. But that's number 14 there. Different number 14 than other 14s you might see, because there's different item lists. I think there's three lists. Now that to me is number 15 is one of the more clearer ones that looks like a foot, like a right foot. And more hair everywhere. How far the hair went and where some of the blood was. Here's another interesting one where you just get some of the little blood splatter there. We're number 16. Looking back on this floor here, again, you can kind of see where the blood is coming from and get some idea there. And that could be because there's so much blood on that recliner. Maybe that's why we're not necessarily seeing a lot of blood in the area. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to look at all this from all different ways here, but definitely some of the later photos, like I thought that they would, do show more blood. Not everything is tested. Even that looks like maybe a little paw print or something there. Might have been a little paw print in that one. Because the dog was walking around next to number 18, to the right of number 18. And then here in the center of this photo here as well. Kind of looks like maybe a paw print. But I don't know. You would kind of expect more. The dog was definitely here. There's dog poop there, so it was in this area. There's, you know, the lack of blood, I guess, is what it goes back to. There's number 2, obviously. Number 2, that's another interesting. Why is number 2 way over here? So I was curious about that, but okay. That's another casing. So we got a lot of photos on this part here. A lot of photos that show this. Some of those lines, you know, some of that lines underneath 18, I was thinking maybe that was from the dog or something too. You can see how far that hair went. And why was there only one right foot? Only the right foot was bloody. That would be the logical answer, I would say. Yeah, very disturbing. Very disturbing images here. For many reasons. That one kind of looks like they're countercrossing. Number 14 and E kind of look like they're countercrossing. So that's D and 15. And I think where E is, I think that's the same foot. So, but man, very wide steps. David was about 6 feet tall, maybe a little under 6 feet. So, but it would have to be very wide steps. Just take one off the carpet and then one to the to take out everything from his pockets. And then go back, I guess. And this is after these are sprayed here. And those, you can almost see the ones that were sprayed. I don't know if this, and there's the shoes in the background. This was before the marker was out. That's where item 2 is. There's number 2, another shell casing with some hair there. Hair is everywhere. Hair and the casings go hand in hand. Some more dog poop. You can see some is fresh, some is old, all different types. And that one down at the bottom does not look very healthy at all. So again, this is just a collection of all of the photos that we have that we're going through. So you're seeing some of the same things. There's the 3 body bags, not where the bodies are found. Again, couch is pushed back. Now this recliner, item 34, makes you think somebody was shot at a low level, maybe on the ground, face down, I don't know, face up. But this whole area, this 34 area, that is not ever, it's not ever tested. It just kind of gets lost in the shuffle. I don't know what they could have done. They could have ripped that out. If they were able to rip out some of the south basement wall, why couldn't they rip out a piece of this recliner and test it? And then how did the hair get way up there as well? And you can see some of the blood splatter and how far it actually goes. How close would any body had to have been, and from what angle, from what height? This cage where the dog is, the dog could have been put in that cage. It was left out purposely. Maybe the dog at some point was in that cage, and you can see how far some of this stuff goes, or that item, that number 32, and how far that goes out there, right next to where the dog cage was. This stuff travels. It's going very, very far. How does it get way over here? It has to go past the Christmas tree, past that recliner. It's very interesting, unless something was dragged here. That was kind of my first view of how you could see in the upper right corner where the yellow marker is. Kind of looks like something might have been dragged. And they're going to find another casing there. It's interesting the way that they label. I guess they're labeling them from just walking from everything from the back door in number 2. I believe this is going to be number 3. Yep, number 3 there. You can see David's shoe. That was a shoe that I was talking about to compare to the one that they had for his footprints in the snow. Nothing came of that. So there's number 19. More blood. And just spots, right? But what angle? From what angle? Where is it going? It kind of looks like multiple, right? We got 2 different angles here. It's an interesting one right there. 22 is kind of like, was something dragged? I was wondering, was anything dragged here? And if it was, why did it kind of stop here? Or was this where the dog just kind of walked right into it? I'm not sure. I don't know what this is. That little the little water spot, though, I believe is from the authorities when they came in through the back door from the snow on their feet. Just a guess. I don't know. Or else that doesn't make any sense either, because that definitely is not going to be there for 3 weeks. But by this time they had marked everything, so I think it was just from their shoes. And there's 20. 20 is an interesting one because it almost looks like a finger. Almost looks like a finger. So I don't know. Maybe it was somebody grabbing there. I'm not sure. And on that Voss, you can see how far up it goes. And what is that? 29. You see number 29 there is all of these drops. They tweak the camera. That's why the wall looked very different there. It looked pink almost. So let's look at the front closet here. Not really a whole lot here. You can see there's a military jacket. I kept this way. I did not tilt it like I could have because it did not look right. It made the photo look kind of weird. So just want to give you a view of everything that is in that front closet. This is one of the more recent ones that we got. I did not have this, and this closet was closed. And again, just shoes, really not much there. No blood. I think somebody said there might have been blood in that front closet on one of those jackets there. There shouldn't have been, unless somebody took it off or something. And here's more of the photos of that front door. Front door is another interesting one here, because in some areas of where that doorknob is, right there, the doorknob itself doesn't look very new, but that wood. It just, I don't know. It just kind of looks off. Something just looks off. It looks like something else was added on. Who knows? So when I mean added on, just David was doing some minor upgrades, right? That's all I mean. Not anything after the death. Just what David was doing. He was the handyman of the house and doing this himself. So they're just looking for forced entry or lack thereof. You can see again another little blood splatter that is all the way next to that light, which would explain why Sidra, I believe it was Sidra, had spoken about some of the books that they got back had blood on them, and that would explain why, how far that blood traveled. Blood is probably would have had to have been on the Christmas tree, and of course that's not where the gun was found, obviously. And you can see again how far it goes. It goes very, very far, and so it doesn't, I don't know, it's from what angle, I guess, how far, how would David have had to have been sitting down, kneeling down? Here's another interesting one where you have the gun and you have the blood on the gun, on the trigger. David's blood was on that trigger. His blood, there was a positive DNA of blood on that trigger that matched David's. However, it did not match, they were not able to conclusively tie the magazine, the one in the magazine, to David, but they couldn't rule out Kamel, and they couldn't rule out Rania. It's an interesting one. So there you can see the gun and the hairs. The hairs there too, especially where the hairs are. It just looked like somebody got pistol whipped. I don't know. Maybe it's just, the hairs, that just doesn't naturally happen like that. So at some point, I think whoever had this gun, they had to reload, because you can see some of the markings there. Now they tested those, but they could not get a conclusive match to David on those prints because they didn't have a match of the prints. There were 2 bullets in there that were inside, and then there was 1 in the chamber. So I wanted to make that clear too, so everybody knows that. 2 bullets inside of the magazine, 1 in the chamber. They could not conclusively tie this to David. They could put his blood on the trigger. I do want to make that clear. Let's move on to the hallway and the office bedroom. Here in the hallway, there you see how far that blood really travels. Those little splatters, they all travel. And I tried to give you a good view of the hallway all the way down, photo by photo, kind of walking you down room by room. First we're going to go into the office room to the right. Rania's room is straight ahead. David's room would be to the left, to the far left. And kind of in order down the hallway, here are the photos that we have here. So some very interesting stuff that we're seeing. The thermostat's set to 68. It's going to hold at 68. And there you go. There's your temperature. So here's a collage of some of the photos there. Kind of looks like this might have fallen down and was picked back up just by the way that the photos are in there. Unless it was purposely meant to be like that. I find that hard to believe. So I think at some point that fell down. And here there's egg on your face, and you got the photos there. Nicer view. Better shot there. All the family. So I mean, they had photos up of their family. Didn't seem like they didn't love their family, or it didn't have a big problem with their family. Whatever it was, there's no indication that it was something too serious, just based on the little information that we have here. So going down that hallway, next to the office room, right outside of it, is number 27, which is it's definitely blood, right? You can tell that it's blood, but from a finger, most likely, right? All right, now we're going to go into the office bedroom. We're going to look at the couch. There's that couch there, similar to the couch they have downstairs in the basement. There's what's going on. There's what's in the garbage can, so we can see all that. And of course, notes everywhere, post-it notes, lots of writings, handwritings. And there's Hera Act 1's, and so I was curious to see what that is. It's a, I forget what it was, some type of play or something, but there's the password list right there. Got David's there, got Camille's there, books they're gonna read. Lots of post-it notes. So paper people. That's what I would have been looking for, is paper. And there it is. Look at that. Another paper towel there. It's out. And as you can see, we'll get a closer view, a better view of what's on that screen. There we go. There's a much better view right there. It's definitely working. Definitely working. I mean, it was open. This stuff was open. It was on. It's in motion, is what it seems like. Work was in motion. There's love right there. You can see that in the on the top. Kind of going to go back, I guess, a little bit here, and we're looking at some of the other photos. These are the BCA ones, I believe, but again, try to put them in some kind of order. They're not really in the best order here, but you can see when the screen is off and then when it's on, so you kind of get a view of that. But I think the screen would have had to have been off in sleep mode. There's a note. You can look at the way that the chair is set. All of the stuff missing on the bottom. There's definitely dirt, dust. Here is that note. This is how they find it. That pin, they're going to be able to get one swab from that pin, and that's about it. So you can see Christmas is coming. It will be a new year. And that 6 looks like it was a 5, or maybe it just looks a little weird. What do we got here? Kevlar helmet in aluminum foil. So lots of notes, lots of writings. I'm assuming all related to the project that he's working on, to the Gray State project. Note where the chair is now. The chair has been moved a little bit. Markers are up. Everything is being marked. There's number 13. Screen is back on. That is on the table there too. Yep, and there's some more of the passwords for 21. Oh boy, lots of them. But there, it's all on paper, so yet they have a note that they type out later. Okay, there's 39 there. Some more blood, and none of this really. I mean, none of it really goes back and directly ties to David. That's the biggest problem that they've had, and that's the problem that they're going to continue to have, unfortunately. There it is, submit to Allah. Open the Rise, most recent version. Some blood there, and it's flipped open. It's flipped open on the back side, actually. I thought that was interesting. So here's one side of it. And you can see the Sandy Hook, Fast and Furious, BHD, Graduation, some interesting stuff. The Titanic, Building 7 crossed off. That one was always an interesting one to me. And here, if you look at the lower level, it just looks like an area where something was wiped up, or just not that much dust, whereas everywhere else is very dusty. So here are the terabytes, the hard drive, the terabytes of data that they got, that they didn't find anything showing them any motive of why David was guilty. Nothing. There was nothing there. But of all of these terabytes of data, interesting. Yep, they'll still just say that he's guilty, and that'll be it. Got one of the family pictures, and there's another one there. Nice hard drive. Got one of those. Lots of hard drives, lots of backup hard drives. Everything's stored, kind of, I guess it's stored offline. There's an old school one. Good for photos, things like that. Seagate. Yeah, everything back up. Everything is being backed up. GSC, Gray State. Oh, Gray State C, Gray State B. So ABCD. So a lot of these could have just been, copy 1, copy 2, copy 3, copy 4. Or maybe it was just, part 1, part A, part B, part C, etc., etc. There's GSA. Be curious to see if the same stuff on GSA is on GSB and GSC. A little blurry there. Number 18, BX. Number 19, HHP, Hothead Productions. 26, there's some of the chords. Oh, Lexar. Missed that one before. Alright, now we're looking at the wall here that's leading up to that closet inside of the office bedroom. I've always loved you forever. Little Mexican thing, forever. Registered nurse. It's Kamel's files, her documents in there. It's a working office. There's another, maybe iPad, Surface Pro, something like that over there as well. Dear Any American. Some checklists. All showing signs for the future. GS 2015 schedule. It's all there. Okay, there's the WGA. There is the Gray State. That's what it is for the writer. He's the writer of Gray State. Expires 6/5/19. Oh, it's going to expire this year. Interesting. Curious to see what happens then. Here's his unit. A couple photos of the unit there, and then we're getting into the closet. Gray State, the Rise. More stuff. There's the camera. You can see the camera up there. More documents on the bottom. Kamel stuff. Second closet. There's the Bohemian Grove owl. We only got one shot of that. I get a little closer shot of the bottom of the owl there, but that's about it. The printer. The keys. That was another one. The keys right there. Maybe a title, car title right next to it. There you go. Somebody gonna sell this car? Looks like it. More of the hard drives. Another backup. Lots of backup hard drives. But I think the keys on the table were some of the most interesting to me. Yep, another hard drive, another backup. GS Backup 03. Look at this, the Rise. Oh, more stuff about the Rise. I mean, definitely doesn't seem like someone who's coming to an end. It seems like just someone who's storing things, stacking things, having databases, having backups for backups. And there you go, everything is backup. CT backup. The keys, a little closer view of the keys there. Another archive, 003. They're labeled, everything is nicely labeled. So he knows what's on them. That would make sense. There's a Seagate. Another little hard drive there. Again, they have all of this stuff and nothing there. Now this one's interesting because it does look like maybe there could have been some blood on that. This hothead one, this is on the couch. I'm not sure where that number 35 came from, but there's more backups. There's a lot more stuff in there as well, more hard drives. Now the printer, number 36 here, and we're going to see it was, and there was another lighter at the bottom of this desk too. But here is the contributor list. I believe this was from the Democratic Party, 2007 maybe. I always forget what year exactly, but David had that list in there, and he also had, there's their marriage certificate. But yeah, it was curious that David had that list, and it was curious that that list was inside of the printer. It's not very likely people leave it in the printer. That's probably another hard drive there, number 37. And now we're looking at the wall. We're going to look at some of Kamel's accolades. But I think the fact that there was the printed up stuff inside of the printer still on in the printer tray, to me that also looked like a scene that was interrupted. That's just my view. And there's some more of the Kamel, the University of Minnesota, Master of Public Health. Very cool. Now we're going to look at the daughter's bathroom, the second bathroom inside of the house. Here are the two sinks. You can see one is used, the other is not. Used by the daughter, by Rania. I don't know if she had to use like a step stool to maybe get up there. Or I'm not exactly sure how tall she was, but There's a sponge next to it too, almost like it was going to be cleaned. The way that the sink is, I guess not this sink, but the other one that we're going to look at, but the way that the second sink is, just is kind of odd to me. I guess, you know, you brush your teeth, but generally you would wash it out, or even later, a couple days later. So it makes me wonder, when was the last time that they brushed their teeth. There's the 3 photos, and I've had some differing views on those 3 photos as well. They look kind of odd to me. I'll just leave it at that. You can see the toilet seat is open. 2 towels there on the floor. Another thing to note. There is toilet paper there, but we're not going to see toilet paper inside of that toilet, as far as I know. Close-up of those towels. You can see that the toilet seat lid looks wiped, but is that toilet paper, or is that more closer to possibly towels, paper towels, or is it something else? It's not bread, it's not food. There's another cup, but there's the toys, but the curtain is not up. So another strange thing I would think would be taken into consideration. Now we're getting into the toys here. And of course, that's not how they were found. So you'll see multiple photos with toys next to the door, and then other photos where the toy isn't next to the door. So of course you had 2 entries. You had the Apple Valley Police Department, and then you had the BCA team and the detectives. Apple Valley Police Department detectives too. More toys all over the ground. And doesn't this look like a scene interrupted? I mean, obviously it's a child's room. It could just be a regular child's room, but I would also look at signs of a, maybe not signs of a struggle, just signs of weird stuff, I guess. But you can see that the curtain is open. The child's room curtain is a little bit open there. Here's some of the photos. Lots of photos of everybody, not just of David, not just of Kamel, but all 3 of them. Lots of photos of all 3 of them together. They're focusing on that bed. They're just taking photos of how they found that bed, seeing what's on this wall here. Into My Little Pony. Now we're getting closer to the closet. And no blood, nothing like that was found. Nothing of value, pretty much, from what they're telling us, was found here in this. This is all just normal, just a regular child's room. And nothing suspicious, no signs of intrusion, no signs of a struggle, nothing like that in this room. There was also another world map at the top that we kind of missed, but there was a world map there as well in the upper left corner. Okay, now looking at the master bedroom. First thing you notice, dog feces. Notice the socks on the floor. That window was open a little bit. Now watch this bed. Watch how things move around as the investigation continues. You can see the gun safe in there is open, but as it continues, you'll start to see things on the bed moving around here. Of course, you can see the dog feces there. You can see which rooms the dog feces was in and which rooms the dog feces was not in. There's the socks. There's a little notepad, a little piece of paper. Anybody could have written a suicide note right there if they wanted to, but I guess didn't do that. Getting a close-up view here. Nicer view of the pen and the paper. Nothing on it, nothing of value. They don't mark it, they don't take it in for evidence or anything, so I'm assuming there's nothing of value on it. You can see the number 38 on the gun safe in the back. There is a magazine, a full magazine inside of that gun safe there. You can see it looks like it's plugged in somewhere too as well. You can see right above the Vicks Vapor Rub. And you'll see in some of these photos the vacuum is out, and other photos the vacuum is in. So we're going back and forth a little bit here. And if you look at that bed, it looks like some of the bed sheet might have been cut a little bit on the right side. So again, one of the windows, both of the windows look like they were just open just a little bit at the bottom of the curtain. Of course, right there, they're not. You'll see some of that stuff that is underneath that gun safe at one point. Some of that stuff will be on the floor. It does look like a gun holster that is in there. You can clearly see a marijuana pipe, some wristbands there. And this safe does open two ways. There's also a set of keys that we can see. But the safe does open two ways. It is by the touchpad up top, which is probably like a keypad. I believe it is labeled as a keypad. And you can also open it through keys. There is a place where you can insert a key as well. And there you see it right there. Unless you got to do both. I don't know. Be good to find out. There's that lamp. Full mag inside. Mag looks black, but it's actually silver. And they'll give us some close-up views there. It's number 44 and one of the evidence tags. It's from another angle. Almost looks like there's something at the bottom, like an S at the bottom. It's interesting too. Safe is number 38. The safe is taken as evidence, whereas number 34, the recliner, or at least part of the recliner, is not taken. Of course, big difference in the size, but still, some things are taken, some things aren't. There's no blood on that gun safe either. It's just touch DNA, and it only matches Kamel. Another close-up view. It definitely looks like a 5 at the bottom in that view. And here you can see that this is loaded. There are 11 rounds in this one. That was made clear. At first I thought this was tied to the murder weapon, but it's not. This is the second one. This is the one that's found in the gun safe. Has hollow points as well. Now we're looking up. You can see above the lamp there some little markings. David's pants on the ground, other stuff on the ground, a blanket on the ground. Kamel. So it was always a question of what side is this? Was this David's side or Kamel's side? Also looks like there's a knife, another knife right there. I'm not sure if that's a knife. Hard to tell. It's something though. The watch, Sharpie, some books. All this stuff just right here. So I'm not sure if this was the side that David slept on or the side that Kamel slept on. Hard to tell. There's the holster on the ground. Somebody brought up that the jeans look kind of wet, so let me know if you see that. If you look at those jeans in the past photos, if they look wet to you. I'd love to hear your guys' view on that. And now you can see the vacuum is back inside. Of course, the vacuum was inside of the closet at first, and then in later photos the vacuum was pulled out, and I'm assuming that's when they went behind the vacuum. There's another large trunk case. Never did find out what was in that trunk case, but it'd be good to know. Some of Kamel's purses, some of her items, more of her items. Does this look like a scene that was interrupted as well? Any signs of a struggle, anything like that? Looking at more, I see the wire going up next to where the books are. I was curious what that is, just a set of lights or something else. The attic is right above this area as well. Probably connected to those lights up top is where that power plug is going in. Let me know if you notice anything on that bookshelf as well. Some interesting books over there, I'm sure. And there is the entryway into the attic that they won't find until much later. What else do you see here? What do you see of value here? Not seeing too much, but still curious. And of course, weed out on the table. Kids around, but just gonna leave the weed out on the table like that. The weed out on the table, the way that it is, it looks to me generally like a scene that was interrupted. Somebody got interrupted doing something. Nobody just, puts this stuff out there and then decides to go kill their kid. You can see right now the credit cards are not out there in the image before they were. So they're pulled out there and then they're all photographed. But right now, this is what you're looking at right now is how it was found. And that's probably Kamel's cell phone. And there's the weed just laying out there in transit, about to be used. The weed was closed. It'd be good to know if we could tell how old this weed was, how long it might have been sitting there. I think that would be a good thing. Number 42, Kamel's cell phone. And you did see those credit cards and the debit cards that were out there, but those were not out there like that. They were put out there by the police and photographed. See the window, or the curtain open a little bit. Now we're going to make our way into the bathroom here. A few key things that we noticed inside of that bathroom that were interesting as well. Obviously the sink, I first thought that was blood in the sink. Police don't indicate that it is. I don't know what it is. Bong water, whatever it is, it's something. Paper towels again on the ground. Paper towels in every room. Now this one doesn't have any toilet paper. No toilet paper in this sink. But you can see, what is this? What are we looking at here? If it's not blood, I'd love to know what it is. Is it more darker? These better photos kind of look a little more dark. It still looks reddish to me, so I don't know. There's the bong there in the corner. And a nice little note there. Another cup. We're going to see cups next to every toilet. For some reason, there will be cups. But I just found it a little strange in this one that there's no toilet paper when this should have been the one that I would expect it to have toilet paper first, but apparently not. Some lighter on the ground. Probably that could have been used to light the bong, I'm sure. The towel. So now they open it up. You can clearly see that it's been wiped. The top of the seat has been wiped. There's a toothbrush there, probably used to clean that bong water as well. Some of Camille stuff. So definitely a shared bathroom. And the curtain. So this one does have the curtain, at least. Curtain is attached. And again, just looking inside, they don't find anything of value. Nothing, no blood, nothing like that. No signs of a struggle. We're now looking at the Crowley garage. We're going to see the two cars in there. The black car was the one that Sidra dropped off in October, and the gray one is one that Mr. Alam bought for David. Here's David's little tool shed area. You can see all the nice tools there. Some interesting stuff on that wall. There might have been a camera mounted on that wall. Has been one of the theories. Haven't really found too much to it, but here's another close-up view of that desk there. And you'll see in the back there's a Gray State photograph or Gray State poster that shows the prices and stuff of the t-shirts, stickers, etc. $20 something. There is another chest there, another black box there, and we're just getting a nice view of the whole car here as well. This black car again was the one that was brought by Sidra. Sidra picked up a different car and left this black one there. So this one was there since October of 2014. They got the plates on there. And the other car, the gray one, from what I was told, was the one that Mr. Alam bought for David. We're getting some more shots of the tools. Everything that's on the walls there. 2 bikes, 2 helmets in the back, all the tools, show snubbling tools, everything like that. Here's the other side of the garage. There's an American flag. There's that garage door. You get to see the other side of the garage door there. And how nice and neat some of the stuff on those shelves are as well. Another Gray State poster. Ron Paul sticker. You can also see those targets in the back, some of the same targets. And you can get a general view of where the garage was and the distance into the house. There's some of those targets again. Some of the same ones were left outside of the house. RFID clinic. Interesting there. Now we're looking a little closer at the gray car. Both Toyotas. Look like one might have been up for purchase. They might have been wanting to sell one of these cars. Let's see about that. There was theories that they had planned to move to California, so they wouldn't need 2 cars. So even more reason to think that they might have been wanting to sell one of them, if that's true. Now we're going to look inside of that gray car. Again, this is the major car here, and lots of survival things in there. Some might say that this is a get out of Dodge packet. You never know. But it's very important to note that it was found in this trunk, and nothing is mentioned about the other trunk. But you gotta have some ammo. He's got the gun there, so if he needed to take his gun with him, boom, throw it in there. It's all legal. It's all right. Maybe not in California. So, good shots, good close-up shots of all this stuff here. That makes you think that they were planning on leaving. Tickets, you can look at the date of the tickets, when they're valid too. This is one of the item number 46s and 47s. There are three, I believe 3 or 4 different item lists, so there's a close-up of those bullets. You can see the shape that they're in. And we're going to look at those shelves that we were talking about. There's a bullet exchange photo in the back, some tiki lights for outside, probably in the backyard. And just, yeah, another good shot there. I think we're going to start closing up on that door, getting a nice close-up view of that door there. Definitely some barbecue gear, some paint rollers. And they close up on that door just to make sure no signs of forced entry or anything. So when they're talking about no signs of forced entry, that's one of the things that they're talking about. And there it is. There is the guillotine shot. And now we have come to the basement. Now we're going to start looking inside of the basement. You see here the door is closed. In the next shot we're going to see the door is open. I do believe the door was open, that it was found like this. And now we're going to try to give you all of the different shots that we have of those stairs going down in some type of order. So you can see all these first shots that we're going to see here should have the stairs in them at some angle at some point. We're looking down now. And the hair, that I thought that was kind of weird, that some hair was just kind of randomly there. Looking for any signs of blood, anything like that. If a hand or something like that was dragged down here. No signs of that, but definitely a little piece of hair that we're going to see. No flesh or anything that's found, but the hair is very interesting. And then the poop that's found. That hair looks like it's consistent with the hair and stuff that was found upstairs. A couple of shots of that, of the dog feces here. Good close-ups there. Still looking at the stairs, trying to give you guys a view of almost like a 360 of what it would look like if you were to look at the stairs, because when we first got some of the photos, it was still hard to figure out where the stairs were. Of course, now we have the actual diagram, so if you guys need those, we definitely got those for you. You can see the dog poop on the ground. You're going to see that everywhere. It's all over this area. When they say all over, it's not like it's piled on top of each other or anything. It's just you see some here, some there, and it's everywhere. If you really look at all these shots, if you were to calculate them, you'd see a lot of these shots do have some type of dog feces in them. I thought the Spider-Man was interesting because there was one of Kamel's friends that said David was going to be a part of the next Spider-Man movie. I was trying to find the timeline, figure out what Spider-Man movie they were talking about. Maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. All right, and still looking at this, you can see this is when the police come down here. Obviously, they're like, "What is this?" They're going to see some guns, some other weapons, some military stuff, you know, props, things like that, whatever it is. But definitely would raise their eyebrows to see if this guy is stocking up for like World War III or something like that. Of course, we know that's not true or anything, but still, I mean, they don't know what's going on at this point. So more stuff of the table there. This is all still in that open area on the bottom. There you go. There's some ammo. And some interesting stuff here, but this is all kind of in that open area still. We're still there looking behind where that black couch is. That black couch, also behind that black couch, we're going to see what might be some decomp that leaked through the living room floor. We're going to see that here close up. And these weapons. More shots of the weapons, of course. Yeah, I mean, props, whatever, dummies, paintball stuff, whatever it is, to the cops, it must have looked kind of strange. It must have looked strange to them to see all this stuff here. But wouldn't take them long to figure out that this was a soldier, right? And why is all this stuff here? Were they packing up? Were they getting ready? I mean, was this part of their move? It's, you know, there's movies on the ground you can see over there too as well. So, I don't know what that pipe is. Oh, like a bong pipe. Oh, I didn't notice that before on that black case there. It's always something that I don't notice. Why I keep going over these and making sure everybody has them, because another set of eyes might see something that I missed. So with the drum set, you can see how old that drum set was, how new it was. You can see David's U.S. military bag there on the ground. We can see the "Don't Tread on Me." That's a big one. I believe the flag was a Pakistani flag. I believe that was, took a little while to figure that out, but a quick search and someone was able to quickly figure that out. The head there, the white head, I think that is part of, there's a scene in the trailer that shows this guy's head turning white with blood, and I think that was used for that prop. The Muse, I don't really know that much about them, so you guys probably do, I don't know. Not really into that, but Patriots Rise, getting another close-up of the Gray State photo here. Where those pillows were is where one of the windows are. You can see the one of the boards on the ceiling is now out. David's equipment, all of his music gear, all right down here, still in this open area. Some more posters. Some more shots of that. It's a close-up of that. All these photos. Nice FEMA shot there. The Dark Knight, Batman, definitely. So I was a fan of that. And here is some of the decomp stuff that we're going to see in the back on that wall. You'll start to see what I first thought was blood. I don't know what it is, but definitely if it's not blood, it's decomp, a mixture of both, etc. It's something, but I have questions. Maybe it was some type of leak or something. That could be too, I guess, but I just found it kind of odd that this is also in the same area where the bullet will go into the south wall. So this is all on the south wall here. Is where it's all going to be. And now we're going to get into that bullet shot. This is F from the living room. So this is the bullet that goes down, shoots into the south wall and is lodged there. Getting some good close-up shots of that. Hey, this bullet travels. It travels pretty far. It goes through wood. I believe that's real wood. Goes all the way down through the paneling, and lodges into that south wall. So interesting. And of course, nothing ever comes of that bullet. There's no blood. There's nothing tied to it. They don't even have lead that's tied to it. So that was kind of odd. But when they cut it out, you can see that's at this point they've cut it out to kind of preserve it as best as they can. They've taken out some of those boards on the top. This will give us a better view, a better angle of where that bullet went, where it came from, because it's a very important one. This is a missed shot, whatever it is, whoever did it, somebody missed. They shot at the ground and missed. I don't know, that's the way I took it. So that's the other side of F that we're seeing there. This is what it looks like. We saw this in the living room when the carpet was pulled back. Now we're getting a shot of it from what it looks like on the basement and where it's lodged there. I think is also interesting. You can get a very good shot there of how big that bullet hole is. And going down, now it's a little wet. If you look at where F is, in that last shot when it was labeled, it looked a little wet, a little different. There's another shot there. Some of that side wall goes right into this, lands right on top of here. That was interesting too. That drywall just lands right in the drywall there. Getting some other shots, and they're just kind of And again, these are from 2 or 3 different sets of photos, maybe from a combination of 3 or 4 different cameras. So that's why it looks kind of different. But here it looks a little wet. If you look at F the way it is, it looks a little wet to me. And you don't see the bullet there. And that just shows kind of how deep it went in. Wow, look at that. That's really deep. And that's where it's lodged. So they cut that out. This is F. This is number 45. Item number 45, bullet number 45. And if you look up number 45, they don't find anything. They can't rule anybody out, but that just means they don't have any way to tie it to any of David, Kamel, or Rania either. And they're cleared to note that. All the documents note that as well. Alright, you can see a lot of dog feces there. Now we're going to go into the bathroom. We're going to start to make our way into that bathroom. It's very easy first looking at the photos to get kind of confused of where the layout, what the whole layout of this house is, unless you've been there, unless you've seen it. Now we're moving into this bathroom. This looks like a built-in bathroom. This maybe David built this himself. It looks like he was building. There's a couple rooms back here. It's actually pretty nice. You can see that tubing. That's still a question that I have. Also, the sink is plugged. Definitely good to look inside of that toilet. Even though we're looking at the sink here, really nothing there. You're not seeing anything similar to what we've seen in the sink in the master bedroom. This looks just like a sink that hasn't been cleaned. This looks like a man sink. This is like a man cave. This is all part of it. These circle things are actually insulation. So I think, I don't know if that was because of the whole music thing that he was working on, but you can definitely tell that here, unless there's more to it there. But it just seemed like David was a builder. He was building these things. He uses 2 different types. Some are the blocks right under that toilet paper. You notice toilet paper is pretty full too. And there's a cup next to that toilet. We're going to get another close-up shot of that toilet, because this is a very important one to measure that water. See how low that water is. And it's clean, no indication of any dog or anything accessing that water, but the dog would have had access to it. And there's the towel, the bleach towel right there. And now we're gonna get another shot of the towel, and then we're gonna make our way out of this bathroom. I think that's about all the photos they have of that bathroom. You see that photo there? Going back down this hall, and we're gonna make our way back into to where the washer and dryer are. And we see some more dog feces on our way. There's 2 more rooms back here to the left, and I believe to the right. There's that door. That door is just kind of randomly there on the ground. There's a pantry to the right of this photo, I believe. To the left is where the washer and dryer are. You can see some Christmas present wrapping paper there. You can see another dog carrying case, some more luggage. Some interesting stuff there. There's actually things in the dryer, is what it looks like. So again, not too many people kill themselves. They leave all of this out and then kill themselves. It's hard to believe, but just getting some more shots of that sink too. And here's the back area where the heater is. Some more of the military gear, probably for props, things like that. Just storage, a lot of storage space here. Some of that Morton looks like, what was that, cement? Oh, salt, right? The salt, probably to salt down the garage, the driveway. Sorry. All right, now we're going into that pantry. See some water there. You see a lot of. This is good. Everybody should have stuff like this. You really need this because you just never know. It's always good to have. If something major happens, you can't get to the grocery store, you can't get to water, etc., etc. Everybody should have something like this. If you have a room, if you have space. So they definitely did. Some of that e-food stuff. Looked into some of that. Storable foods, what it looks like. Breakfast, rations. Pretty well stocked up. sausage and tomato sauce. All right. Water treatment, water filter stuff. So they're definitely know a lot about the bad water that we have, the bad air, bad everything. Tons of water there, so they got their own water. But they are ready. They are stored. They are stacked. They are ready if they needed to. If they were not able to get to the grocery store or not able to get to food, water, they were ready. I think that's the most important there. And I want to thank everybody for watching this, for looking at this. I hope this helps. I hope looking at all of this helped you guys, because we got a long way to go here and a short time to get there. Let's go. We are now going to look at item 53. This is the bullet that was found on January 20th, 2015. I'll show you the photos first. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos, and then we'll discuss it. So let's go through these 6 photos here. This is pulled up against the blood wall. So where that couch was, the couch has now been moved, and this desk is pushed up against that same wall. You can see to the far left, you can even see that the white painting of that wall, because when the cleaners came in, they painted this wall white to cover up that blood painting, the blood smearing, all that stuff. So when the cleaners came in, they painted this, got rid of the Allahu Akbar written in blood, but this is that same wall. This is the west wall. You can barely see that mushroom bullet right there in the center on the floor. This rolled out of a carpet. I'm assuming the living room carpet. We'll get to that. Here is a comparison to a pin. Shows you exactly where it is. Let's go to the next one. Taking measurements here. Doesn't appear to be any blood or anything, but apparently blood was found on that, and the blood matched Rania, the 5-year-old daughter. So on January 18th, they leave the house without this bullet. Here's another shot of the bullet. Reading from Brian Bones' report here. At approximately 1300 hours on 1/20/2015, Detective McKnight was contacted by the company cleaning up the Crowley residence at the request of David's father. The cleanup crew personnel notified Detective McKnight that they had discovered a bullet at the residence. They relayed to Detective McKnight that while picking up the rug from the main living room area, a bullet had come out of the carpet and fallen to the floor. They were uncertain exactly where the bullet had been on the carpet, but said that it had fallen out of the rug and onto the adjacent hardwood floor. I responded back to the scene where I assisted in collecting the bullet that was discovered. I photographed the area, finding that the crime scene cleanup crew had cleaned up the residence. So they're not exactly sure where the bullet was, but it was attached to that carpet. And somehow the crime scene team, the BCA, they missed this. Collecting evidence. Everybody collecting evidence missed this. The bullet will be transferred to the BCA crime lab for further analysis. It should be noted that the bullet was predominantly flat on the back and was sitting on the front mushroom portion of the bullet. The bullet appeared to be mostly intact at the time of our discovering it. The photographs of the bullet were later downloaded to a secure server at the Apple Valley Police Department. So that's what Brian Bones says about item 53. Here's what Detective McKnight says about item 53. Since these meetings, I've worked with the family on a number of issues, including getting the dog that was found in the house to DJ. They also asked that I work with the biotech crime scene team and escort them into the house. I was contacted by the cleanup team while they were in process. They stated that they had located a bullet that had been rolled up in the carpet. The bullet had rolled out under the hardwood floor that had already been cleaned. I went to the house and assisted Detective Bone and Booth in collecting the bullet. Here's another interesting thing about item 53 is when the blood tests are done, when the DNA tests are done, it is found that there is a mixture of 2 or more people. David and Kamel are excluded from being contributors. So we have another person here, another person that contributed to item 53. Very curious there, right? perhaps this might be the biggest smoking gun of them all. Does this show that somebody else was in the house? Does this show that somebody else was in the house at the time of the murders, at the time of these killings? How does item 53 match Rania, but not David or Kamel? It's an interesting one there. There's also mention in the BCA report that item 53 was shot from item 1. So if they believe that item 1 shot item 53, yet item 53 is showing two people's DNA and David and Kamel are excluded, could that mean that somebody else fired item 53 from item 1? Whatever the case, it is 2 or more DNA profiles that were found on item 53. One matches Rania. It does not match David and Kamel. Let's now look at item 57. Item 57 is also a bullet that was found on February 18, 2015. No blood is found on this bullet, but the DNA profile does match David Crowley. In all of the photos that we have, there is one that shows the ceiling where the bullet should have been on January 17th. Let's look at that one. And here is the only image that we have so far that would show whether or not a bullet hole was in the living room ceiling when the police first entered this house on January 17th, when these photos were first taken. This photo is included so that way you can see what it looked like 1 month later, what the house looked like there. In the second image, we're pulling back a little bit. You can see that the marker on the south wall is still there. I'm not sure if blood is still there or not. Let's look at the third image here. Getting another shot. And you can see definitely some things look wiped there. 2 different types of curtains, both red, not matching at all. The shoes are still there on the ground. Let's look at the next one. Now we're getting a closer image. So hard for me to say exactly if that's before or after Joe Cooksley puts his finger through this hole. So the reason that this hole might look a little big to us right now is because by this point Joe Cooksley has already put his finger through it. Alright, here's another angle of that hole that you can see there. They don't mention any traces of blood or anything like that here, so let's go to the next one. An even closer image. This is going to lead up into the attic. Let's go to the next one. Now we're pulling back a little bit so we can see where somebody would have to be standing or sitting, kneeling, etc. for the bullet to enter in this way. Let's go to the next one. It's going to give us a little more close-up view here. It's a pretty big hole. Obviously you're not going to miss that one right there. So I'm assuming that is when, definitely after Joe Cooksley put his finger through it for whatever reason. Here's another image, scrolling to the next one. We get to see that hole and the distance from the light for one last time. That'll be the last one at this distance. Let's go to the next one with the marker there, and you can see. Now, if the marker is up, I would hope that this was taken before Joe Cooksley put his finger through this hole. Hard to really tell. It would be good to follow up on that for sure. Here's from another angle, same one. You can see the distance. It's a big hole at this point. Now we're going into the attic. This is from the master bedroom. You can also get to the same attic from the garage. And I believe one person went up this way and the other BCA crime scene team person went through the garage, and they scattered the attic. They looked through the attic. What you'll notice here, though, in the next photo right here, is that there is a ladder there. And this ladder was not there when police left this house on the 17th. Not clear if it was there when the police left the house on January 20th or not. But that's how they got up there, or that's how somebody got up there. So somebody was up there, and we know that that was Chris Klein, Mason Hendricks, and that cast of characters. A group of them. Depending on who you ask, you might get different stories about who exactly was in the house on January 19th. We'll get to that later. And here's another shot to show the distance, how far back it was. Let's go to the next one. We're now in the attic. Okay, so hard to see there where it is, but it's kind of in the upper left corner is where the bullet is. Let's go to the next photo. Getting another angle so you can see the drywall. The bullet goes up through this attic. Skip to the next one. Hits this top paneling here. You can see by the white marks there. Let's go to the next one. And lands right here. You can see exactly where the bullet lands. Next shot is a little close-up view, closer view of that one. Let's go to the next one here. Here's a close-up view of that hole. Let's go to the next one. Close-up view of the plywood leading to the roof. Next one. It is now labeled as item 57. Next shot, a closer view of item 57 as well. Next one gives us item 57 still, but now we're pulling back a little bit so we can see exactly where the bullet went into the attic and then bounced back down. Hopefully that will help somebody give us some clear indication of where the bullet was coming from here. Here's an even further view, a little pulled back a little bit more. These are all DSC, by the way. Next one. Now some of these were included in the BCA photos that we got later on, unlike item 53. And let's go to the last image here, and you can see where the white markings are and where the bullet probably ricocheted. But in order for it to ricochet here, to land back down where item 57 is found, how far away would someone have to be? Would someone have to be literally on the ground? And none of that answers the question of why police miss this either. So let's read from the police reports. This is Brian Bones' police report about Chris Klein. This is where it gets very interesting. Okay, on 2/17, I spoke to Christopher Klein, who identified himself as a friend of the Crowley family. I had been trying to locate Klein to learn why he had been at the Crowley residence on 1/19, as a neighbor had called in about a suspicious person at the house. Klein received my business card at his residence and called me back at approximately 1700 hours on 2/17/15. Klein wanted to ask me questions about the status of the investigation and was speculating about how many rounds had been discharged at the house. He indicated to me that he had been in the house since the discovery of the Crowley family at the residence. He said he had been there with David's father and brother and had seen there were 2 shot rounds in the floor and roof. Prior to this conversation, I was unaware of a round being shot into the ceiling roof. Detective McKnight assisted me in contacting David's father and to ask for consent, to enter the home to look for the damage to the ceiling. On 2/18/2015, Detective McKnight spoke to Daniel Crowley and obtained permission to go into the house. At approximately 1500 hours, Detective McKnight and I used the house key in the front door lockbox to gain entry into the house. We immediately found what appeared to be a bullet hole in the ceiling near the front door and adjacent to the living room. From my initial looking at the hole in the ceiling, it appeared that the bullet may have come from the living room area. Based on the angle, the bullet appeared to have traveled through the sheetrock. We looked for access to the attic area of the house and found that the attic access from the master bedroom room closet was open. This had not been open at the time of our initial search of the house on 1/17/15. I contacted the BCA crime scene team and advised them of our findings. I requested they assist us in documenting the damage and assist in looking for the bullet in the ceiling and attic area. We secured the house, and Detective McKnight maintained security on the house while I obtained a warrant for the house. I prepared a search warrant for the house to recover the bullet believed to be in the ceiling or attic area. On 2/18/15 at 16:25 hours, the Honorable Judge S. Moynihan signed a search warrant granting us access to the house to recover what was believed to be a bullet from the ceiling. Detective McKnight and Tietz assisted me in executing the warrant with the assistance of the BCA crime scene team and Special Agent Olson with the BCA. During the warrant, they found what is believed to be a bullet in the attic area of the house. See the BCA crime scene team's report and photos for more information on the bullet. The BCA crime scene team collected the bullet and completed a property receipt which was left at the house. Here's where it gets interesting. On 2/19/14, I viewed photos taken from the initial search of the house. In viewing these photos, I could see the hole in the ceiling, which we discovered on 2/18/15. So he's claiming the photos do exist. This is still Brian Bone. The photos do exist that show a bullet hole was in the living room ceiling on January 17th. But he also states here that he did not see it. He was not aware that a bullet hole existed on January 17th. Nobody was. Nobody was. Detective Gummert was a little more evasive in his answer about that. He said that he did see the bullet hole, but he wasn't sure when. And I think what it comes down to is nobody saw it on January 17th, and nobody knew about this bullet until February 18th, a month later. Wow. Detective McKnight writes something similar. He says, on 2/18/2015, I was informed by Detective Bone that there may be a bullet hole in the living room ceiling at the home of David and Kamel Crowley. The party given Detective Bone the information was Christopher Klein. Klein reported to be a friend of the family and had said he had been inside the home with Dan Sr. and Jr. and had seen the bullet hole then. During the initial processing of the crime scene, we knew that we could not account for several bullets that may have been fired from the gun used. The information given to Detective Bone could not be verified since we could not establish a definite connection between the reporter and the family. I contacted Daniel Crowley, Daniel Sr. I contacted Daniel Theodore Crowley, the father of David Crowley. To our knowledge, he is the next of kin in this case. He told me that he was not aware of the bullet hole and had not gone into the home with Klein. I asked for permission from Dan Sr. to enter the home to verify that there is a bullet hole. He agreed to let us in and provided us with the lockbox code. Detective Bone and I went to the home and found the bullet hole near the entryway in close proximity to where the Christmas tree had been. We exited the home and ensured it was secure. I waited in the driveway until Detective Bone could obtain a search warrant. He obtained a search warrant authorized by the Honorable Judge Moynihan. He also contacted the BCA crime scene team to search for the bullet and document the scene. The bullet was located in the attic rafters under the insulation. The measurements and collection of the bullet was completed by the crime scene team. I stayed at the house the entire time and assisted the crime scene team in locating and documenting the location of the bullet. I was assisted by Detective Tietz. The search started at 1700 hours and was concluded at about 1935 hours. The bullet was taken by the BCA for further examination. And once this bullet is tested, once item 57 is tested, it comes back with one male DNA profile, matches David, does not match Kamel, does not match Rania. The results show that blood was not detected on item 57. So the DNA profile does match David. There's no blood on this bullet. Very curious.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 17th, 2018, and I'll be going through the Crowley case timeline. Today is being the 17th of May, it has been the 40th month since the bodies of the Crowley family were found in their Apple Valley, Minnesota home 40 months ago today. This timeline was recently published last month, but because of the size and the volume of this timeline and the small print on the PDF file, folks have recommended that we do we go over it in an audio broadcast for an audio file that you can listen to in the car during your commute, while working out, or whatever you're doing, because this could be a lengthy discussion. The items on this timeline are noteworthy items. They may or may be related to the crime itself, or they may be just historical, putting things in a historical context. I'll start off at the top here. We'll go through every single row. There's over 420 rows to this timeline. Number 1, 1978. Anjum Alam graduates from Texas A&M University with a degree in software engineering. And this is relevant for the fact that he came over when he was 17 years old to the U.S. From Pakistan, and I believe that the same plans were part of the plans for Comel to do the same thing as they moved over here as well. So he had a degree from Texas A&M in 1978. After his degree, he moves back to Pakistan to be near family, meets a woman named Naila later on. They marry. They end up relocating to a United States military base in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, because of a great job offer that he was offered. Anjum had risen through the ranks and was doing very well in his career, got a job offer that he couldn't resist, so they moved there onto the base in Saudi Arabia. 1985, David Crowley is born in the month of July. 1986, Comel Alam is born on November 20th at a U.S. military base in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 1998, the Alam family moves from Saudi Arabia to Pakistan to be closer to their family. 2003, David Crowley tells his parents that he and his friend Mitch Heil were joining the Army after high school. This was April or May of the year 2003. They're just finishing up their junior year of high school. In 2004, on June 23rd, David Crowley begins basic training in Fort Benning, Georgia. Later that year, after basic training, we think he was possibly attached to the 1st Battalion, 6th Infantry Regiment in Baumholder, Germany. They were called the Regulars. 2005, the Alam family moves from Pakistan to the United States, to a town called Richardson. 2005 also is the year that Dan Crowley Sr. and Kate Crowley divorce. In 2006, David gets deployed to Iraq. 2007, the Alam family move into their home in Hewitt, Texas on July 5th. Same year, David Crowley is transferred to Fort Hood, Texas. In 2008, David Crowley meets Comel Alam at a bar in Waco, Texas. Weeks later, David and Comel get married in Waco, Texas on May 22nd. Comel gets pregnant. This date range we believe to be between October 22nd of that year and November 5th is when she conceived little Ranny. 2008, Comel Crowley receives the Rising Young Professional Award from Baylor University in Texas. In June, David Crowley is discharged from the U.S. Army. He serves the United States for a total of 39.5 months on foreign soil. Comel Crowley purchases a Springfield XD .40 caliber handgun from the gun zone in Dallas on July 25th. Ranny is born on August 6th. David, Comel, and the newborn Ranny moved to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Anjum Alam creates an AT&T cell phone account for David Crowley on September 18th. On November 8th, Comel Crowley and David Crowley both complete their permit to carry class. Now I move to the year 2010. The company Hot Head Productions LLC is created on January 7th. David Crowley meets Danny August Mason. On April 13th, David Crowley files a form with the ATF acknowledging he is building a customized short rifle AR-15 to be used as a movie prop. This form is later approved by the ATF on April 21st, 2010. David Crowley begins writing a script for a project later known as the Gray State. On May 1st, Officer Joe Bergeron is shot and killed in the line of duty in Minnesota. He is David's uncle and Kate Crowley's brother. At the time, it was the largest funeral procession in state history. On September 17th, David Crowley transfers ownership of his AR-15 rifle to Adam Shambor in the form of a gift. This isn't necessarily the AR-15 that he turned into a short rifle mentioned previously. This just says it was a regular AR-15. In 2011, the Alam family sell their home in Hewitt, Texas on May 17th. That summer, David Crowley, Danny Mason, and Mitch Heil filmed scenes for the Gray State trailer, a 2-minute, 40-second video. David Crowley transfers ownership of his Beretta handgun as a gift to Danny August Mason on August 10th. Now we move to 2012. The Gray State concept trailer for the fictional film The Gray State is published on YouTube on August 7th, 2012. To date, there's been over 2.5 million views. Comel receives her master's degree in public health nutrition from the University of Minnesota on October 31st, 2012. The Alam family arrived from Texas to celebrate. This includes Anjum, the mother Nyla, and the sister Sidra. David Crowley sells a Springfield XD .40 caliber handgun to David Stark on June 17th. This is the same weapon Comel purchased in 2009. Now we move to 2013. In Colorado, writing professional Linda Seeger reviews the script for The Gray State in the month of June. The Crowley family moves into their home on Ramsdale Drive in Apple Valley, Minnesota in the month of December. Those are the background items of note in previous years leading up to the year 2014. Now we're going to go to actual dates. March 16th, 2014, David Crowley's sister Allison gets engaged. April 16th, 2014. According to the New Yorker article called Death of a Dystopian, written by Alec Wilkinson, David Crowley begins a journal. The exact date isn't known. He just refers to the month of April. Wednesday, May 21st of the year 2014, David, Comel, and Ranny arrive in Texas to visit the Alam family. They drove from Minnesota in a black Toyota Corolla. David posts on Facebook that he will be meeting some extremely important people in LA this week. This individual post alone receives 440 likes on Facebook. Thursday, May 22nd, David and Comel fly to Los Angeles, California to celebrate their 6-year anniversary in Hollywood. David then meets with a Hollywood producer to discuss his movie script. On Friday, May 23rd, 2014, David tweets that he has agreed to his first movie deal. This is presumably with a company called Michael Entertainment Group, or MEG. David posts on Facebook that the movie will be optioned in the next 2 weeks. They'll get a major budget and will be connected with A-list talent. This particular post receives 1,300 likes on his Facebook page. David and Kamel celebrate their anniversary in Venice Beach. Saturday, May 24th, 2014, David and Kamel fly from LA to Dallas to visit with the Alam family and reunite with Rani. Sunday, May 25th, 2014, Kamel attends a Muslim mosque and prays with the family. Source of this, Sidra's friend, Natasha. Monday, May 26th, the Crowley family begins their drive back to Minneapolis in Anjum Alam's car, an Acura that he bought for Kamel. So they drove the Toyota Corolla down to Texas, drove the Acura back. Friday, June 13th, 2014. Kamel Crowley files paperwork to cash in her 401k retirement plan. Monday, June 23rd, 2014. David completes his basement project, a new home theater. David posts on Facebook, this upcoming weekend will be round 2 of the option contract negotiations on the movie deal. Thursday, June 26th. David Crowley and Mitch Heil dissolved their business called The Bullet Exchange. They part their ways from a business perspective. Saturday, June 28th. David departs Minneapolis on a flight to Los Angeles, California. Has dinner in West Hollywood. David posts on Facebook that he'll be meeting with the producers in a few minutes. Then David has a meeting to discuss options and complete negotiations for the Gray State movie. Tuesday, July 1st, David reviews the movie option contract with his lawyer during the week. This is presumably Adam Gislason from the Minneapolis law firm Lohman Abdo. July 19th. This is a Saturday. David and Kamel find out that Naila Alam has cancer. Monday, July 21st. David and Kamel oppose Naila's decision to use chemotherapy to treat her cancer. The evidence of this is many phone calls on this day, according to the records. According to phone records. They wanted to have her to use a more natural option to treat the cancer versus chemotherapy. Tuesday, July 29th, the Eid Muslim holiday. Communication with the Alam family are fine. Friday, August 1st, Kamel Crowley receives her final payout from her 401k plan of $1,625.30. August 4th, David Crowley writes a check to Cypress Montessori for $595 to enroll Rani in school for the upcoming year. In the memo field it says initial payment. Wednesday, August 6th, Rani's birthday. She turns 5 years old. Sunday, August 10th, Rani's birthday party at the Crowley home. Happy times, lots of people invited. Video footage shown in the documentary A Gray State. Some actual footage that was taken that day at the birthday party was shown in the documentary. Saturday, August 16th, David and Kamel stopped talking and responding to the Alam family. They didn't answer calls. didn't respond to text messages. So we know they did not agree with the method there for treating the cancer, but for some reason during all this they stopped communicating altogether. Saturday, August 23rd, David Crowley's 10-year high school class reunion at Owatonna High School. One of David's friends compliments Comel about her looks, and David gets jealous. The evening is uncomfortable. Comel begins a journal that night. Monday, August 25th, Comel's last post on Pinterest. The final week of August, date unknown. Dan Crowley Jr. does something that breaks up his relationship with his brother David. He wishes to apologize and, quote, make things right later on. This is still an unknown. Whatever happened, it's pretty significant to this entire case. Friday, September 5th, at 9:46 a.m., Comel Crowley leaves a complimentary comment regarding comedian Tom Naughton's movie Fathead website. She tells him how the movie has changed her life and helped reverse her rheumatoid arthritis, helped her lose 25 pounds, and even helped with her daughter's autism. That's the comment that she left on the website. September 5th was also the same day David has a garage sale for his bullet exchange equipment after the business dissolved between him and Mitch Heil. First week of September, Mr. Alam kept asking Sidra Alam, this is Comel's sister, every day if he's heard anything back from Comel. The Alam family begins reaching out to the Crowleys via phone calls, texts, and even sending pictures of Nyla, who was the ill mother at the time, to try to engage the family. So at this point, the Alams are now reaching out to the Crowley family. Oh, and this does not mean the extended family. I think this just relates to the immediate David and Comel. Texts, voicemails, emails. Monday, September 15th, David sends the updated movie script to the LA producers. Wednesday, the 17th of September, Michael Entertainment Group receives the new draft of the script in the mail, David includes a movie poster as well. It is one of the Mike's birthdays. David planned on mailing it, so arrived on his birthday. One of the Mikes, Michael Boggio or Michael O'Donnell. Not sure which one, but one of them. Wednesday, September 24th. Mitch Heil stops by the Crowley house. David Crowley does not let him in. September 26th. Comel's last Instagram post. Same day. David hears back from the LA producers. They think the script would work better as a TV series. September 30th, 9:35 a.m. David posts on Facebook that he's looking to, quote, reinvigorate the film process by building a new trustworthy team. This post gets deleted late in January 2015 by an unknown person. Also on September 30th, David posts on Facebook the possibility of a Gray State movie, documentary, and a series. Later that evening, David answers questions with fans online. Wednesday, October 1st, Comel texts her sister Sidra, happy birthday. It marks the first time Sidra has heard from Comel since August. October 1st also, David Crowley begins the legal process to remove Danny August Mason from the project. David's attorney sends paperwork detailing this to Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason never responds. Later on October 1st, the same day, is David Crowley's last Instagram post. Sunday, October 5th, the Eid Muslim holiday. No communication at all from the Crowleys to the Alam family in Texas. Sunday, October 12th, David allegedly calls Mr. Alam on the phone and cusses him out. Per Sidra, her father was, quote, upset. He cried. October 15th, plans are made with the Alam family to retrieve the Acura car that Mr. Alam loaned to the Crowleys and exchange it with an older Toyota Corolla. Thursday, October 16th, Sidra Alam begins the 17-hour drive from Texas to Minnesota in her black Corolla. She drives with her then fiancé, Vinny. Her father pays for meals and fuel. She texts Comel to say she's on her way. This is according to the New Yorker article by Alec Wilkinson. Other sources say that she left on the 17th of October. Saturday, October 18th. A person named Daniel J. Crowley withdraws $50,000 in cash at a branch bank location from a POD bank account. The person's signature shows Daniel T. Crowley. There is nothing to support what this money was used for. A POD account is a payable upon death account. Dan Sr. owns this account and lists his 3 children as beneficiaries to pay up upon his death. So Dan Sr. should be the only one having access to this account. The beneficiaries are the children Dan Jr., David, and Allison. Once Dan Sr. dies, those 3 will have access to this bank account. This was the account bank transaction that shows a $50,000 withdrawal, a cash withdrawal at the teller. This is strange because nothing goes to show what this was used for. A few days later, on October 30th, there is a $50,000 transfer from another checking account back into this account. And people have looked at that and said, and have assumed that this $50,000 was taken out and then just replenished back in a few days later. But remember, that bank statement shows it's a transfer from a checking account. There's no deposit anywhere in that time frame of $50,000 coming back in. So $50,000 was withdrawn, taken out in the form of cash, and there's nothing to support what that was for. Same day now, around noon, Sidra and Vinny arrive in Bloomington, Minnesota after driving through the night. They stop at a mall parking lot and call and text Comel to announce their arrival. No response. They kill some time shopping. Then Sidra drives 10 minutes south to Apple Valley, and after getting no response from Comel, decides to pull into the police department to ask for advice. Sidra figured that if she shows up at the home, David might call police to announce a trespasser on the property. She wanted to avoid that scenario. She requested a dispatcher to attempt to call Comel directly to see if she would answer. No one answered the call from the Apple Valley Police Department. The officer says there's nothing more that we can do at this point. Sidra and Vinny arrive at the Crowley home at 7 p.m. only to be turned away at the door by David. He doesn't allow Sidra to see neither Comel nor Ranny and is, quote, rude. Sidra tells David that she loves David, Comel, and her niece, and she doesn't know what she did to deserve this. If there was something, she offered to apologize and fix it. She went on to say, "If you want nothing to do with me or my dad, that's fine. But don't abandon my mother, who only calls for Comel and her granddaughter." Vinny then talks to David and makes some headway about switching cars, as at first David wasn't interested in doing that either. David agrees to let them drive the Acura back to Texas, but says Come back in 1 hour as I have to clean it up. Sidra and Vinny agree and head to a nearby convenience store to wait for an hour and gather their thoughts. By now it's 8:30 p.m. They exchange cars, and Sidra and Vinny drive off in the Acura back to Texas. Sidra feels something is not right about the vehicle and thinks David may have tampered with it. Sidra and Vinny pull over to a nearby parking lot, and they call police again to request a canine unit, this time to sniff around the car. At this point, they're still in the Apple Valley city limits. Apple Valley police receive the call from dispatch and deny sending out a squad on the basis that we can't just take your word for it. Sidra now calls her father Anjum while crying, and he suggests that they spend the night at a local hotel, get some rest, and leave in the morning. While driving to the hotel, Sidra allegedly finds a photograph that Komel placed in the car. It was a photo of Nyla, Sidra, and Komel together in happier times. On the back is a handwritten note by Komel that reads, "I always have and always will love you and Mom." Sidra and Vinny arrive at the Motel 6 in Albert Lea, Minnesota after driving 80 miles. Sunday, October 19th. Sidra and Vinny check out of the motel and begin their long drive back to Texas. October 21st. David Crowley sets up a new AT&T cell phone account. Friday, October 24th. Final cell phone activity at 12:20 a.m. for phone number 254-616-0461. Same day, October 24th, Dan Crowley Jr. posts a comment on his Facebook wall about how easy it is to watch gruesome deaths on television. This post was later removed. Same day, Komel posts her final entry on her business Facebook page. Komel also tweets for the final time. David Crowley's last post on his personal Facebook page is on this day, October 24th. Monday, October 27th, David contacts David Kirk West on Facebook and asks if he would like to produce the web series scenes that will be filmed in the Pacific Northwest. Tuesday, October 28th, State of Minnesota issues the automobile title certificate for a 2005 Toyota Corolla in the name of Komel Crowley. Same day, Mr. Alam shuts down the AT&T cell phone and data plan for David Crowley. Wednesday, October 29, David Crowley updates the cover photo on his personal Facebook page. Same day, October 29th, Komel Crowley's last phone call on her AT&T line. It was to her mother, Nyla. Later that same day, David Crowley's last tweet. Thursday, October 30. The New Yorker article alleges that Komel Crowley was hallucinating and David comforted her. This is confirmed by the video footage shown on the documentary called A Gray State. Tuesday, November 4th. A user by the name of Silver Lodge asks about the status of the Gray State film on an internet forum website. It was responded to by a user named Arkaden. At 1:33 p.m., Arkaden responds that the team had to give up some creative ownership, but the project was greenlit and moving forward. Friday, November 7th. Dan Crowley Sr. texts David to see if he was, quote, still alive. This was after Dan Sr. found out from Dan Jr. that David had a new phone number. The next day, David responds back with, everything is great. Family life has swept us away. Dan Crowley Sr. responds back to David with, "How are the negotiations going with the producers?" Sunday, November 9. David Crowley responds back with, "I walked from it. Reasons of the spirit, I guess." It is unknown at this time why David lied to his father. Later, David Crowley changes his Facebook profile picture. It's an image of those clouds that were there to this day. November 9th is also the Naila Alam's birthday. And an item to note here is that there was no communication at all from Kamel. So they stopped communicating even during the Eid Muslim holiday and her mother's birthday. Tuesday, November 18th, David announces on Facebook that the documentary called The Rise will be available for free once it is completed. This post receives 1,074 likes. Thursday, November 20th, Allison Crowley sends a nasty email to David with some hurtful things included. This is also Kamel Crowley's 28th birthday. Sidra also texted Kamel happy birthday, and Sidra later saw that Kamel read it, but there was no response back. Sunday, November 23rd. According to the New Yorker article Death of a Dystopian, written by Alec Wilkinson, David Crowley makes his final post in the journal. Exact date is unknown, but we do know that Alec Wilkinson says that it was 7 months after his first post, and we know the first post was in April. The last journal entry reads, "I am no one, it is everyone else who is someone." So we know that it's the end of November when this last post in the journal is made. It reads, "I am no one, it is everyone else who is someone." This will come up later. Monday, November 24th, Kamel meets a friend at 11 a.m. for coffee. She pays for some products she bought, and they make plans to get together again after the holidays. Wednesday, November 26th, on the Gray State Movie Facebook page, David Crowley leaves his last comment at 7:42 p.m. Next day is Thanksgiving Day, November 27th. Now we're into the final week of November. Sunday, November 30th, Kamel Crowley's dietitian license is voluntarily terminated. And this was allegedly because she was about to write her first book. She's working on authoring a book. So it shows that it was voluntarily terminated. Tuesday, December 2nd, David Crowley's last phone conversation with his friend Mason Hendricks. Sunday, December 7th, David Crowley emails a follow-up message to Danny August Mason regarding the legal paperwork needed for David Crowley's attorney. Mr. Mason replies back with, "I need my attorney to review this." Keep in mind he received this back on October 1st. Tuesday, December 9, David Crowley makes the following post on the Gray State The Rise Facebook page. "The Rise is almost done. I'm serious. She's coming out to be quite the looker. Can't wait to show you all." On a response after that post at 5:58 p.m., Sean Wright reminds David on the Facebook post to remember to remove my tax stuff in the documentary before releasing it to the public. And then he goes further and leaves his cell phone number to reach him to call him back. Sunday, December 14th, 8:48 a.m., Kamel Crowley responds to a text regarding an opportunity to help with the Gray State Project. She says, "Welcome. Always glad to have new supporters." Monday, December 15th, the Minneapolis Star-Tribune publishes an article called "Police Departments Join Forces to Bring Tech Analysis In-House." This is regarding the brand new Dakota County Electronic Crimes Task Force that was formed. This will later be used a month later in the Crowley case, this very same task force. December 16th or 17th, David Crowley last talks to a friend via the phone. We don't know who the person was, but it was the 16th or the 17th. Wednesday, December 17th, David Crowley reaches out to producer Jason Allen, asking if he'd like to be the executive producer and help out with the logistics of the film. December 19th, Friday, 7:22 a.m. David Crowley texts Christopher Peck, "Do you have any?" This is referring to the marijuana he wanted to pick up. Around 1 p.m. that same afternoon, David and Camille arrive in Minneapolis to visit and pick up some marijuana from Chris Peck. At 3 p.m. the same day, David and Camille arrive at Randy's preschool to pick her up. This is the last day of school before the Christmas break. Saturday, December 20th. At roughly 2 a.m., Colin Prochnow hears possible sounds of gunshots coming from the Crowley home. He does not call police. Note, the date Colin gave to police was 12/19. The shooting that he hears was the evening of the 19th, but because it was 2 a.m. was actually the 20th of December. Same day, December 20th, Colin and Judy's Prochnow's adult son named Eric arrives to spend time with the family. He's from California. Sunday, December 21st, Comel sends her last known tweet to Heidi Lish at 8:13 a.m. And this might have meant text, not tweet. Same day, December 21st, David Crowley charges $31.32 at the Apple Valley Smashburger location. This is the last banking transaction that's known of the family. Tuesday, December 23rd, Sidra Alam, the sister, missed a phone call from Camille Crowley at 9:36 a.m. Sidra Alam also missed a phone call from Camille Crowley at 11:40 the same day. The December 26th issue of the Sun This Week newspaper gets delivered to the Crowley home between 2 and 3 p.m. according to the paper boy. This was the issue found in the paper trash can. The December 26th issue was delivered, probably brought in the house on the 23rd of December. Wednesday, December 24th, Sean Wright posts a photo on his Twitter page. It shows a Christmas tree and gifts. Oddly enough, it's the only tweet on his account. Christmas Eve, neighbor Brett Malay sees a figure in the window across the street at the Crowley home. He assumes it is David. This is not yet confirmed. Same night, a music playlist of 53 songs begins playing continuously in a loop on David's MacBook Pro. 24th. Possible date, this is an allegation now, allegedly. Possible date of the Crowley family kidnapping or being held against their will. Could have begun late on December 24th. Final cell phone activity for phone number 612-999-4890 at 8:23 p.m. Christmas morning just after midnight, 12:40 a.m. The following post is on the Gray State Facebook page. And it's not an easy feat when trying to maintain the story's integrity without selling out and having a small team, unquote. Was this David Crowley who wrote this post? Not confirmed. December 25th, the New Yorker article alleges David killed Randy Comel and then later on himself on this day. On the Gray State documentary, David's father, Dan Crowley Sr., recites the final post from David's journal on December 25th that he talks about having big plans before killing himself. We know at the end of November was the last entry in the journal posts. So something doesn't add up there. Friday, December 26th. This is the date that police in Apple Valley, the investigation, estimated the deaths of the family took place, December 26th. The New Yorker article states that Dan Crowley Jr. drops off gifts at the front of the step of the home, Friday, December 26th. Sunday, December 28th. According to police reports, Dan Crowley Jr. drops off Christmas packages at the Crowley home on the front step, does not knock or ring the doorbell, and leaves. Monday morning, January 5th of the new year, 2015, Cypress Montessori in Burnsville, Minnesota, Randy's preschool, begins school following the holiday break. Randy does not show up. Wednesday, January 7th, Eric Prochnow posts on Facebook that he now has received the funding needed to move forward with his new home in California. Thursday, July 8th, Jason Allen responds back to David and says, quote, "Yes, would love to be happy to explore options with the project and recommends a 3:33 phone call later on today." Friday, January 9th. This is now the possibility of the possible actual date the packages were dropped off by Dan Crowley Jr. at the Crowley home. Remember, none of the neighbors saw packages on the front stoop for those 3 weeks. Just the Prochnows saw them, and I think the first time they saw them was the 10th of January. Bodies were found on the 17th, so the packages perhaps may only have been laying there for a week. If they're only laying there for a week, they don't look weathered enough to be there for 3 weeks. They may have only been set there on the 9th of January by Dan Crowley Jr. Saturday, January 10th, next-door neighbors Judy and Colin Prochnow depart Minneapolis for a trip to Orlando. Their flight departs at 3:55 p.m. On the way out, they see packages at the Crowley's home on the front steps. That's interesting to note because the other neighbors don't make mention of any packages on the steps the last week of December or the first week in January. They first see the packages on the 10th. Sunday, January 11th. This is the possible date of David Comel and Randy being murdered. Remember, the bodies are found on the 17th. A doctor interviewed by Catherine Michelle says that the bodies appear to have been there only a week, or more than likely less than 1 week. If the bodies are found on the 17th, that puts the death of the bodies around the 10th or the 11th of January, which means they only were there a week. They were in the early process of, they were just completing rigor mortis and early process of decomposition. If that's the case, if they only were there a week, there's no way the bodies were killed for the entire 3-week span laying there. Wednesday, January 14th. Judy and Colin Prochnow depart Orlando for their return trip home to Minneapolis. Their flight's arrival time was 5:39 p.m. Minneapolis. Saturday, January 17th. All these postings leading up to this has all been previous to the bodies being found. Now we're ground zero, Saturday, January 17th, 2015. Colin Prochnow sees, quote, mannequins through the window at the Crowley residence. He comes home and tells his wife, Judy. She finds it odd, so they both return to the Crowley home and actually see bodies in the home, through the window. At this point, Judy Prochnow calls 911 at 12:56 p.m. and speaks to a male dispatcher from her cell phone. Curiously, she uses the phrase murder-suicide while on the phone with dispatch. This is the very first time the murder-suicide had even come up. Right off the bat, the 911 call. Judy did not call to say she saw bodies next door. She did that, but she went further to say, I think a murder-suicide took place. That's something to note. Very interesting to note that. Colin Prochnow calls 911 at 12:57 p.m. from the house phone. So now we've got two 911 phone calls to Apple Valley Dispatch, one from a cell, one from the landline, both from the same home. Strange. Police officers arrive on site and see multiple obviously deceased bodies in the front window and in the back of the home. They also note rear slider slightly ajar per the police audio. A search warrant is signed by Honorable Karen Ashpog at 3:06 p.m. Members of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, BCA, enter the home at 4:51 p.m. At 9:32 p.m., the first news tweet appears regarding the investigation of dead bodies in a home. Around 11:30 p.m. that night, medical examiner Dr. Jessica Lelinski from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office arrives on the scene. She stays for 45 minutes and leaves. Sunday, January 18th, just after midnight, the bodies were removed from the scene, 1:30 a.m. Bodies were bagged and taken out. Also that day, Hennepin County Medical Examiner Dr. Jessica Lelinski conducts autopsies on the Crowley bodies. Same day, Danny August Mason speaks with Christopher Peck on the phone. The Facebook page Gray State, The Rise, published a strange comment at 6:45 p.m. saying the Crowley family have passed away. Musician and Crowley friend Jordan Page posted this comment on Facebook. Quote, the film was ready to start production with a $30 million budget from a major Hollywood studio. End quote. Minneapolis Star-Tribune publishes the first article about bodies being found. Monday, now we're on Monday, January 19th. The UK Daily Mail publishes a story with the following headline. Gun enthusiast, his dietitian wife, and their 5-year-old daughter lay dead from murder-suicide in their suburban home for weeks before neighbors discovered them. They include a picture of David holding a rifle and wearing a gas mask with the article. Facebook page Justice for David Crowley and Family is created by Dan Hennon on Facebook at 8:15 a.m. Facebook page Justice for David Crowley of Gray State is created by Thomas Lapp at 8:30 a.m. Thomas Lapp receives a text at 11 a.m. from Brendan J. Brendan J. is a member of the Gray State Project. He has interest wants to coordinate their efforts, potentially setting up an interview to reach a large audience. Detectives Bone and McKnight meet with the Crowley family in Owatonna, Minnesota. They speak with Dan Sr., Dan Jr., and Allison. At 12:45 p.m., same day, January 19th, Captain John Bermel sends a press release to 9 email addresses in the local media regarding this Crowley case. It's entitled Press Suspicious Deaths. At 12:51 p.m., a 911 call comes into police by a neighbor of the Crowley home for suspicious activity at the home. They see a GMC truck with army paint on it. Presumably, this is Chris Klein's. Detective Booth contacts Christopher Peck this afternoon. Detective Booth then contacts Danny August Mason. They talk. Danny Mason goes out of his way to tell the officer that he had no role in the film other than being an actor and a friend. He was not connected from a business standpoint. The statement is not true. Chris Klein, Dan Crowley Sr., Dan Crowley Jr., Mason Hendricks, and Adam Shambor see a hole in the ceiling near the home's entryway later that night. This is January 19th. Remember, police are not yet, cleaners are not yet done professionally cleaning the home. There was a biohazard at this point. But yet up to 5 people were in that home and they noticed a gunshot hole in the ceiling by the entryway. Tuesday, January 20th. At 1 p.m., professional cleaners find a bullet fragment under the rug and after advisement of Dan Crowley Sr. notify the Apple Valley Police Department Detective McKnight. 2:31 p.m. Apple Valley Police Department take photos of the bullet fragment found on the floor. At 2:57 p.m., Joe Hagman reaches out to Thomas Lapp on his Justice page via a private message to offer his condolences about the deaths. The Hagman and Hagman internet radio show had interviewed David several times in the past regarding updates on the Gray State project. Around 3 p.m. on the 20th of January, Mike Pachesny publishes on YouTube the rough cut of the Gray State documentary titled The Rise. Remember, this still contains Sean Wright's tax stuff, and this full-length version is 2 hours and 39 minutes of The Rise. At 3:16 p.m., the group Anonymous makes a post on their Facebook page and provides a link to Mr. Lapp's Facebook page and creates a new hashtag to start using for the case called #JusticeForCrowleys. At 3:20 p.m., Thomas Lapp gets in contact with the Gray State team. Mr. Lapp then contacts Mr. Hennon to ask if he could make time for a conference call. At 3:50 p.m., Mr. Lapp contacts Mr. Hennon to ask, does 10 p.m. Eastern Time work for a go-to meeting tonight online? Also mentions that he spoke with Sean Wright from the Gray State team. Mr. Wright expresses concerns to Mr. Lapp that Mr. Hennon's Facebook group has an invite out there that includes Dr. James Fetzer to the group. Mr. Wright wants Mr. Fetzer banned from the page. Mr. Hennon explains to Mr. Lapp that he invited Mr. Fetzer only because he's local, but he has not yet accepted the invite because he's currently focusing his research on the Sandy Hook case. At 4:20 p.m., Mr. Lapp communicates to Mr. Hennon that Joe Hagman is also interested in joining the conference call, but requested to move it out by 1 hour. If the call does get moved out 1 hour, then this call can be featured on that episode that night of Hagman and Hagman Show. Around 4:30 p.m., Sean Wright requests admin rights on Thomas Lapp's Justice page. This is granted by Mr. Lapp. At 5 p.m., members of the Gray State team are made aware of the rough cut video on YouTube that Mr. Pachesny published without approval of the team. 5:39 p.m. Mr. Lapp informs Mr. Hennon the Gray State team is in contact with YouTube now to pull down the rough cut video, and they believe Mr. Pachesny went rogue for some reason and released it. Mr. Lapp also confirms the time for the live airing of the Hagman and Hagman report will indeed be 11 o'clock tonight at Eastern Time. 5:55 p.m. Danny August Mason requests admin rights on Mr. Lapp's Justice page. Around 7 p.m., members of the page notice large chunks of information have been deleted from Mr. Lapp's Justice page. Mr. Lapp confirmed that it was not him. 7:23 p.m. Brendan J's sister, Carissa, uses the new Twitter hashtag Justice for Crowleys for all of us to use. She intends to get this whole story trending. 8:49 p.m. Mr. Lapp contacts Mr. Hennon to say the conference call for that night has now been canceled. He mentions that things have gotten weird in the past couple of hours. Mr. Lapp states that Mr. Sean Wright is now demanding full admin rights to Lapp's Justice page and will, quote, terminate the page if he isn't granted those rights. Mr. Lapp also mentions to Mr. Hennon that Sean Wright is wanting to get admin rights to Mr. Hennon's page as well. Mr. Lapp says Sean Wright repeatedly used the phrase, "Just give me full access ASAP." Wednesday, January 21st, Mason Hendricks makes a post on Facebook saying, "We're going to the home on this Thursday, January 22nd, after the living room is cleaned, to help make sense of what the note says." Keep in mind they're already in the home. Later that afternoon, Mason Hendricks publishes the now infamous smiling guy's photo on his Instagram account. The photo shows Sean Wright, Dan Crowley Jr., Danny August Mason, and Mason Hendricks. All four are smiling. Posted on Mr. Hendricks' account named Mason Norsk Hesk with the hashtag brothers, and purportedly taken after the TV interviews that morning. Sean Wright posts the same image on his personal Facebook account. A friend of his, named Paulus, leaves a comment to Sean about an upcoming get-together and informs Sean that no women are allowed per Sharia law, unquote. YouTube user Truth Media Revolution captured the screenshots of the posts that were deleted. He went on to make 2 videos that showed evidence of the posts that were deleted. Doug Hagman's article called "Filmmaker David Crowley Dead in Murder-Suicide" confided, "I'm not, quote, prone to suicide." The article is published in the Canada Free Press. Sean Wright begins a campaign to gain administrative rights to Dan Hennon's Facebook group. He is rejected. At 12:10 p.m., a Facebook user named Sam Wagner requests admin rights to Mr. Hennon's Justice page. He is rejected. Dan Crowley Jr. creates a GoFundMe page to raise medical funds for Naila Alam's treatment. The goal listed is $6 million. At 4:45 p.m., Dan Crowley Jr. retrieves the Crowley dog from the Palomino Pet Hospital. In a nearby parking lot, he transfers the dog to the original owner to take Paleo home. And last of all, that same day, January 21st, filmmaker Eric Nelson has interest in the case. He contacts the families to see if there is interest in doing a documentary. Remember, that's 4 days after the bodies were found. Thursday, January 22nd, YouTuber Brendan Hunt publishes a hit piece video on Mr. Hennon's Justice page and publishes it to YouTube. Same day, David Kirk West publishes a lengthy article on why he believes the official version of the story. And that afternoon, tweets from Anonymous claim that the Crowley family was murdered. Friday, January 23, Hennepin County Medical Examiner rules the deaths of Comel and Rani as a homicide and David's as a suicide. Still on the 23rd of January, investigative journalist Ben Swan interviews Danny August Mason. This interview airs on January 26th. Still, January 23rd, Comel Crowley's funeral service takes place in Harker Heights, Texas. Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon with request to meet tomorrow to discuss the case. Sean Wright contacts Greg Fernandez Jr. about the case. They both were acquainted with each other from the group We Are Change in California. 6:48 p.m. Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon, I hope you have the courage to show up for the services. At 7:09 p.m., Mr. Wright and Mr. Hennon begin a 35-minute phone call discussing the case. Dan reiterates that he's not interested in granting Wright admin rights to his page ever. At 10:12 p.m., Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon, do not show up for the services, you disrespectful piece of shit. Later, Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon, I feel sorry for the backlash that you're going to receive, but don't worry, you'll get yours. Facebook user Kimberly Lamke gets contacted by Sean Wright via instant message, and he proceeds to bully her about the case. She was active in the group on these days as well. Saturday, January 24th at 12:09 a.m., Sean Wright messages Greg Fernandez Jr. in California and tells Mr. Fernandez to stop asking questions. Same day, there's a lot of activity in the Crowley home, says the neighbor, Teresa Shepard. This source is from the police report. Sunday, January 25th. One Facebook user by the name of Scott Wilson makes many posts on Mr. Hennon's Justice page, all with the intent to distract. Then, the Inquisitor News publishes an article called Conspiracy Theorists, Hacker Group Anonymous reportedly blame government for David Crowley's death, insist he was assassinated, written by Megan Ellis. One member of Mr. Hennon's Justice page researches Scott Wilson after locating his address. After a background check on Mr. Wilson shows multiple criminal charges, but strangely enough, all have dispositions like no prosecchi, meaning do not prosecute. There are also many amended charges, dismissals, and without judgment supervision, which is basically telling the court to hold off on a case. These are very strong indications that Scott Wilson may be a CI, a confidential informant. Monday, January 26th, 6:33 a.m., Dan Feit, author of the HongPong.com blog, publishes a hit piece on Mr. Hennon's Justice page. Now, Mr. Feit's career also doesn't add up, but he does seem to be connected. Mr. Feit's grandfather was a counterintelligence officer in World War II. This leaves many wondering what Dan Feit actually does for a living, as he currently recently accepted a position in Boston, Massachusetts. 8:54 a.m., January 26th, Mr. Hennon bans user Scott Wilson from his Justice page. This marks the very first member banned on the group. At 9 a.m., Sean Wright and various others begin spamming the link to the HongPong.com article to dozens of members of Mr. Hennon's Justice page in the form of direct instant messages. Mr. Hennon then receives information from his immediate family members asking him, who is Sean Wright and why are they sending me direct messages? 9:47 a.m. Mr. Wright messages Mr. Hennon, are you sure you do not want to reconsider your actions? This marks the last time Hennon corresponds with Wright. Later that day, the Ben Swan interview with Danny August Mason airs. It's a YouTube video, 27 minutes in length. Tuesday, January 27th at 1:17 p.m., Mr. Lapp messages Mr. Hagman with his conclusion regarding the quick shift in the decision for the Gray State team not to want to work with Mr. Lapp. Well-known shill Brendan Hunt works the controlled opposition angle. Mr. Hunt messaged Mr. Wright on January 20th and told him several lies and took other things out of context to trick Mr. Wright into thinking Mr. Lapp was some sort of fraud. This evidently was enough to convince Sean Wright, which is why he changed his attitude so quick. January 27th, also, a thread on internet forum GLP mentions a comment that David Crowley posted in the fall of 2014 that was now removed from David's Facebook page. So other people now were noticing comments and threads being removed. The 27th of January this is the visitation is held for David Crowley from 3 to 8 p.m. in Owatonna, Minnesota. Wednesday, January 28th, 11 a.m., memorial service is held for David Crowley in Owatonna, Minnesota. Atmosphere was strange, admits a first cousin of David Crowley. His friends acted like it was a party and a lot of laughing. This person went on to state that Dan Crowley Jr.'s behavior was off. He was very high-strung, couldn't stay in one spot, very nervous. He was sure to tell close family members not to talk to the cops, media, or friends, because he said something big's going down. Later that same day, Brendan Hunt publishes a 9-minute YouTube video as another hit piece towards Hennon's Justice page, the second such one. He credits much of his information from the hongpong.com blog. Thursday, January 29th, Naila Alam acquires medical insurance for her cancer. This is confirmed on an email on February 11th that she does have insurance for her cancer. Monday, February 2nd, 10:49 a.m., Facebook user named Eric Sayward sends the following instant message to Mr. Hennon. Quote, "You say one more thing about Crowley, and I will pay you a visit." Unquote. Tuesday, February 3rd, various Facebook posts from David Crowley's personal Facebook page are hidden or deleted from his wall. Thursday, February 5th, 1:46 p.m., Dan Hennon receives an instant message from user Kevin P. Reaper in location Sapulpa, Oklahoma that states, "Keep your head on a swivel." Monday, February 9th. Comel Crowley's sister Sidra Alam reaches out to Dan Hennon on Facebook and is interested in clearing the air on some of the information regarding her family. Later that day, Dan Crowley Jr. posts a photo of himself in front of a Las Vegas casino on his Facebook wall. Tuesday, February 10th, Wake Up to the Truth internet radio show hosted by Mike Soror interviews Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez about the case. Thursday, February 12th, an unknown person files a claim with the Crime Victims Reparations Board on behalf of Rania Crowley. It gets assigned claim number 40006. Friday, February 13th, Special Agent Olson with the Minnesota BCA receives a CD with 20 PDF files relating to the investigation from the Apple Valley Police Department. Saturday, February 14th, a Facebook user under the name Judy Prochnow appears on Hennon's Justice page, claiming to be the neighbor that found the bodies. This user goes on to make over 100 posts in a span of 7 hours. Sunday, February 15th, Facebook user Judy Prochnow is back for several more hours making lengthy posts on Hennon's Justice page that most people question if it really could be it. Comments coming from a 63-year-old grandmother typing that fast. Judy Prochnow reports a post by Dan Hennon to the Apple Valley Police. He said he might stop over for a cup of coffee as he'll be in the area running some errands this afternoon. Judy responds, "You're welcome to stop by." This is the Post reported to police. Later that day, Joshua Lee Retvold dies unexpectedly. He is the nephew of Judy and Colin Prochnow. A GoFundMe campaign is set up to raise funds for this unexpected financial stress. Later on that day, the GoFundMe campaign is closed down by Dan Crowley Jr. This is the GoFundMe for Nyla to raise $6 million. This one is closed down. It raises just over $8,000 with the funds going directly to Dan Crowley Jr. Monday, February 16th. It is suggested now that this Judy Prochnow could actually be Dan Fight, posting on the Justice pages, as his Twitter feed and Facebook accounts were awfully quiet over the last 2 days, which is not normal. He's usually very active on Twitter and Facebook. Judy Prochnow makes a claim that she is excited that Sidra Alam wants to come and meet her when she comes into town in a couple weeks. Sidra now is confronted with this information by Mr. Hennon, and Sidra responds back with, "Oh, I don't know who she is." The account Judy Prochnow is promptly banned from Hennon's Justice page. Tuesday, February 17th, Chris Klein calls the Apple Valley PD at 5 p.m. for the first time. He may have tried reaching them one or more times before this point, but it said that his police reports state that this was his first contact actually getting through and speaking with someone, was February 17th. This is a full month after the bodies were discovered. Klein speaks with Detective Bone. He says that he was indeed in the Crowley house on January 19th and discusses the hole in the ceiling, which is now in turn news to the Apple Valley Police Department. They've never heard of this bullet hole. So it's a month later. Chris Klein admits that he was in the house before the professional cleaning was done, along with some other people. Mentions they were looking in the attic for this missing bullet from above the doorway. Detective Bone responds back with, "We didn't know anything about a bullet in the ceiling." Later that day, Mr. Lapp's Facebook page receives a direct message saying that this page is being watched and confirmed that the killing was indeed an inside job. Wednesday, February 18th, Apple Valley Police Department received word from the Minnesota BCA that their reports have been completed. Also, later, Apple Valley Police Department called Dan Crowley Sr. to ask permission to enter the Crowley home to look at this newfound bullet hole in the ceiling. They get permission and enter the home by using the door key lock at 3 p.m. Detective Bone and Detective McKnight are there. They see this hole and want to see the portion of the attic to look for evidence. They find the attic access in the master bedroom was open as if someone had already been up there. At 4:25 p.m. they get a warrant signed to search the home. Remember, this is a month later now. The search took place from 5 p.m. until 7:35 p.m. after BCA Special Agent Chris Olson arrived. And then that evening, Sidra Alam informs Dan Hennon that she would like to take a break from this for a while. Thursday, February 19th. Apple Valley Police Department goes back and reviews photos taken from the crime scene on the original date, January 17th. And they notice that there was a hole in the ceiling above the front entryway door. Now, we're unable to confirm this, as it's still speculation that there was a hole even there at the time. We haven't yet to see any photos that show the bullet hole there in the home on January 17th. Tuesday, February 24th, BCA Special Agent Katvovitz completes the crime scene diagram of the Crowley home. This is the kind of the blueprint looking crime scene analysis. Tuesday, March 3rd, Greg Fernandez Jr. and Dan Hennon appear as guests on the internet radio show Wake Up to the Truth with hosts Mike Soror and Eric Wilkinson. The Crowley case is featured. Wednesday, March 4th, Dan Hennon receives a personal text message from an unknown person calling him a psychopathic jerk. Friday, March 6th, to date, the Justice page has 26 Facebook profiles on Dan Hennon's group that have been banned. Also, March 6th, Sidra Alam's Facebook account is hacked and inactivated for a period of 5 days. In working with police tell her they believe the culprit is a resident of Bloomington, Minnesota. Thursday, March 12th, BCA reports an overview of the processing of the crime scene are added to the Apple Valley Police case. Friday, March 13th, Sidra Alam flies from Dallas to Minneapolis with her then fiance Vinny. Saturday, March 14th, Apple Valley Police detectives meet with the family, Dan Sr., Dan Jr., Allison, Kate Crowley, and Sidra Alam, to go over. Now, this is the very first time police sit down face to face and tell them that Allah Akbar was written on the wall in blood, that a Quran was open to the forgiveness prayer page, and that a notepad said, "Submit to Allah now." This entire time, this is now what, 2 months, about coming up on 2 months old, is the first time that family members, immediate family members, even hear of anything regarding this, the Muslim angle on this entire crime. Monday, March 16, DNA results arrive. David's DNA was on the gun and the magazine, and it was Comel's blood that was on the wall. Sunday, March 22, Anjum Alam and a friend drive up to Minnesota with the trailer and pick up both Toyota Corollas from the Crowley driveway and return them to Texas. Both cars' titles were in Comel's name. Saturday, April 4th, 2015, Mason Hendricks reaches out to Dan Hennon via private message to answer some questions. Friday, April 17, BCA reports that their fingerprint results are still not known. Monday, April 20th, the April issue of Disaster Survivor Network has a cover story featuring the Crowley case. Tuesday, May 5th, 2015, Danny August Mason files a new business called Gray State Universe LLC with the state of Minnesota Secretary of State. Wednesday, May 6th, Danny August Mason applies for a trademark for Gray State under the business name Gray State Universe LLC using attorney Gregory Perlberg in Minneapolis. Tuesday, May 12th, Voices for 9/11 Truth episode airs on the internet. Dan Hennon and Mike Soror discuss the Crowley case. Saturday, May 30th, 2015. This was Sidra and Vinny's original wedding date. Comel Crowley was to be Sidra's matron of honor. This wedding date now gets postponed in the aftermath of the crimes. Thursday, June 18th, 2015. A Crowley case discussion takes place on YouTube. Monday, August 3. AT&T runs cell phone reports for the Crowley family as part of their investigation. Wednesday, August 5th. The latent print division of the BCA reports that the palm print on the gun and fingerprint on the magazine is not conclusive as to David Crowley. In fact, there are no matches. Exams were completed with one exception, the indented writing analysis, and BCA asked if Apple Valley Police Department wanted it completed Detective Bone said to lead agent Cooksley, "No, quote, not at this time." Thursday, August 6th. Randy's birthday. She would have turned 6. Would have been her golden birthday. Also on this day, allegedly, now this is allegedly, David's mother, Kate, decides to go to the medical examiner's office to see in person the medical examiner's report on David, Comel, and Randy, possibly even to speak with Dr. Jessica Lelinski about the case. This is not confirmed. Friday, August 7th, Dan Hennon calls Anju Malam to discuss his thoughts on the case, but no one answers. Dr. Jessica Lelinski's last day of employment with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. It still isn't known why she left. At 4:45 p.m., Anju Malam calls Dan Hennon and they speak for 35 minutes on the phone about the case. Mr. Hennon offers to help raise funds if Mr. Alam wants to hire a lawyer. Saturday, August 8th, 2015. Family, friends, and the boyfriend of Kate Crowley cannot reach her. Sunday, August 9th. David Crowley's mother, Kate Crowley, found dead in her outside of her Owatonna, Minnesota home. No reason is provided. She was 51. Thursday, August 13th. Another Crowley case discussion broadcasted on YouTube. Monday, August 17th, 2015. Dr. Jessica Lelinski begins her new job for the Milwaukee County as an assistant medical examiner. Tuesday, October 13th, 2015. Apple Valley Police Department removes a review on their Facebook page written by Dan Hennon. The review was a 1 star out of 5 possibility and was fairly written. No reason was given as to why it was removed from the Facebook. Thursday, November 12th, 2015. Email correspondence between Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon and Apple Valley Police Department Captain John Bermel. Wednesday, December 30th. Email correspondence between Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon and Captain John Bermel. Monday, January 4th, 10:30 a.m. Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon meets with Captain John Bermel to review the data in his case. Wednesday, January 6th, at 11:09 a.m., Officer Brian Bone emails an unknown photo to Fox 9's Tom Lydon that Mr. Lydon requested. Later that day, Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon interviews Mason Hendricks and Chris Peck. Sunday, January 10th, the Fox 9 Investigators segment airs on television. It features the Allah Akbar written in blood on the wall, the Quran open on the floor, and the message, "Submit to Allah now," quote. This is the first time the general public is made aware of these facts. It's 51 weeks after the bodies were found that this became known. Tuesday, January 12th, another Crowley case discussion takes place on YouTube. Sunday, January 17th, People.com publishes a lead story about the Crowley case. Monday, January 18th, Crowley case discussion takes place on YouTube. Thursday, February 18th, Spitfire and the Sentinels show features Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez Jr. Part 1. Friday, February 19th, 2016. A cousin of the Crowley family comes forward with allegations of sexual abuse of multiple young boys perpetrated by Dan Crowley Jr. while in high school at a church camp. Later that night, Spitfire and the Sentinel show features Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez Jr. interview, Part 2. Saturday, February 20th, 2016, Detective Brian Bone is named Apple Valley Police Department's Officer of the Year for the year 2015. Detectives Tara Becker and John Broughton received Department Award of Merit for 2015 for their work on the Crowley case. And the entire Apple Valley detective team is recognized with the Department Award of Merit for 2015 for their work on the Crowley case. Tuesday, March 8th, 2016, Mason Hendricks posts on social media that he is in Costa Rica. Monday, March 14th, 2016, a screenshot surfaces that shows someone was active on David Crowley's personal Facebook Messenger account. This image screenshot was saved. Wednesday, March 16th, Greg Fernandez Jr. sends a list of 21 questions regarding the case to lead investigator James Gummert from the Apple Valley Police Department. Friday, March 18th, Judy Prochnow gets banned from the Justice for David Crowley and Gray State Facebook page. Wednesday, March 23rd, Minneapolis-St. Paul publication called City Pages features a cover story about the Crowley case written by Corey Zarowski. Tuesday, April 5th, 2016, Alec Wilkinson and Mason Hendricks go through the Crowley home. Mr. Wilkinson is a journalist for the New Yorker magazine. He plans on writing an article about the case. April 9th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. April 16th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. April 30, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. May 4th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Tuesday, May 10th, Officer James Gumbert sends a response to Greg Fernandez Jr. and answers his 21 questions. Monday, May 16th, 2016. Dan Hennon meets Detective James Gummert at the Apple Valley Police Department, and they discuss the case. Mr. Gummert explains that Fox 9 investigators received all the photos as a result of an administrative error. Basically saying that they received everything in error. They should have received a normal CD with the pictures and the reports, but for some reason, due to a glitch, they got everything. Unfiltered, uncensored. And that's how it all came about on the Tom Lydon investigation for Fox 9 News. May 16th, Crowley case discussion on YouTube. Friday, May 27th, Apple Valley Police Department records technician Bev Grove retires after 27 years of service. She was the desk receptionist when Dan Hennon picked up his CDs from various FOIA requests. Tuesday, May 31st, Apple Valley Police Department officer Detective John Broughton retires after 27 years of service. He was the primary officer in the Crowley case and was the officer that first noticed that the rear slider was unlocked and slightly ajar. He retires. Friday, June 3, 2016. Documentary filmmaker Eric Nelson arrives in the Twin Cities to interview subjects. He is known for his movie The Grizzly Man. Saturday, June 4th. Film crew arrives in Chaska, Minnesota to interview Dan Hennon. Allegedly, Chris Peck was the audio tech on site. Crowley case discussion via YouTube was done that day. A portion of it was shown in the Gray State documentary. Documentary film crew then interviews Judy and Colin Prochnow in Apple Valley, Minnesota. And documentary film crews interview Greg Fernandez Jr. in California. Thursday, June 9, Gary Swanson retires from the Minnesota BCA. He worked the Crowley case as a senior special agent. Saturday, June 11th, documentary film crews interview Anjum Alam and his daughter Sidra in a hotel in Texas. Monday, June 20th. Dan Henner receives a FOIA request response from the Apple Valley Police Department saying, "Per our city attorney, we have released all that has been approved to be released for this case," unquote. June 28, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Saturday, August 6th, 2016, Randy's birthday. She would have turned 7. First week of August, Sidra gives birth to her new daughter. She would have been Randy's first cousin. Her original due date was Randy's birthday, for Sidra's baby. I think she was born a couple days afterwards. Thursday, August 18th, 2016, Dan Crowley Jr. makes a post on the Justice for David Crowley and Gray State Facebook page that says, "Keep up the good work, sleuths," unquote. Saturday, September 17th, 2016, Allison Crowley gets married to Suzanne Gold. It's David's brother, Allison. Monday, December 5th, 2016, the Crowley case is discussed on the Ocelli Report internet show hosted by Chuck Ocelli and Barry Prince. Dan Hennon is interviewed. December 16th, Crowley case discussion, published on YouTube. January 7th, 2017, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. January 17th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Tuesday, January 31st, 2017, Sidra Alam announces on Facebook that she's selling the 2010 Acura TL. Friday, February 3rd, Dan Hennon files a FOIA request with the Minnesota State BCA. Friday, February 10th, Dan Hennon files FOIA request with the Apple Valley Police Department. This time he requests information on 2 phone calls made to police on October 19th of 2014, the day of Sidra and Vinny's visit to Crowley's, and on 1/19/15. The folks were in the house on the 19th of January of 2015. Saturday, February 18th of the year 2017, Anjum Alam is sent a link of the rough cut of the documentary by Eric Nelson so he could view it. He watches it with his daughter Sidra. Mr. Alam does not like the direction that Eric Nelson is taking the documentary. He wants all his footage removed along with his daughter Sidra's interview footage before the film is released. February 22nd, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Thursday, February 23rd, the Crowley home property is purchased by a company called Neighborhood Rehabilitation. Their intent is to remodel it and sell it. Previously was owned, after it went into foreclosure, it was owned by the Secretary of Veteran Affairs, their Texas office. Monday, February 17th, 2017. Dan Hennon hears back from the Minnesota BCA regarding his FOIA request that they are still working on it. Thursday, March 2nd, Tribeca Film Festival 2017 announces The Gray State, a film by Eric Nelson, will be premiered during the events in April. It's classified under the Spotlight Documentary category. Later that day, another Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. March 4th, another Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. Thursday, March 9, Dan Hennon files FOIA requests with the Apple Valley Police Department requesting additional information regarding an email from Detective Bone to Fox 9's Tom Lydon. Monday, March 13th, 2017, Dan Hennon contacts Minnesota BCA to ask for the status on his FOIA request. Friday, March 17th, Dan Hennon files FOIA request with Hennepin County Medical Examiner, requesting the coroner's report on the 3 Crowley bodies. Friday, March 24th, 2017, Greg Fernandez Jr. and Judy Prochnow record a live conference call to discuss the case. This goes 3 hours long. March 25th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. March 27th, Dan Hennon sends a follow-up message to Hennepin County Medical Examiner, as it was now due today. March 28th, Dan Hennon sends a follow-up message to the Minnesota BCA asking about status on the FOIA request back from February 3rd. March 31st, Dan receives the FOIA data from the Minnesota BCA. April 1st, Dan receives the FOIA data from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. And now we get to Monday, April 3rd, 2017. The New Yorker magazine publishes a feature article called Death of a Dystopian, written by Alec Wilkinson. April 6th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. April 20th, 2017, the Tribeca Film Festival in New York City, a Gray State documentary is shown. Saturday, June 24th, Nantucket Film Festival shows a Gray State. Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, the Crowley home property goes on the market after the renovation is now complete. August 3rd, Melbourne Film Festival begins in Australia. A Gray State documentary is shown. Thursday, September 21st, 2017, the Walker Arts Center in Minneapolis shows a Gray State documentary. Director Eric Nelson appears afterwards for a Q&A session. September 29th, Milwaukee Film Festival, a Gray State documentary is shown. October 9, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. Friday, October 13th, 2017, Dan Hennon is interviewed about the Crowley case on No Lies Radio with Kevin Barrett. October 21st, Crowley case discussion video, broadcast on YouTube. October 24th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. October 26th, Dan Hennon publishes his audio interview with Mike Boggio III. Mr. Boggio is the president of Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. Mr. Boggio confirms that they did have an active deal with David Crowley. Friday, October 27th, Danny August Mason accepts the challenge for a debate with Greg Fernandez Jr. regarding the case. Several hours later, Mr. Mason backs out. November 3rd, 2017, Variety.com publishes a film review on Gray State. Saturday, November 4th, Roger Ebert publishes his film review on A Gray State. November 5th, St. Louis International Film Festival shows A Gray State. November 9th, the Stockholm Film Festival shows A Gray State. This film was nominated for a Bronze Horse Award for the category called Best Documentary. November 15th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. December 8th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. December 9th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. December 11th, Monday night, A&E Network airs the documentary A Gray State. December 18th, Sean Wright posts a long rant on the Justice for David Crowley and Grace State Facebook page. Monday, December 25th, 2017, Christmas. A Grace State documentary is released on Netflix. December 28th, Greg Fernandez Jr. broadcasts his thoughts on the documentary A Grace State while viewing the film for the very first time. December 29th, the case is discussed on an episode of Road Warrior Radio with Chris Hinckley, Dan Hennon, and Greg Fernandez Jr. January 5th, 2018, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. January 9th, Mason Hendricks appears on the radio interview episode called Our Norwegian Horse. Friday, January 19th, Dan Hennon posts a current photo of the Crowley dog named Paleo, provided to him from the dog's owner. It is reported that he's happy and in good spirits. He's back living with his original family. Wednesday, February 7th of 2018, Facebook group member Sadie Bradham posts the following files to the Justice page: AT&T phone bills, DNA test results, autopsy results. She receives these via a FOIA request. Friday, February 16th, the Crowley home property is purchased by new owners. February 20, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. February 22nd, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. February 28th, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. March 10th, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. Friday, March 27th, 2018, Dan Crowley Sr. mails the remains of Randy Crowley down to Texas so they can have a service with Randy and Comel together. They were sitting in possession of Dan Crowley Sr. the entire time for those 3 years. Tuesday, April 3rd, 2018. Catherine Michelle interviews Dr. Leon Kelly, a forensic pathologist employed by the El Paso County Coroner's Office. He reveals that the dead bodies were there only 1 week. Thursday, April 5th, Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez Jr. interview a professional behaviorist named Russell and publish it on YouTube. April 15th, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. Friday, April 20th, a psychic medium from Texas provides details on the case. Notes are released on Facebook as a PDF file. April 21st, Dan Hennon does a YouTube video summarizing the medium named Katrina's findings and includes updates from a recent visit that she had from Ranny. Ranny's comment there was that she knew the killer. Sunday, April 29th, a new updated timeline of events is published. Thursday, May 10th, 2018, Justice Page member Christy Hudson suffers a serious heart attack. And Thursday, May 17th, 2018, this broadcast right now. So that gives us 40 months since the bodies were discovered that we've been covering this. And where we stand as of today, I put together a summary. As of today, as of May 16th, here's what we know. Ranny, her right arm was missing. It was removed at the socket. This is not something a dog could have done. And she had a broken rib number 3 under her armpit, possibly cracked when a human foot pressed against it to pull off the arm. Now we go to Comel. Comel's nuclear DNA was found on 3 bullets. Means she was shot 3 times, not twice as originally thought, and both of her hands are missing. David, no nuclear DNA found on any of the bullets recovered at the scene, and his right hand was missing. So David's, there was touch DNA found on the attic bullet, which means that it would have been something that he would have handled while loading that magazine or that cartridge or that weapon. But there was no flesh, no blood, flesh, or tissue on that bullet fragment found in the attic. So of the bullets found recovered at the scene, none of them were the kill shot that killed David Crowley. Paleo, the family dog, looked thin and weak. We knew this from the police report, but it probably hadn't eaten in roughly a week, not 3 weeks as originally thought. That dog would have been in very rough shape after 3 weeks of no food and no access to water once that toilet water was gone. It does appear, though, by looking at the picture of Paleo at the hospital, that it would be possible and probable that he hadn't eaten in a matter of a week. He did look thin and weak, but so if the bodies were there, something happened for 2 weeks. We don't know if they were kidnapped or held hostage, but if the dead bodies were only there for a maximum of 1 week, this means that the dog was fed and watered for those 2 weeks in between as well, and so it was malnourished for just a portion of that last week. So what we've got in summary at the very bottom, items missing from the scene was 1 arm, 3 hands, and a bullet. Now some could argue that the dog ate these things. Some can argue that the dog couldn't have eaten the bullet, and some could argue that the dog didn't eat the entire arm. Evidence did show that there was scavenging done on the bodies. So the dog probably ate some fleshy parts of the bodies, but very unlikely that he ate the entire arm and 3 of these hands and a bullet from a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullet. Please leave your comments below at the bottom, and if there's anything I missed or anything that was incorrect or needed to be added, please let me know. Thanks for listening.
Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle, and I want to preface this by saying we're going to be covering some sensitive material, and it's not going to be appropriate for all audiences. So if you are under the age of 18 or you get squeamish and don't want to hear about medical terms, then you need to not watch the video. Okay, today we are going to go over David Crowley's autopsy report. As you can see, I have multiple notes on this case, lots and lots of questions, things I've noticed that were irregular or didn't comply with what they were saying, and just a lot of things that brought attention to my brain. I'm like, well, wait a second, things don't make sense. So this might take a bit. First of all, we're going to go over with the gunshot wound. And also, I want to state that I know some people were saying that they were disagreeing with what Dr. Kelly was saying about how long the bodies had been present in the house. And I think we all need to step back and realize we are not experts. Unless you are an expert in this field and this is your job, it's best that you don't go around and post those comments publicly, because you're going to be shown to be wrong. And here's why. And I'm going to admit I don't understand everything, and I was just so grateful, because the more research I did on David's autopsy and the condition of his body, the more I realized Dr. Kelly was 100% correct. The bodies had not and were not laying there for anything longer than maybe, if it was a week, I'd be surprised, which was what he was saying. He was saying a few days to a week at most. Now, here's why. On the gunshot wound to David's head, and I know some people are saying there were 2 gunshot wounds and he was shot in the face and all this other stuff. Please, no speculation. Let's go with strictly what's in the reports. The reports say that the exit wound was on the left parietal side. So you see, it can't be a face wound. It can't be going through the face. So it was on the left parietal side, probably right about this direction. Right around there is the exit wound. And it states that early to moderate decomposition and evidence of animal scavenging. I have a huge problem with that in this report. And I'm not saying the dog didn't eat some of them. Okay, we'll continue. And then we're going to jump down to the external examination. The rest of these 2 parts are additional who was present and then how they identified his body. We don't need to go over that. Now, this says that the body is that of a well-developed man. It says lividity and rigor are absent. The body is cool or refrigerated. They had taken it out of the refrigerator. Okay, I have questions about why the lividity is absent. We know why rigor is absent. It disappears within 36 hours, I believe. Again, don't quote me. That's a rough guesstimate. Lividity, however, should still be there. I had one deputy coroner tell me that lividity goes away once a body is refrigerated, and then I had Dr. Kelly say, no, that's not true. It's always going to be there. And this is sending up huge red flags in my head. I mean, we've got bells and whistles going off all over. So I'm like, okay, the only other thing that could cause lividity to be gone, and since it states it's gone in all of them, I believe, but I'm going to stick with David. How it's absent in David is exsanguation. Thank you. In other words, that's when the body is bled out. Then lividity would not be present. So how did that happen? Did somebody bleed them? By taking the hand or smashing their head? Although I think the blood would still be in the body if they smashed their head, because the heart would then stop. But so it would have to happen before death. These are just thoughts going in my head. And then it states early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration. We've gone through all that. We've talked about that. But the points I'm going to be emphasizing through all of these sections is this one part. It says post-mortem animal scavenging is evidenced by the absence of the majority of the head and neck. And it says apart from the posterior calvarium and overlying scalp, posterior neck, skin and soft tissue and cervical spine, and absence of the right hand. And I think it's important to note how they worded this report. Now here they're saying animal scavenging is what took the hand, but let's keep going. It says the posterior scalp is intact with patchy brown hair. The abdomen is flat. However, you can clearly see in the photo that there's bloating. So I'm not sure what they mean by the abdomen being flat. And it states here that the left hand is sealed, the right hand is absent. Let's go on to the next one. And it talks then about the clothing and the personal effects. Talks about dark green to red stains are on the collar, sleeves, and middle to the left side of the shirt, which we've already talked about that part. That's where the bloodline, it's almost a straight line. It was really weird, only on the left side, which tells me, again, when that blood fell, he was on his left side. So, yeah, figure that one out. Now, we're going to go to the internal evidence. It says, examined separately from the body at the time of autopsy from the sealed brown paper bag labeled with bone fragments near 15-0366. These are bone fragments that were found near David. Here is, that shows that they're referring to him. That's why they sent him with him. They found these bone fragments next to his body. And it says what's in them are multiple fragments of bone and hair. A maxilla with well-preserved natural teeth showing no metallic restorations is present. Multiple 1.5 to 14.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragments articulate well with each other and with the remaining calvarium on the body of the decedent. Okay, now, think about this. If this head was ripped apart by a dog and eaten, are you thinking the bone fragments articulate means that they fit? They fit together, and then they fit with what's left of his skull. Okay, how is that possible if a dog is eating it? Think about it. And now, here's a part. A separate non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment has a rounded defect along one edge with apparent internal beveling. The remaining bone fragments are irregular and of unidentifiable origin or consistent with phalanges, fingers. And so that, so whose part of the skull was that? This is the remaining part shows an entrance wound. So a rounded defect with internal beveling is an entrance wound. Okay, whose entrance wound was that? Didn't belong to David. And with my note here, I'm asking, since fragments articulate well with each other in the calvarium on the body, where's the proof of animal scavenging? Would the bones articulate well if they had been chewed and eaten? No. No, they wouldn't. And I think most of us can figure that out. So how did these parts of the skull get removed from each other? How did they break away? If they're so small, these would have evidence of teeth marks in them to break them into these pieces. But yet they don't. It does not state that they can see dog teeth. It doesn't state that there's evidence of chewing on these bones at all. They're just small pieces that fit together. How did they become small pieces? I don't think the dog did it. And again, whose bone is that? Whose bone that has the entrance wound is that? I don't know. Not yet, anyway. So, and then we need to find out why, how come and why don't the rest of the bone fragments articulate? They don't go into enough information, enough detail. They don't tell us if they see anything on these bones at all. They're just saying that they're fragments and they're unidentifiable and that they're not consistent with phalanges. Did they do a test on them to even find out if they're human? Did they test to find out if they belong, who they belong to? Not from any of the reports I've seen. They just said, they're unidentifiable, we'll leave them, we don't know what they are. That is not investigating a death. That's not investigating a crime. Now, we're going to go to the gunshot wound of the head. It says, the underlying parietal skull shows a 1.8 by 1 centimeter ovoid defect with external beveling. So, associated injuries include radiating linear skull fractures and brown discoloration of the surrounding soft tissue of the scalp. The entrance gunshot wound site and trajectory are indeterminate due to absence of the majority of the head. No projectiles were found. Now, this tells me so far that they were only able to determine he was shot once in the head. And again, let's go back to some people are saying that they think he was shot maybe twice. We know Camille was shot twice. But from what I'm reading here, he was shot once. The exit wound is over here. Now, we're going to go to the internal examination. Now, pay attention to how they word this. The head. Absence of the brain, apart from scant liquefied material and majority of the skull due to animal scavenging is previously described. Neck. Absence of the skin, soft tissue, muscles, hyoid bone, etc. I'm not going to read you everything. Are absent due to animal scavenging. Musculoskeletal system. The skeletal systems are tan, pink, and soft. The bony skeleton apart from previously described The bony skeleton apart from previously described skull injuries and artifact due to animal scavenging is intact and normal. Okay? And then it discusses the body cavities. We'll go back to that. But let me find the other part. I'm reading this, and I am not seeing where it talks about the hand again. It is only mentioned once. Why? You know, I don't understand why it was only mentioned once at the very beginning. Yeah, and then that part at the beginning, it does not state that, oh, here we go. This is, okay, it states over here. The right hand is absent, and then it goes on to talk about all of that. And every other part, let me show you. Due to animal scavenging, due to animal scavenging, due to animal scavenging. Talks about the missing hand in this section. Not one mention of animal scavenging. So that tells me they don't think that the right hand was taken by an animal. Okay. Now we're going to go to the respiratory system, which I think is really important. We need to start understanding that. And the reason why I'm going to bring this up is because it really points to how long the bodies had been lying there. And under respiratory system, it says, sectioning reveals no mass lesions of areas of consolidation. The pulmonary parenchyma is red-brown to green and diffusely crepitant. And the pulmonary parenchyma, it's the part that makes up the, let me go back. Makes up a large portion of the alveoli. And the alveoli are the small air sacs in the lungs, and the crepitus is like a crackling sound. So these are small items, and so they couldn't have been dead for too long because the internal organs start to liquefy rather quickly, and these are obviously still intact where they can look and they can feel and they can hear, and so that tells you a lot. And it says that the tracheobronchial tree and pulmonary vasculature are unobstructed. Again, these are small things within between the lungs and on the lungs and inside the lungs. Actually inside, not on. And they can dissect these. They can take a look at them. So these organs are still intact. And again, that's an indication as to how long they had been dead. The cardiovascular system. The 230-gram heart is contained in an intact pericardial sac. Pericardial sac is a very thin membrane that surrounds the heart. The coronary arterial distribution is normal and right dominant. Cross sections of the vessel show no significant atherosclerosis. The myocardium is tan brown and softened. The valve leaflets are thin and mobile. The arterial and ventricular septa are intact. The foramen ovale is sealed. The aorta shows no significant atherosclerosis and gives rise to 3 intact and patent arch vessels. They see everything in the heart. The entire part of the heart is there, and they can see it. They can touch it, and even the valves are still there. And on the liver and biliary system, section reveals no mass lesions. So again, on the liver, it's solid, it's still there. They can cut it. Let's see. Let's go on the pancreas. No mass lesions. Adrenals. No masses or areas of hemorrhage are identified. Now, the genitourinary system. The external surfaces are intact and smooth. The cut surfaces are red-brown with indistinct corticomedullary junctions. The pelvies are unremarkable and the ureters are normal and coarse in caliber. White bladder mucosa overlies an intact bladder wall. The bladder contains no urine. The prostate is normal in size with lobular tan-brown parenchyma. The seminal vesicles are unremarkable. The testes are free of mass lesions, contusions, or other abnormalities. Now, parenchyma, you're going to hear that a lot in the body. It's not just in one section or another, but it's just a part. It's a different type of tissue. And the fact that that's there and they can see it and they can cut these is telling you these bodies have not been lying there for very long. The gastrointestinal tract. The esophagus is intact and lined by gray-white partially otolized mucosa. And as you know, autolysis is the very first beginning part of decomposition. That's the first thing that happens. Autolysis is the breaking down of the tissues. It's kind of where the body kind of starts to eat the body itself by breaking it down. The stomach contains no food or medication. The gastric wall is intact. The duodenum, loops of small bowel, and colon are unremarkable. The appendix is present. Now, if the colon is there, which if I remember my anatomy correctly, so don't quote me 100% on this, but I do believe that the intestines are one of the first things that decompose and break down due to all the bacteria that's naturally inside the colon. And here, it's intact and unremarkable. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. They can't see anything wrong with it. So again, to me, that indicates that they had not been there for maybe a week at most. Okay. And then they go on to state that representative tissue biopsies are submitted and retained. The dissected organs are returned to the body. So again, they're there. The whole body is there, the liver, the organs, and everything. So again, you know, where's the deceased, you know, and where is the proof that they were there for so long? And I was reading in this book. I was reading this book called Forensic Science by Andrea Campbell, and this book called The Encyclopedia of Crime Scene Investigation, and this is by, I think they have multiple authors. Let's see, yeah, they do. Oh, Michael Newton, sorry about that. Here you go. Here's the book. Now, in this book, it talks about, and I'm going to go into this further in another video, but this one talks about crime scene investigation and how it should happen. And it says that, of course, a call comes in, dispatch then sends an officer, patrol officers visit, and then then next they call the detective. The detective then decides, do they need a medical examiner? And then if the medical examiner's there, they have the criminalist and other forensic experts respond to the scene. And then it says, here's what's very important to remember, which it goes back to what, if you guys watched the video that Dan and Greg did with Russell, here's what he said, and it states right here, because I know a few people are like going, how does he know what he's saying, and blah, blah, blah. Now, that was only by a few people. Most people were very receptive to what he said, and when I was reading this, it made me realize that this Russell knew what he was talking about. It says that the criminalists and other forensic experts respond to the scene when summoned by detectives, sketching, photographing, and/or videotaping evidence in situ. Now, however, by the time the forensics and the crime scene people got there, the police officers had already gone in and started taking pictures, were opening drawers and opening. They messed up the scene. That is huge, huge no-no. And here, in this book, Forensic Science. Now, everybody keeps going around saying, you know, your opinion, your opinion. What I tell you is not my opinion. It's based on fact and not only my experience, but from other information as well. And it says here, protection of the crime scene is crucial. A good officer heads a long list of don'ts. He or she will not touch, move, or alter anything. Use the telephone, flush the toilets, or run tap water. And again, we'll cover this more in another video, but we all know that the police officers were not only walking all around the backyard, they were closing the door before anybody got there, opening it again, they were opening up drawers and cabinets, they were walking around, and there's one in here, and I will cover that again in the next one, where it says that the only thing should be one officer. One officer goes in if it's an obvious death, which this was. They go in, one path in, one path out, and after that, when they determine it's been a murder and they need other specialists there, they are to secure the scene and not allow anybody, nobody, no officers, no people, nobody into the scene, because it contaminates the scene and everything. But in this case, you had multiple officers going through the entire house. They go in and they start taking video, and they start, well, I think, no, they took pictures, I believe. But again, they're opening things, they're doing stuff they have no business doing. One officer should have gone in, they checked, they cleared, and they should have gone right back out. They should have followed their path and then left. And they should have absolutely taken pictures of the backyard before they all started trampling through it. Right now we only have where they say that they saw animal tracks. What kind of animal? Was it a dog? Was it a cat? Was it something? Was it somebody else's dog? So right now, you don't know if somebody else brought another dog into the house. We have no proof of anything because they didn't do their job correctly. And again, when I'm looking and thinking about the fact that lividity is missing, the first thing that pops into my head is it's a rough day. Exsanguination. There we go. Exsanguination. God, I sound like a retard. Sorry about that. Was that a possibility? He had limbs missing. His hand was gone. Did they bleed out from that? And I believe in the other ones, they also had lividity missing. Why? Renaya had her arm gone. Camilla had both hands missing. Were they all bled out before they died? Is that why there's such a lack of blood when, some of the other injuries occurred? And we'll be going over that too in yet another video, where the blood is versus where the bodies are. You have a so-called footprint, and they're trying to footprint in blood. But if you go and you look at these photos, it doesn't look like a footprint. They look like handprints, like somebody's in a glove or something, and they kind of did this because there's like this much of a gap between the toe and the big toe and then the next toe in one of them. Now, I don't know who did that, an ape? Come on, give me a break. That was not a footprint. And it's only supposedly say this is the foot, and it's only like this section. You never see anything past that on any of these footprints. So were these people exsanguinated? Why is it that the bones don't articulate and the ones that do articulate show no evidence of animal scavenging? Now, how did they get in, again, how did they get into little pieces? If the dog didn't do it and they articulate well, how did they get into little pieces? Figure that one out. Again, bad investigation. Let's see. And again, they're saying that the abdomen is flat. We know that there's some bloating in David, so I don't know why they stated his abdomen was flat when it clearly was not. And again, the skull fragments. And the fact that there is crepitus in the pulmonary parenchyma and in the alveoli, that tells you that those are absolutely intact. Again, small things. They would obviously be decomposed. They would start to liquefy faster if the bodies had been there more than 10 days, more than 3 days. I'm thinking that even by 7 to 10 days, these parts of the bodies would actually probably be mostly liquefied by this point. But yet here they are able to actually slice them and see that everything is fine. They can cut them and feel them and look at them. Let's see, one last thing. I think, okay, you know what? I think that pretty much covers it. And this was just such an eye-opener. Also, on some of the photos, you'll see that the police officers took pictures of a newspaper that was lying in the trash can. And on that date was December 26th. Now, the bodies were found on January 17th. Where's the other newspapers? This is why so many of us think that this was a staged scene. Okay, before I get to that, let me jump back to this other point about the stages of decomposition, because I really want to mention this stuff about the staging of a scene. On the page in this is an online website. So I don't always take everything offline, because anybody can post anything online and call it an article, and unfortunately people believe it and read it. However, this is correlates with everything that doctors have told me, what I have read in actual books. So this is why I'm going to this particular site. This is from the Forensics Library under decomposition. And it says stages of decomposition. Fresh, 1 to 2 days. This stage begins almost instantly from the moment of death. The heart stops beating. Cells gradually lose their structural integrity and begin to break down, releasing cellular enzymes which break down cells and tissues in a process known as autolysis. That's important to know. This is fresh, 1 to 2 days, autolysis begins. However, internally bacteria within the gastrointestinal tract begin to digest the soft tissues of the organs. Throughout this stage, certain early post-mortem indicators may begin to occur, such as livor mortis, pooling of blood, rigor mortis, stiffening of the muscles, and algor mortis, which is the body temperature reduction. Bloated, 2 to 6 days. This stage of decomposition includes the first visible signs of decay, namely the inflation of the abdomen due to buildup of various gases produced by bacteria. Days 5 through 11. Okay, now if you remember looking at the bodies, David does start to have some bloat. Days 5 to 11, the previously inflated carcass now deflates and putrid internal gases are released. Now this is why I'm saying there's no way he could have been dead past, they could not have been dead past 10 days, because he's still at the beginning of the bloating phase, and that happens in 2 to 6 days. By days 5 to 11, the gases are released, the bloating goes down. And this is also important to note. Then fluids begin to drain from the corpse via any available orifice, particularly the nose and mouth. Well, obviously those are gone. The internal organs typically decompose in a particular order, starting with the intestines and ending with the prostate or uterus. So, okay, the intestines, like I said earlier, do decompose first. Post-decay, days 10 to 24. By the time the stage is reached, decomposition slows and most of the flesh has been stripped from the skeleton. Okay, so obviously they still have plenty of flesh. Nothing has been falling off. So they had to have been dead somewhere between 1 and 10 days. And now I know why Dr. Kelly was saying he was thinking more around 4 to 6 days. And he said at most a week to maybe 10 days, but he said nothing passed. He said there's no way that they've been there 3 weeks. Absolutely not. Because by day 24, that's 3 weeks and 3 days, the skin is falling off. It's gone. So if they had been laying there for that length of time, there would be slippage. There would be skin coming off of the bones. And none of that. The autopsy report does not state slippage. So I felt that was extremely important to note. Now back to the inconsistencies of the dates. So bodies are found January 17th. The newspaper that they found in there was December 26th. And the bodies obviously had only been lying there for at most 7 to 10 days. At the very most. None of that adds up. Not one bit. So that screams to me staging. Absolute staging, and very poor staging at that. I also have I've been doing a lot of research on handwriting. And this actually is going to turn into a lot longer than what I thought, so I decided I would go ahead and do a complete video on just the handwriting. And I'm not going to show you real close. I just want you to know this is the notes. This is the one where it says, supposedly it says, submit to Allah now, written by David, quote unquote David. This is David's actual handwriting. And Danny's handwriting. And we will compare David's handwriting and Danny's handwriting to the note. That one is quite interesting. So I'm not naming names, so please don't go around and write some more nasty comments. And I'm just saying that, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And when I get more information, when I get more proof as I'm doing this, like I said, the more I see this and the more I research, names are coming into play. And yes, I mean names. Right now, it seems there are at least 2, possibly 3 people that were involved in this, from what I can find. Again, I don't have any solid proof, so until I get to that point in my investigation, that is where my investigation is leading me. And until I get that, I'm not going to say anything more. I definitely have a list, not even just 3. I have a list of people that I'm going through. And as I go through, I'm like marking off their names. But right now, I don't have too many names marked off, so I don't have enough narrowed down. But once I get to that point, we'll take it from there at that stage. So to wrap it up, David's autopsy does not state in any, it states at the beginning that they see animal scavenging. But when it comes to the part where they're actually discussing the right hand that is missing, it does not say animal scavenging was noticed at all. But every other section of the body where there's injury, it does state animal scavenging. That caught my eye. So that tells me that they didn't see that on the hand, because otherwise they would have noted it. Other than at the very beginning when they just state that in a brief overall comment that animal scavenging was found on the body, and that would be in this section under external examination when they're including everything. But as they go through and they start breaking down, talking about the left hand and the right hand, animal scavenging not mentioned. Every other section, my papers. We're talking about the internal examination when you have the head, the neck, and the musculoskeletal system. All mention it. So why not mention it on the hand? So again, that just tells me that my interpretation of their initial writings was correct, that the hand is missing and gone, but not by the dog. So lots and lots to think about here. Why was lividity absent? How did that happen? Why did they call David's abdomen flat when there was obvious bloating? Unless by the time they actually got to the body, maybe it had gone flat. But in the pictures we see, there's bloating because that medical examiner took hours to show up to the scene, stayed 45 minutes and left. Again, we're going to cover that in the investigation section of my videos. So maybe by the time they got it, more hours of decay had happened. But, even though the police showed up and were taking photos when they shouldn't have, I think that's one part there. They screwed up a lot in moving and opening drawers and opening toilet lids when they had no right to do so. That was not their job. But they did us all a favor by taking a photo of that body showing that he was bloated. So even a mistake can turn around and help you out in the end. If you have any questions, again, just leave your comments at the bottom and ask them there, or I will leave my email address and you can write me questions there as well. And I will leave the names of these books, and so maybe you can pick them up in your library. And I will also leave the link to the article that I read talking about decomposition in the stages, because I think it's really important that everyone gets to understand the stages of decomp. Those who are sitting there and are insisting that those bodies were there for 3 weeks, you are wrong. Go back and study. I don't care what you think you know. I don't care what you think you've read. Decomp happens in a particular stage. It cannot change. It's not like, okay, skin will fall off and then you have bloating. It doesn't happen like that. It happens in a particular way. And by that, and scientifically, in how those bodies were found, and the description of not only in the photos, but in their autopsy reports, tells you that those bodies were there for a very short period of time. Okay, hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope this made more sense than what it sounds like in my head. I think I was rambling because after reading this and starting to highlight, I literally was just like pacing the floor going, oh my God, this is so screwed up. This is so wrong. This is so wrong. How could they say he did this? And again, I'm going to try to do more research on why the lividity is absent. And again, the only reason that I could find so far that would be absent is if they were all bled, if he was bled. And I'll go through each one. Did somebody bleed them out? Did they cut off their hand and did they die due to blood loss? And then did they shoot them in the head? There's so many things that are possibilities right now. And the fact that this case was closed and it was determined a murder-suicide within 2 days is appalling. It's disgusting and it's disturbing. I have more questions than any answers I've ever found. They didn't bother to find out, why is there no lividity? Where did the hand go? Why didn't they test anything in the dog? The only thing they did with the dog was put it into an animal hospital. And I've contacted this animal hospital, Palomino, I think is what it was, and they haven't even responded. All I did was ask what was the condition of the dog. That is not classified. It's not withheld information. What was the condition of the dog when it was brought to you? And they refused to answer. So, and again, that explains. There was somebody else who actually wrote a question on one of my other videos. I think it was Tuppy, Tuppy. And this person brought up an extremely, really good question. They're like, they didn't see the photos from the downstairs. They just saw the ones upstairs. And they're like, there's not enough dog feces laying around. There would be a lot more if the dog had been in the house for 3 weeks, which is true. But they also said, where's the dog urine? And I'm like, wait a second, that's a really good question. I hadn't thought about that. But they did. Nowhere does it mention dog urine, but we sure do see a lot of dog poop. So where did the dog pee? And we know that the food and the water were fresh. Again, that makes more sense with the bodies being there only right around 7 to 10 days. Okay, again, getting into another video. I want to save that for that video. There are a lot more things we're going to talk about. But thank you, Tuppy. That was a great question and something I'm going to definitely look into. And any other questions? Again, sorry for the rambling, but you guys have a great day. Keep those questions coming because I think the more we ask, the more we're going to see that this conclusion was not only rushed, but it's wrong. Like Russell said in the video previously, and I know I mentioned him in the video that Dan and Greg had posted, but I really see now why he said we need to concentrate on the how. It didn't make sense when I first heard it and I was listening to him, and even though he kept repeating it a lot, it didn't make sense until finally a couple of days later it just clicked. And I'm like, okay, now I understand. We have to figure out, how did the bodies get there? How did the lividity disappear? How is it that there's blood in certain areas but the bodies aren't there? How did those blood patterns end up in the way they did, where it looks like there's splatter versus droplets, and all in the same area? And so since he said that and I started looking more at the how, things are coming more clear in my brain. And it's making a lot more sense. And again, everything I'm, not only myself, but Dan Hennon, Greg Fernandez, everybody in the group, well, just about everybody in the group, and justice for David Crowley, I'm sorry, not Dan, David Crowley and his family, that Dan Hennon had put up. And all of those others out there on YouTube who were trying and screaming and saying injustice has been done. This was a rushed case. They came to a rushed conclusion. And the fact that a medical examiner didn't show up for at least 6 to 8, 10 hours after the call came in and then only stayed for 45 minutes. You've got 3 bodies there, 3, and he was in there and gone in 45 minutes. Now, I went on a call with a deputy coroner, and this was a known suspect. They had the person arrested. They knew what it was. It was a murder. And that deputy coroner stayed on scene, one person with everything known. They had it all wrapped up in a nice tight bow. The person, confessed. So, they had the weapon and everything. So it wasn't a big secret. But still, it took that person 3 hours of doing their investigative work for one person. 3 hours. And this was 45 minutes for 3 bodies in the Crowley case. Think about that. Have a great day. Hi, YouTube. It's Catherine Michelle. And I know it's been a while, but things have been kind of crazy here. Anyway, today we're going to go over Camille Crowley's autopsy report. And right now it just seems like after going over every, David's and I don't know how to pronounce the little girl's name, Rania, Rani. I don't want to butcher her name, but I have yet to hear how her name is pronounced. So anyway, the little girl's autopsy reports. They're all pretty much the same. What I will note is Camille did have 2 identified gunshot wounds. The entrances are left posterior parietal region, and it's left to right, front to back. So about like this. So it'd be like this direction. Animal scavenging and decomposition with marked disruption of the head, neck, and upper extremities. That was their final conclusion. Now, we're going to go over the actual report itself. On the preliminary examination, it says most of the head and the hands are missing. She reveals decompositional changes. There is extensive bloating, skin slippage, and discoloration of the body surfaces. And we'll talk about the type of skin slippage that they see here. It's not the type that is, where the actual skin itself starts coming off the bones. That's in later decomposition. By the time that type of slippage happens, organs are already liquefied and broken down. And as you will see, she has all of her organs intact. They say that wavy dark hair is recovered from the right sock and is placed in an evidence envelope. Oh, I forgot to preface this again. I am so sorry. This will be very descriptive reading of an autopsy report. So if you are under the age of 18 or squeamish, turn it off. Don't watch. There are large fragments that appear consistent with the skull. Many of the fragments reveal linear appearance consistent with fragmented fingers. Okay, the bag contains multiple commingled bony fragments, including a portion of dark wavy hair and white cotton debris. Amongst this bony material are 2 mandibles, which I found interesting. So, obviously both mandibles are not hers. And then it goes on to talk about the clothing, which we're not going to go over. That's not important what she was wearing. What I will note about what they noted, what I will read about what they noted about her clothing is the pant leg. And it says the medial right pant leg is extensively frayed. These are soaked with decompositional fluid and apparent blood staining. So, as on the picture, when you only see the lower half of her, but you see her legs are spread, and the right leg on the back and the medial inner side. So inner portion of the leg, outer would be lateral, inner medial. So that you see a big tear in her pant leg there. And they did happen to mention that. Okay, now we're going to go to the external examination. The available body appears well nourished. Lividity and rigor are not discerned. Again, there we have this thing with the lividity not being discerned. We know why rigor wasn't. They were laying there for too long. Rigor had been already settled and gone away. The head consists of a portion of a skull which includes most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone. Okay, the occipital, this bone back here at the back of your head. And the parietal, again, this bone. So it has like this big section right here. You have the parietal and the occipital. That's what they found left. There is focal brown to red staining of the inner surface. The scalp is absent. Scalp. This is further described below. The neck is stable. Most of the anterior soft tissue is absent. The hyoid bone and laryngeal cartilages are not present. Now what I found interesting about this, okay, anterior, posterior, front and back. Now she is found lying face down. And that is written by several officers, and only one officer describes her being found slightly turned. But I think by that point the only thing I can assume is that they had lifted part of her body to see underneath, because the first few officers in there describe her totally prone. She's face down. Now, if she's face down and her head is down, and all of this damage was supposedly done by the dog after her death, and if she dies in this prone position, how does the dog get to her neck? How does he get to the larynx? How does he eat her face? Okay, start to think about these things, because how these are written and how it's coming out are not making sense. The chest is stable. Extending downward from the neck region onto the central chest is an area of discrete dark brown discoloration. The abdomen is protuberant. Now, if you notice that on David's, they said his abdomen was flat, but we have a photo that clearly shows he has a distended abdomen. And Rania, I hope I'm saying her name right. If I'm not, please forgive me, family. But she didn't seem to be as distended as the both of these. Now hers is used, it's not even called distended, it's called protuberant. So that tells you she's bloated pretty good. And she has no injury to the genital area. Okay, now the upper extremities are stable. The distal aspects terminate with the absence of the hands. Again, if you remember, proximal, distal. So everything's great. There's nothing wrong with her arms, with her shoulders. Everything works great. She's just missing her hands. The skin, soft tissue, and bony margins are irregular. The lower extremities are symmetric and stable, so everything's okay. The feet are complete. So that means that they're still attached. They're there. Nothing has been done to her feet. The posterior body surfaces are intact and described elsewhere. So again, you have the front of her body, the anterior section of her head and her face, which is missing, supposedly eaten by a dog, supposedly eaten by paleo. Now, I'm not saying a dog wasn't brought in. I still am beginning to wonder, with everything I'm reading, was another dog brought into this and then given free rein on the faces and heads? Because there's no way that paleo could get in there. If she's lying face down, at least this portion of her face would still be there. If she's laying this way or if she's laying this way, we don't know. They're not really showing exactly how she's laying. But especially if she was laying this way, her entire face would still be there. If she's laying this way, this whole part of her face would still be there. It's gone. So was another animal brought in to do some eating? Good question. And I find it interesting that both David's and Kamel's larynx is missing. Their hyoid bones are gone. How do you tell if someone has been strangled? You check the hyoid bone to see if it's been fractured. It's gone. So we don't know. We don't know if they were strangled. Their eyes are missing, so you can't see if there's petechiae. Again, not enough information to come to determine that David killed these people. If anything, it is showing you just by reading these reports, too much was missing. Yeah. So, we'll continue. Okay, entrance wound, gunshot wound to the head, lateral. Entrance wound. This is located at the edge of the remaining left parietal bone of the skull, 6 inches from the top of the shoulder and 1.5 inches left of the posterior midline. It consists of a 1.5 by 1 centimeter rounded inwardly beveled defect. Soot, powder, and stippling are not seen. Now in this one it's not seen, so I'm not even sure if did they do a test to even find gunshot residue? Highly doubtful. And linear fractures are associated from this, which is to be expected. The exit wound, indeterminate. Pathway, this extends into the skull and brain. Trajectory, left to right, front to back. No projectile were found. Now, gunshot wound, medial. I just noticed that. Lateral, being on the outside, medial, being toward the midline. This is also located at the edge of the remaining left parietal bone of the skull, 1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder and 1 inch left of the posterior midline. It consists of a rounded inwardly beveled defect. Soot, powder, and stippling are not seen. 1.5 inches from the shoulder? You don't even get to the head. You're still in the spinal region. Oh, wow. Okay. I think enough said on that one. Trajectory, left to right, front to back. How is that possible when it says this one is located in the remaining left parietal bone? The parietal is up here. The occipital is here. You have the cerebral column here. Shoulders are here. I'm sorry, but these are almost like reading a comedy, and it's not even funny because these people actually died, and it actually makes me very angry. 1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder and 1 inch left of the posterior midline. I'm sorry, but that is the cervical column. That is not the head. Left to right, front to back. Yeah, if I was a person that swears, trust me, there would be all kinds of colorful metaphors everywhere on this video. Internal examination. The body cavities contain small amounts of decompositional fluid. The organs are in the usual locations. Features of canine scavenging is described below. Head and central nervous system. The remaining portions of the head consist of the posterior skull. This includes the portions of the occipital bone and left parietal bone. There's no brain tissue. The bony and soft tissues margins are irregular, consistent with canine scavenging. Neck. The anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and laryngeal cartilages are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. All that remains is the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. Again, I ask you, how does a dog get to the front of the neck if she's lying on her face? Cardiovascular system. The heart is generally intact. I find that interesting. The right dominant coronary arteries are intact and free of stenosis. The myocardium has a uniform appearance. The chambers are dilated. The valves appear intact. The aorta is lined by intact linings. The arch vessels are unremarkable. So the heart is okay. And what they mean by the heart is generally intact is a good question. I have no idea what they mean by that. Respiratory system. The right and left lungs are good. The lung fields are free of consolidation. The tracheobronchial tree and pulmonary arteries are unobstructed. Again, these are relatively small portions of the lungs, and they're unobstructed. They can see them, they can feel them, they can touch them, they can cut them. Hepatobiliary system. The liver has an intact capsule. The parenchyma is soft and has a green discoloration. The gallbladder contains trace amounts of bile. The biliary tree appears intact. Again, small features are seen. The capsule the liver is in is intact. They are not decomposed. Endocrine system. The adrenal glands and pancreas are unremarkable beyond decomposition. So these show some decomp, whereas the others didn't really show any, if you remember correctly, on David's and the little girls. Did not have that wording. The gastrointestinal system. The esophagus is lined by a smooth otolized mucosa. The stomach contains approximately 10 grams of light tan uniform soft material. The remaining bowel is unremarkable to random inspection. The appendix is present. Now, if you remember, in the little girl's stomach, she also had a light tan fluid in her stomach, as well as undigested food particles. So that tells me that mother was killed before daughter, because she still and died relatively soon after she had eaten something, whatever this tan liquid was. Now the genitourinary system. The right and left kidneys are great. They're fine. The smooth cortices have uniform thickness, and the corticomedullary junctions are well demarcated. The medullae and collecting systems are intact. The bladder is empty. The uterus is free of products of conception. The proximal vaginal vault is unremarkable. In the musculoskeletal system, muscles are appropriate for bulk in the decedent's age. The margins of the distal upper extremities are described above. Injuries described above. The available skeleton appears well developed. Now, representative tissue biopsies are submitted in cassettes, and additional biopsies are retained in formalin, and the dissected organs are returned to the body. Same thing in every single one of them. I don't have anything else to add, except for that she appears to be a little further along in decomposition, not by much, could be hours, could be maybe half a day to, I don't think it was a whole day. It could be, but not likely. But she was obviously killed first because her decomp is a little further along. I wonder why they have two mandibles. Why didn't they find out where the other one went? And this is the thing that bothers me about all that. They find these bone fragments, and there's just a lack of lab work done, a lack of testing done. They gather stuff up and say, okay, this was by this person, send it to them. We don't know who it goes to, but oh well, put it with the body. It was there. Again, I can't even, I will not, I won't go into saying what I think, but the colorful metaphors are just flowing through my head right now. Again, my biggest thing with her autopsy, and this is going to be a short one because it's all the same thing. You come to the same conclusions. She has 2 gunshot wounds to the head. They try to describe one in the back of the head, which then turns around to be on the side of the head, left to right, front to back, but somehow it's going to be in the cervical section of the spine, but yet they say it's in the back of the head at the midline, 1 inch away from the posterior midline. Who wrote this? Oh, I have to see who did this. Mitchell Morey. This must have been what Dr. Kennedy was telling me when he said he thinks that Mitchell was in the learning phases. He's kind of going to school. So maybe I need to give this guy a break because he was trying. I'm assuming he was doing the best he could, but it was signed off by a Lauren W. Jackson, MD, reviewing pathologist. And Mitchell Morey was the assistant medical examiner, which means... let's see, what's her name? I know it's Lelinski. Let me get her first name. Jessica Lelinski is the deputy medical examiner. And so it looks like Mitchell kind of did this one on his own, did Kamel on his own, but the report wasn't signed off by the reviewing pathologist, so I'm not even sure if the pathologist even truly read this. Did he just sign his name? Because that is what it appears to me. Again, that is my take on it. That's my suspected view, because reading this doesn't make sense. So we'll close it up with doing a review. 2 gunshot wounds to the head. She has 2 mandibles. Just a minute, I'll be right back. Okay, I forgot to add in this one little part, so I'm going to toss it toward the beginning to let you know the difference. There's talking about the slippage. There's skin slippage where it actually starts coming off the bones, you know, where the skin is actually falling off, where you could glove somebody, meaning you could actually pull skin and hands off. And then there's the other type of slippage where the skin starts to separate itself from the separate layers. As you know, you have several layers of skin. That is the type of slippage that is seen in these autopsies, where the skin layers are separating themselves, not where it's coming off of the bones. So there will be slippage, but not the advanced type where skin is then coming off the bones. Hope that helps. Bye. Okay, and we're back. So to summarize, again, 2 gunshot wounds to her head, both on the left side. They're assuming exiting on the right. They have a bag of commingled body fragments. From what I can read in any of these reports, they did not try to figure out whose body parts and whose fragments belonged to whom. Belonged to whom. That's my frustration and anger coming out. I'm pretty hacked at this. They should have, at the very least, called in a forensic anthropologist to put this together, but they didn't. It looks to me like they have enough fragments of bone left that they probably could have gotten a pretty good idea of the trajectories, but they didn't even bother. My question to you, police officers and everybody else involved, why? What are you hiding? Because I refuse. You know, I refuse to believe you were that inept. I refuse to believe that, for a lack of a better word, you are stupid. You were officers. You were medical examiners. You were people who've been doing your job for a long time. So it leaves me with one question and one question only. What are you trying to hide? Who are you trying to cover up for? Because I'm telling you, this just makes no sense. Okay, go back. Full review right now. 2 gunshot wounds to the head. The medical examiner can't seem to determine if it's going to be in the cervical spine, or is it actually going to be in the occipital, or is it going to be in the parietal? It's written 3 different ways in this autopsy report. She's missing everything in the front. She's lying on her stomach, but yet she's missing the front of her head. They didn't even ask why. Lividity is absent. In her it's not discerned. In a couple of the others, David's, it was absent. Here it's not discerned, which means they can't see it. They didn't even bother to ask why or how did the blood go away. Where did the blood go? They don't care. Her abdomen is very distended, just like David's was distended, but which in the photo you can see it's distended, but in the autopsy report it calls it flat. Her upper extremities are stable and good, except for she's missing her hands. Now, the more I think about this, I don't think the dog could have gotten to it. How did they put this? I forget how they had. I'll get that in my next one, where the police actually describe how they found her hands. But either way, I believe she's laying on it like this, or like this. It's covered. There's no way a dog could take that hand off. Not from the position that they were in. Now here's something else you need to think about. The posterior body surfaces are intact. Now, the paleo supposedly ate the front that's lying on the floor, but didn't eat anything on the back or the exposed. She had a large portion of her right posterior thigh showing. There's no dog scavenging on that skin, which would be a whole lot easier to get to than that. And again, the little girl's abdomen completely exposed, not eaten. Her face exposed, not eaten. Why just David and Kamel? So, with that, I will leave it as that. All of her organs are intact. They're all, they were all able to be sliced and to be dissected and to take tissue samples. You can't take tissue samples from liquefied remains. These are actual tissue samples that were put in formalin. You don't put decomp fluid in formalin. So, just goes to show that, again, same with her as with David and the little girl. They have not and had not been dead for very long. Again, the stages of her decomp are a little further along, so I will stick with what I've been saying all along. I believe she was killed first, and then either David and then the little one. And I just pray to God the little one didn't see this. And my next video is actually going to go over the investigation, and also it's going to be time to start giving my my suspects. I'm not going to go around and say they did it, because that's defamation of character and that would be slander. I can't do that. It's not my place. However, I can say who I believe is a strong person of interest, and you're not going to like it, but ask me if I care, because you know what? I don't. Not one bit. I'm tired of your vulgarity. I'm tired of you thinking you can bully people online. Yeah, you get behind a keyboard and you're one real big mamma jamma, aren't you? Say it to my face. Come out here and do it to my face. I'm tired of all of you guys. Seriously. But we will start, and I will list why. By the reports, by the police reports, by your emails, by reports of others, what you've done online, what you're doing now with the Gray State movie. You disgust me, all of you, thinking you can do that movie and take over. You don't own that. That was David's work. But somehow he was managed to be silenced. You see behind me? You think this is a joke? You think we don't know what we're doing? You think we're just a bunch of, ragtag idiots? I forget what you called me, but trust me, I'll quote that in the next video. Not this. Right here, folks. Small section of what I'm doing. It lists everybody. I'm going over everything. Doing it the old-fashioned way. Means, motive, opportunity, and a lot of you have stuck your foot in it. So, yeah, I'm upset. I'm pretty angry right now. But we'll stick with Kamel's autopsy and hers being, again, they're all pretty much the same. Okay, I have to stop because I'm going on toward a whole nother subject. And for those of you who have issues with me, that's fine. Have issues. You know what? It's not about your opinion, and it's not about my opinion, and I don't care. Take that, instead of being frustrated with me, and if your so-called friend, if you truly are a friend of this guy, instead of fighting those of us who are proving that David didn't do this, by their own words, by these reports, by these, everything, the police reports, the pictures, everything. Do you see that? Every flag is something that is wrong. And that again, that's only half of this. Instead of telling us we're crazy and that we're stupid, and I won't call what else these wonderful things you tend to call us, why aren't you helping? If you're not helping, you're hindering. And if you're hindering, why? What are you hiding? Don't worry, we're finding it. And in some cases, we already have found it. So there. Yeah, I'm upset. So to the rest of you, I'm really sorry. But just sometimes, I read over these autopsies, and especially reviewing them this morning, and rereading them and going over and over and over everything and comparing them. And I cannot understand how either side of those families are not livid with anger over the injustice, the lies, the misdirections, and how even as so-called friends of just conveniently how you don't mind going online and going into movies and going on to, well, I don't know about movies, but well, I guess the so-called Gray State documentary, joke and a half. Not one of you, oh, maybe there was one. That's not true. There was one. And I will read what they had to say in the next video. But most of you are not only going along with the so-called final decision, but you are spewing it left and right when you know it's not true. It's a flat out lie. So, again, my question to you is why? With friends like you, who needs enemies? Okay, hi YouTube. Catherine Michelle here, and I want to preface this by saying this is probably not appropriate for everyone, so if you're under the age of 18, squeamish, or don't like to hear reports or interpretations or ideas or thoughts about autopsies, now would be a good time just to turn it off and don't watch. Okay, this is just going to be a preliminary examination of Renaya Crowley's autopsy report. Just let's see if we can get it so you can see. So it's Renaya, and I'm sure it's backward on your side, but however, this is what I'm going to be going through in my notes. What this states here is I have found a couple of inconsistencies, or maybe just one on the most part, with her report and the gunshot wound to her head. It says, it gives the path. At the entrance, it says right parietal scalp, and the path is the right parietal bone with internal beveling, means this is where the entrance wound is, and fractures. So it goes through the bone, the dura, which are the coverings, through the brain itself, through the dura again, which there would be on the other side because, you've got covering on that side as well, and then through the left temporal bone over here, with fractures. Of course, there are going to be fractures with a gunshot wound. And it says the exit is the left I'm sorry, I'm so sick right now. Left post-auricular scalp. It's been a while since I've done anatomy, so it might take me a second or two to get the pronunciation correct, which would be roughly about behind the left ear. Now, that's the first projection. However, when you go down a little bit further, it says the trajectory is leftward, downward, and backward. Now, how they do that and come up with it coming behind the ear, I guess it could be possible, depending on what part of the parietal bone, because the parietal is pretty big bone, depending on where that could be. But to me, so far, and again, this is just a preliminary, I've just been perusing. I haven't gone in and done a lot of in-depth yet, but I wanted to give you an update. So that could be an inconsistency, or it might not be. But what I find to be inconsistent with this gunshot wound to the head is it states that the range is indeterminate. Yet, it states over here, sorry, that's my coffee pot going off. Oh, what did I do with it? Okay. It says, this will be on page 4 of Renaya's autopsy report, under the heading called Gunshot Wound of the Head, Entrance. On the right parietal scalp, centered approximately 2.5 inches below the top of the head, maybe somewhere around here, 3.25 inches right of the anterior midline, so this would be anterior front, posterior back, and 2.75 inches from the right external auditory meatus, ear, is a gunshot wound consisting of a 0.9 by 0.7 centimeter round defect. Now here's where I find the inconsistency. The wound is surrounded by an approximately, okay, bad grammar, by an approximately 0.5 centimeter wide faint circular impression. No evidence of soot, stippling, or unburned gunpowder particles is on the skin or bones surrounding the wound. Now here it clearly states that there is a faint circular impression. So that has to be the muzzle impression. Nothing else makes sense. Yet on page 1, it says it's of indeterminate range. Now if they have a faint impression of the gun muzzle on her head, they have a pretty good idea of to what that range is. Now, I'm not a gun expert and I don't know. However, it had to be close enough to leave an impression on the scalp. So there's an inconsistency there that I found. Oops, my tag came off. I don't want to lose my tags. Let's see, there's another thing that I want to bring to your attention that I'm going to be looking into further. And this to me, again, states that Renaya was killed last by whoever did this, because underneath, I believe it's the same main title. Let's go back and check all of my, the report here. Okay. Well, that has to be internal. That's not external. So on page 6 of her report under gastrointestinal tract, it shows that the stomach contains approximately 80 milliliters of thick tan material with partially digested food fragments. Now, when I went through briefly scanning over Kamel's and David's, again, my last videos were just cursory. I looked at it. I saw a lot of stuff that didn't make sense, and I looked at the photo, and that's what those videos were about. This one, my next videos are going to be going through these reports, one report at a time, and this right now, again, is just the cursory overview. Now, this may or may not change. However, undigested food fragments were not found in either Kamel's or David's stomach. David's stomach was empty. However, Kamel's stomach did show the tan liquid as well, but everything else was digested. But as for Renaya's, there was still food in her stomach, undigested food. So, and then also another thing that we need to draw attention to would be, this is under the external examination on page 3 as well. It says early to moderate first paragraph under external examination. It says early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. Apparent canine scavenging is evidenced by absence of the right arm. To me, that is total assumption. They don't state anywhere in any of these reports that there are any visible signs of dog teeth marks. Anywhere. They said it's apparent canine scavenging, and now the evidence of that is because her arm is missing. I don't agree with that at all. I think that was a lazy man's way out. And then it states that the left sclera is white and the conjunctiva show no petechiae. So her left eye is fine. It's white. The white parts of her eyes are white, and no petechia would be the little dots, the broken blood vessels. So we know she wasn't strangled. Let's see. And it states here toward the last paragraph on that page 3, last paragraph. The right arm is absent. A 10 by 8 centimeter skin and soft tissue defect with jagged and tattered edges overlies the exposed glenoid fossa and lateral right 1st to 4th ribs. The lateral right 3rd rib is fractured. So lateral, again, to give you anatomy, where things are located. This would be midline. This is lateral. So off farther from the midline to the sides, that would be lateral, midline. Posterior, I'm sorry. Proximal and distal. Again, I'm not feeling well. I've been up for the last couple of nights. My grandson gave me his cold. So proximal is closest to when it's doing, limbs and stuff like that. You have proximal closest to, distal farthest away, midline closest to the mid-center of the body, lateral farther away. So when they're talking about that, there is the lateral right third rib is fractured. So you've got your first rib up underneath your collarbone, then you got your second and your third, so which would come probably right. So if you can imagine, somewhere about close to in the area of the armpit or right underneath there is where that fracture of that rib is located. The first thing that popped into my head, and it's really funny because Dan asked the same question to the group, is I'm now picturing, I've always believed by reading these reports that her arm was taken from her body. And now, after reading this in her report, it just solidifies to me that her arm was raised, maybe a foot or something, to put pressure on to try to rip that arm from her body. And the rib is only fractured, it's not completely broken, which tells me that probably there was an initial cut. This is what I'm saying. That's why I think her arm was cut / pulled, because to actually pull that arm from the body would take such tremendous force. Her rib would not just have been fractured, it would have been completely broken, because it would have taken a lot of pressure for someone to put a foot there while they're pulling. Anyway, that is where I'm at right now with Renaya's report. Again, please understand this is just my initial thorough perusing of her autopsy reports. And I will be comparing these findings with what they state with her mom and dad's report as well as what the police reports state. But so far, since her stomach had undigested food, David's stomach was empty. And it looked like maybe Camille and mom were eating similar food products before their death. David had not eaten at all. That just tells me, David died first, then Camille, and Renaya was saved for last. At least that is how I am interpreting so far these reports. Again, if you guys find any other inconsistencies, I'm going to do some more research about the gunshot entrance and exits. Maybe it can be downward, backward, but how it can go from a parietal. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out because again, the parietal bone is really huge. The this bone is not. The temporal skull is not as large. So. We'll keep this up and we'll keep looking, but it's coming to, and I'm really grateful for everybody on the group who's again throwing out some really good questions, and I hope to be talking to Dan and Greg if they can find time. There's some other issues that I want to go with over them before I put it out on YouTube or even mention anything on the page. So everybody keep looking and keep researching because everybody, even people who say they don't have much medical knowledge or even knowledge of how crime scenes go, everybody is starting to pick up on what is not right and conclusions are being drawn. And pretty soon I now see why Dan and Greg say this case will be solved. And again, we may not actually have a name. We may not be able to put a name, but we will get enough information and enough proof to prove David didn't do this. I mean, again, I will not back off from that. I don't see any proof of him doing this crime at all. So stay tuned and hang in there. And if you have any questions, I will leave my email again down below. Feel free to write or go to Dan Hennon's page, YouTube channel, and subscribe to him. And I think Greg also has a YouTube channel. It's Greg Fernandez Jr., Dan Hennon. And subscribe to their channels as well and ask them questions, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
They're gonna put me in the movies. about a man that's sad and lonely, and all I gotta do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star, might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie, then I know that you'll plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally. We'll make the scene about a man that's sad and lonely, and begging down upon his bended knee. I'll play the part, but I won't need rehearsing. All I'll have to do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star, might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie, but then I know that you will plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally.
On October 26, 2017, Dan Hinnon interviewed Mike Boggio III, president of Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. During the interview, Mr. Boggio discussed how he met David Crowley, the alleged $30 million deal, and when negotiations with the Gray State Project ended. Are you ready for this? Hello, Hollywood. Mike Boggio III met David Crowley through a mutual friend. The mutual friend connected us together, so we set up a meeting with David in California. I talked to David numerous times on the telephone prior to our first meeting, so that's how we got together. In May of 2014, David Crowley met with the Michael Entertainment Group in Los Angeles, California. It was a very promising project, Boggio told Hannon. David wrote the first go-around of the screenplay. We went through it thoroughly, made numerous changes, and advised David to make numerous changes. At first, we were taking it to the big screen, Boggio continued. And then, as we thought about it, we figured, how can we pack in all this information in a 2-hour or 2.5-hour film? Let's take it to television and have a series made out of it, which would have been a lot better for the concept of David's idea. Without specifically naming names, Mr. Boggio commented on the actors considered for the Gray State Project. We were talking about hiring some pretty substantial A-list actors to fulfill some of the roles in the project. 2 months earlier, on March 8, 2014, David had stated that Sean Stone wanted a role in the future project. Quote, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. Mike Boggio thought that David's version of Gray State would be a great A&E show. It'd be a great cable network television show that could spin off into a film. A&E is also where Eric Nelson's documentary was eventually released. David was always very mature, Boggio told Hannon, very professional, very kind and courteous and outgoing and excited. That's the key word. Mike called David's excitement about the project phenomenal. The original setting for the Gray State movie was in the Midwest Minnesota area, but MEG felt the movie setting needed to be nationwide, coast to coast, north to south. The $30 million deal. We were negotiating with David at the time, Mike Boggio told Dan Hinnon. We were talking about budgets for the film. We were talking about getting into production. Like I said, we had a list of A-list actors that I'm not going to even mention in this interview, and we talked about a $25 to $30 million budget. We could easily see the budget in this film being a $25 to $30 million budget. On May 23, 2014, David Crowley posted an update about the deal with Michael Entertainment Group. Quote, "It just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned within the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with the producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie." So there were negotiations, Boggio explained. We were actually trying to option a screenplay. When we option a screenplay, we option a screenplay for a certain amount of time. I think we were going for 24 months, if I remember right. And within that 24 months, we had to get into production with the film. Otherwise, the option goes back to David. So that's what our negotiations were with David at the time. Mr. Boggio then clarified, when we talk about $25 to $30 million, that's what we budgeted for the film project. That's what we budgeted for everything to do from start to finish. As far as MEG's last conversation with David went, according to Mike Boggio, it was sometime in September of 2014, and those negotiations continued until David died. We actually met face-to-face in Hollywood, Boggio relayed to Hennon, sat down right on Sunset Boulevard. Sometime in that time frame with David, David was out in California, flew out for the night, just to come to sit down with us to discuss the updates on the screenplay and discuss the concept and everything else. So that's when we sat down and he actually made a new trailer. We're sitting in there watching the trailer, and then we discuss, hey, let's think about taking this to television. And we gave him the reason why. You get picked up by a network, and it was just off the heels of Sons of Anarchy leaving that network. So we figured this could be a good spin-off for the network that Sons of Anarchy was on. And it would pick up a demographic of Sons of Anarchy. So we talked to him about numbers and statistics and discussed, if we take this to a series, then not only do you have a series, it can play out longer, then at the end of the series it can go to the big screen. And he was excited about it. He was open-minded about it and thought it was a great idea. So I don't know where the whole depression comes into play when it comes to regards to making Gray State Network. In the beginning of David Crowley's connection to MEG, we put out an offer to David to option the contract, said Boggio, which would have given him some money up front, and then we would have went and ran with the film project or the television project. David would have been a producer on the film, so he would have been paid to be a producer on the film. And then he would have reaped some of the benefits of whatever the film grossed. We all would have. David had an idea, and it was a very, very, very strong idea, and that's why we all got together. Asked about the allegations that David walked away from the project, or if MEG decided not to go forward with the project, Mike Boggio seemed to deny both allegations. We didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that, and I don't even know where those two ideas came from. Nothing to my knowledge. Again, we never told David to get lost. I tried contacting David after our September meeting or discussion. I tried contacting David for months to discuss things. I didn't hear from him or anything. So I was getting a little nervous myself. Not nervous for our business transactions. David and I became friends. Not only were we business acquaintances, but we became friends. I called him on the holidays and wished him a happy Thanksgiving to him and his family. I did that numerous times until I heard the very strange, disturbing news. So when Mike received news of David's death, he was in total shock. I didn't believe it. So Christmas comes, Boggio continued. December 2014, I guess it is, comes around. I called David on Christmas, around Christmas time, to wish him and Camille and the baby happy holidays. I went out of town for New Year's. When I got back, I called him to wish him a happy New Year, and then I still didn't hear anything. So I felt it was kind of weird. So I contacted a mutual friend that David and I both had and asked this person. Let me take a step backward. Prior to that, I called this person saying, man, I haven't heard from David in at least a month. Have you heard from him? He's like, nah, but it's the holidays. You guys got him in the studio writing. When he gets into that writing mode, he shuts down and he secludes himself and he just focuses on what he has to do. I'll run by and see him and see the family and see how things are going. And I'm like, all right, cool. So like another month goes by, and then after New Year's, after I left David a Happy New Year's message on his voicemail, I called this person and said, man, I still haven't heard from him. Did you go over there for the holidays? The mutual friend had not gone to David's house yet. And then like the next day, the guy calls me and says, did you hear? And when he told me, I was in total shock. Owning the Gray State franchise. Who owns the rights? Who owns them now? If the deal with MEG was only with David, where did Danny Mason fit in? I have no idea what David and Danny's deals were, said Boggio. I can't answer to that. We had nothing behind that. We didn't have anything to do with that whatsoever. We didn't advise David to do that, so I don't even know why. I know that was brought up when we were doing our interview with Eric Nelson, but other than that, I have no idea why David did that, to be honest with you. Dan Hinton then asked if the script still had value. Well, when all this transpired, Boggio answered, we backed away. We backed away because of all the conspiracy theories and everywhere else. For a long time, for at least over a year, we didn't even discuss it. We just figured it was too toxic to even be involved with. Whoever got involved, I know since then they've made something. I know there were a couple guys out there that contacted me saying, hey man, we made this thing, we want you to see it, what's your thoughts? We never even got involved. Then we had a conversation at least a year, if not a little longer than a year after David's death, with David's dad, and I think it was Danny Mason. I think it was. I can't remember for sure, but we had a conversation with them about picking this thing back up and running with it because as far as I remember, David's dad got the rights to the film. Or got the rights to David's estate. So he wanted to do something with it. We started talking with David's dad and then nothing ever transpired out of it. 4 months after the bodies were found, Dan informed Mike Boggio III, Danny Mason was already in process of getting the Gray State trademarked with an attorney. At the end of the interview, Mike Boggio made his view very clear. We always had a pleasant experience with David. We never saw any downside to David whatsoever. Very, very motivated young man. It was actually a pleasure working with David. He took all of our ideas and all of our thoughts and took them to heart and never balked about it whatsoever to us. If he did something on his own time or around someone else, we were never privy to that whatsoever. Please consider watching the full interview with Mike Boggio III posted here.
All right, that sounds good. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is October 26th, 2017, and I'm going to be interviewing Michael Boggio III, president at Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. Hello, Michael.
How are you today?
Good, good. Very good this morning. Glad to be able to get on the line and speak with you. You've got some important, I think, pieces of the puzzle that relate to this entire David Crowley case that has gotten very strange over the last couple of years. Not only the alleged murder-suicide, but the aftermath and everything else here that went along with it. But more importantly, Eric Nelson has made a documentary called A Gray State, and I would like to get your honest thoughts on the movie, on the documentary, and first and foremost, have you seen it?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay. And just for the listeners out there, the movie's is not out in theaters. It's not public yet. It has made its rounds through a series of film festivals and whatnot, and private screenings. But so you have not seen it, and now are you in the film?
We are. Yeah, my partner and myself are.
Okay.
We did an interview with Eric Nelson out in California at least a year and a half ago. So it's been quite a while.
Oh, I see. So 2015 roughly.
Yeah, I think it was July of 2015.
Okay. Yeah, they came out. They interviewed us, myself, in Minneapolis here, and that was June of 2016. So.
I was going to say it's 2016. We did.
Oh, okay.
July of 2016. Yeah.
Okay, good. So they made their rounds and they did that. How was that? How was that process, and what type of questions did they come up with?
They just asked us questions about our affiliation with the project and how we got involved with David and where it led to, and how long we knew David, how many meetings did we have with David, And pretty much what transpired during our relationship with David is what was discussed in the interview.
Okay, good. And also for the listeners out there, Michael Entertainment Group, or MEG, was founded in 2013. So, along with Michael O'Donnell was the other. David Crowley referred to you as the Mikes, and so that was, so you're roughly a fairly new company at the time, because you were in talks with David in the time frame of, I believe it was May through September of 2014. So this is a 1-year-old company at the time. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, between Mike and myself, we've been in the industry for a long time, and we decided to partner up together and start our own company. So that's how that transpired. So it's not like, I mean, yeah, we are a new startup company at the time, but we were both in the industry for many, many, many years.
Oh, very good, very good. And then how did, and so that interview was good. You felt that was good. You haven't seen obviously the final product, but
not yet. No.
Okay. How did David Crowley and the Gray State Project come into communication? How did you guys connect? Did you reach out to him, or did he reach out to you fellas?
We have a mutual friend, and the mutual friend connected us together. So we set up a meeting with David in California. I talked to David numerous times on the telephone prior to our first meeting. So that's how we got together.
Oh, perfect. And then it got to a point where David flew out there along with Kamel and met with you guys in May of 2014. And Mike O'Donnell wrote in I think it was the Dystopia article from Alec Wilkinson that he said, quote, "It was a roadmap for the next American Revolution." And then you had, your quote was, "This was our most promising project." Can you elaborate a little more on those two quotes?
Well, I can't speak for Mike O'Donnell, but I can speak for myself. I mean, it was a very promising project. David wrote the first go-around of the screenplay. We went through it thoroughly, made numerous changes, advised David to make numerous changes. And so it was a very promising project. At first we were taking it to the big screen, and then as we thought about it, we figured, how can we pack in all this information in a 2-hour or 2.5-hour film? Let's take it to television. Let's take it network and have a series made out of it, which would have been, a lot better for the concept of the idea of David's idea. So it was very promising. We were talking about hiring some pretty substantial A-list actors to fulfill some of the roles in the project. So, I mean, with the whole concept of David's idea and the idea of the show, and I mean, we just figured it was going to be a great film, or even a series on TV.
Yeah, that's what he was mentioning. It could have been a web series or a television.
We weren't going to take it to web series. I mean, web series that's kind of a different market.
Okay.
It's I mean, it depends on what you're considering web series, right? I mean, Netflix or something like that. Then yeah, we could take it to that. But web series normally is an 8 to 10 minute television show. That's it.
Yeah, there was another thing to clarify for some of those following the cases. In looking at the interview with that Mitch Heil came out with recently, and after he dropped off the project at the time, and he was more, and I think some of the other Gray State members were looking to get this movie done and focusing on a one-effort movie to focus on, whereas David Crowley was looking at this project more as a franchise, more of different outgrowths from it, and have it long-term deal with the documentary, the movie, the series, potentially. I mean, everything. I mean, it was the whole thing, and I think that's what kind of turned off Mitch Heil at that point, because he was like, let's just do this one thing and let's get it done. And David wanted to have this thing with many legs and kind of a lot of going in a lot of directions, and I think people were kind of potentially, and I'm not putting words in the mouth, but put off by that, because it almost was like David couldn't focus on what he wanted to get done first. Did you get that gist, I guess?
I never got that impression from David at all. He always, every myself, our ideas were, how do you pack the concept of this idea into a 2-hour film? I mean, it's virtually impossible. It would be so chopped up and so cut up. I mean, it could be done, obviously, right? They do it all the time in Hollywood. It could be done. However, we were looking at it from the long haul that, hey, you know what, this would be a great A&E show. It would be a great whatever, you know, cable network television show that could eventually spin off into a film.
Correct. Okay.
David's ideas, he had so many different ideas and so many different angles that this thing could have lasted on cable network.
Very good. So he was very professional, very business professional, and very mature for his age. I mean, for a young guy coming out doing all of this, did you find him to be very mature, or a loose cannon that didn't have his head in the right spot, and like that?
We never saw David as a loose cannon. David was always very mature, very professional, very kind and courteous, and outgoing and excited. That's the key word for me with that question is excited. The amount of excitement with him was, with regards to the project, was phenomenal. I mean, how he was in his personal life, I have no idea, because we never got to that point, right?
Yeah.
I talked to David numerous times on the telephone in between our meetings over that period of time, and he was always very professional and like I said, very excited. You know, when we sat down the first time after Mike and myself ran through the screenplay thoroughly, and gave him suggestions. Hey, for example, like the first go around of the screenplay was very centralized, and he had it centrally located, basically, if you will, in his territory, okay, in the Midwest. And we're like, well, no, because if this is the concept of what your movie, or what the movie's going to be, then you got to be nationwide, right? You got to be coast to coast, north to south. So he went back to work in the studio and started, implementing some changes with regards to some of our suggestions and discussions that we had with him.
So this was, I've got here my notes say that was May of 2014 that you first met. And then in September, David said that he wrote for 31 straight hours and then mailed the new script to LA, so it would arrive on September 17th, the same day as Mike O'Donnell's birthday. And he also included a Gray State poster in with the package because he spent a lot of time, like you said, with those suggestions, and then repackaging that and sending it out. And it alludes to me that he was very proud of this next package. He had his wife read through it, and they mailed it off. And how was that received from you and the other Mike?
You know what? I'm trying to remember that. Now I know, like for my birthday, he sent me same thing. He sent me some Gray State merchandise, and he sent me a poster, and he signed it. I actually have a studio at my house, and it's actually hanging on the wall in my studio at my home. I think he had a couple different versions of the screenplay. I know the last version that I got from him, he put it in a 3-ring binder with a cover and wrote a nice little note to me on the front page of it. And thanking us, and I mean, I still have that screenplay as well. So there was a few versions out there, but the last one we got, again, we were talking to him, and that's when we changed gears and decided that, hey, maybe this should go to television, this should go to cable network, because there's so much information we can pack into this thing that it would be better because it would get a longer run. So, and David was excited about that.
Yeah. Now, are you familiar with the quote from Jordan Page that came out saying that David and Gray State was in the middle of a $30 million deal from a company in Hollywood? Is that partially true? Is that half true? Is that Jordan Page was the musician in the?
Yeah, I know who Jordan is.
Okay, so he came out and said that, and he was criticized roundly for that. But I think a lot of people came back and says, you know what, I think he's got some of that right and partially right. He obviously wasn't lying, but it may have been just construed, because his quote on Facebook said the film was about to start production with a $30 million budget from a major Hollywood studio. So I've got multiple questions on that, but could you talk to that a little bit first? This is kind of ties into my first question for you, that you were kind of a startup, one-year-old company. Was it your firm that he was talking to as far as a major Hollywood studio, or is that another company?
I can't speak for Dave. I mean, I can't speak for that. I don't know if he was in talks with anybody else or not. But I'm going to tell you, we were in talks. I mean, we were negotiating with David at the time. We were talking about budgets for the film. We were talking about getting into production. Like I said, we had a list of A-list actors that I'm not going to even mention in this interview.
Correct.
We had a list of A-list actors that were potential for the movie, and we talked about a $25 to $30 million budget. We could easily see the budget of this film being a $25 to $30 million budget. So, and at the time all this was going down, we were negotiating back and forth with David and his lawyer. So, there were negotiations. We were actually trying to option the screenplay. And when we optioned the screenplay for a certain amount of time. I think we were going for 24 months, if I remember right. And within that 24 months, we had to get into production with the film.
Yep.
Otherwise, the option goes back to David. So that's what our negotiations were with David at the time.
Yeah, that was good. I think another quote that I saw on the internet, that someone did say that the project was, quote, greenlit, and they were working out the smaller details.
That's what we were doing. We were working out the smaller details.
Okay, so, and I got chastised pretty heavily on social media for saying that there was a deal, not a signed contract with signatures deal, but I'm an accountant by trade, and I've been in business my whole life, and so I think what it's safe to say is you probably had an agreement in principle and an oral agreement on a potential deal, but there was no contract that was signed, and I drew a lot of flack from that, because, and I agree that there was no contract signed, but you guys were going down that path with an agreement of some sort, right?
Correct.
Gotcha.
That's correct. As far as I know, we were the go-to guys for David. I mean, the discussions that we've had, within detail, the discussions we had, the conversations we had, the ideas that we had, and just from talking to David, like, I want you guys, but we were out looking for funding. We were doing all kinds of things as we were going through the whole contract process with David and his lawyer.
Yeah,
so,
and I agree that. Okay, go ahead.
All that was being done simultaneously.
Yep, and I think that, and David's lawyer, by the way, was Adam Gislason, and he was no longer at the company that he's had. He had since switched. I've reached out to him to get another interview as far as talking with David's, state of mind and things like that. But that is correct. It was Gislason that was working with David in the Gray State. And the other question that I think that you can help clear up is, when you're talking a $25-30 million budget, that is, to me, from a business standpoint, is how much a project would cost. People are taking that David signed a $30 million deal, therefore he was sitting on a check written to himself for $30 million, and he was rich. That is not, and never would be, the case. He would have gotten installment payments, correct, if this deal would have gone down to himself, or installments of some sort of a deal. But he was never at any time sitting on $25 to $30 million in his bank account ever, right?
Never.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's what. And when we talk about $25 to $30 million, that's what we budgeted for the film project. That's what we budgeted for everything to do from start to finish with the film project. So yeah, it was never, here, David, here's $25 or $30 million check, let's get moving on the project. That's never the case.
Yeah, and that's important to point out. I think it's an important point, because the film, if it gone out to the big screens, could have grossed 60, 70, 80, 90 million, but the cost or the expense of making and producing the film was what your number of 25 to 30 was really at. And that was the expense to hire and produce and to get the actors and actually, make. That would have been out-of-pocket expenses for the company. Okay, very good. Very good. Well, that really helps clear the air on some of that, because at the same time there was concern that David was depressed, didn't have money, bankrupt, and at the same time people were talking that know that he was rich, but he did spend many years making this, and he didn't have a full-time job per se, so those statements are also correct to some extent. And now I think you're correct that he wasn't working with any other companies. I think that he was focused on you guys and taking the changes and the suggestions that you offered to write his subsequent. It sounds like there was potentially up to 6 different versions of the script. So I think it's safe to say he wasn't working with anyone else, but that's just my opinion.
I agree with that. I mean, I agree with that. With the conversations we had, and yeah, I mean, he never let on to work with anybody else. It doesn't mean he wasn't talking to anybody else. I mean, just from my opinion and my thoughts here, that it's just like we were the go-to guys.
Yeah, and then on September 26th, David receives a response from Michael Entertainment Group saying that his script would be better suited for a TV series, and this was after it looks like Mike O'Donnell ran the cost of the project, and that's where he came up and said basically it's better suited for a TV series. And that's the last we really hear from communication from you three folks, and people think, or there's conjecture that this got David down, this got David depressed, and ultimately in the time frame where he started isolating himself and his family. How do you think that his response was to that TV series?
Well, we actually met face to face in Hollywood, sat down. I don't remember the name of the establishment we were at, but it was right on Sunset Boulevard. Sometime in that time frame with David was out in California, flew out for the night just to come sit down with us and discuss the updates on the screenplay and discuss concept and everything else. So, and that's when we sat down and he actually made a new trailer. We're sitting in there watching the trailer, and then we discussed, hey, let's think about taking this to television. And we gave the reasons why. I mean, it's you get picked up by a network. And it was just off the heels of Sons of Anarchy leaving the network.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And so we figured this could be a good spin-off for the network that Sons of Anarchy was on, and it would pick up the demographics of Sons of Anarchy. So, we talked to him about numbers and statistics and discussed, if we take this to series, then not only do you have a series, it can play out longer, then at the end of the series you go to big screen. And he was excited about it. He was open-minded about it and thought it was a great idea. So to sit there and say that, with the message from O'Donnell that we're gonna take this to network, the depression didn't play in one bit to that, as far as I know, because he was, like I said, when we discussed it, he was excited about it. He thought it was a great idea. And if we could follow through with that, then let's, and discuss it, and it's the right move, then we could go that route. So I don't know where the whole depression comes into play when it comes to regards to taking Gray State Network.
Yeah, I think that was, and that line, that narrative, I think, was injected into the story to help sell the official narrative that he was down and depressed when he was actually excited for this entire project, because at the same time he was working on his documentary called Gray State: The Rise, and he was going to release that on YouTube actually for free around Christmas time or the end of the year there in 2014, which was basically, he was putting the final finishing touches on that. Now, were you involved at all with the Gray State: The Rise, or did he mention and talk to you guys about that piece, or is that just an individual project that he was working on the side?
Yeah, we weren't involved with that at all. I mean, we knew he was doing it, he was talking about doing it, but we had no involvement with that whatsoever. And
so releasing a documentary like that, 2.5-hour documentary called The Rise, he was going to give it away essentially for free on YouTube just to get the message out, inform people, educate the public. And that kind of flies in the face of folks saying that David was doing all this for the money. He was out for the money. He was out to get rich. He was trying to make a boatload of money on all these projects. And that was not David's personality. Can you talk to that a little bit? He knew he was going to make some money on this, but he was not out there. He was more to get the message out and his script. Is that correct, or was he a gold digger per se in Hollywood, trying to hoping you guys would bite on this story so he could become a millionaire?
Well, I can't speak for what his thought process is, but I can tell you from my run-ins with David, money is always a factor. I don't care what you do in business, money's a factor, right? David's an artist. David was an artist through and through, period, okay? He had an artist mindset, and he had a belief in what he was doing, okay? And he did it for the love of what he was doing. However, in the back of your mind, you're always thinking about money. And we discussed money with David. I don't remember the parameters of what we discussed, but we discussed money with David. And David's from my recollection, David's first love was the art that he was performing. Okay? But there was always money as a factor. I mean, everybody's in business to make money. I'm not in business to give stuff away for free and, at the end of the day be, who I am. I mean, it's a matter of there's always a money factor. Now with our deal with David, I'm not going to discuss figures or anything like that, but our deal with David, we put out an offer to David to option the contract, which would have gave him some money up front, and then we would have went and ran with the film project or the television project. David would have been a producer on the film, so he would have been getting paid to be a producer on the film, and then he would have reaped some of the benefits of whatever the film grossed. We all would have. So that was the factor here, and it wasn't like David was a money-hungry, grabbing guy, and he was trying to weasel his way into Hollywood. David had an idea, and it was a very, very, very strong idea, and so that's why we all got together. But again, he did it for the love of the art, but also knowing that, hey, this could be a payday.
Correct. Oh, very good. That's all good information. Trying to get the listeners to this, kind of get their head around David's personality and his mentality, because a lot of that, in your talk right there, your description ties in with everyone that I've talked to. It aligns in with his personality. I never met David myself, never even spoke to him, so I started following this case after the bodies were found, but that's very much in alignment with what I've been hearing. The other concept that I'd like to square away with you guys from Michael Entertainment Group is there was conjecture that David, either the talks broke down and you guys cut him off, or David left, or David, quote, walked away, and the agreements just didn't work out. So it ultimately got down to there's two types of people out there following this case. They fall into two camps. One believed that Michael Entertainment Group essentially fired David or broke off the talks and says, screw you, get lost. Or David said, I know I got the offer, I'm all set to make big bucks. You know what, it's not for me because I want to run I do not want to be just a producer. I want to be the director on the film, and I don't want anything changed. I don't want anything altered with this script. Therefore, see you later. I'm going to move and part ways. Those are the two camps that we're dealing with, and if you could talk to that a little bit as far as what you think was more of the truth.
Neither one of them. Neither one of those even came into play when we were in discussions with David. And David knew he wasn't going to be the director. We discussed that early on with David because he wasn't a known director. So if we were going to go into this film with a $25 to $30 million budget, David couldn't be the director. We would have needed a top name director in the industry, which has clout. Okay, so and David knew that from day one, and David was fine with that. David was going to be actually an AD. We were going to make David the assistant to the director, and that's what we discussed with David. So we didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, or however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that, and I don't even know where those two ideas came from.
Yeah, I think there was
at least to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Again, we never told David to get lost.
Yeah, and I think.
I tried contacting David after our September meeting or discussion. I tried contacting David for months to discuss things with nothing. I mean, I didn't hear from him or anything, and so nervous myself, not nervous for our business transactions, but just nervous because I couldn't. I mean, listen, David and I became friends. Not only were we business acquaintances, but we became friends. So, you know, I mean, I called him on the holidays and wished him a happy Thanksgiving to him and the family, and you know, whatever. I mean, I did that numerous times until I heard the very, very disturbing news. You know, so.
Now, how was your how did you receive the news of this, and how did you process that after working so close and becoming friends with David?
I was in total shock. I didn't believe it.
And then,
I actually so Christmas comes, December 14, I guess it is, comes around. I called David on Christmas, around Christmas time, to wish him and Camilla and the baby happy holidays. I went out of town for New Year's. When I got back, I called him to wish him a happy New Year. And then I still didn't hear anything, so I felt it was kind of weird. So I contacted a mutual friend that David and I both had and asked this person, like, let me take a step backwards. Prior to that, I called this person saying, man, I haven't heard from David in like at least a month. Have you heard from him? He's like, no, but it's the holidays. You guys got him in the studio writing. He's been, you know, when he gets into that writing mode, he shuts down and he secludes himself and he just focuses on what he has to do. He goes, but as the holidays are coming up, I'll run by and see him and see the family and see how things are going. And I'm like, all right, cool. So like another month goes by, and then after New Year's, after I left David a Happy New Year message on this voicemail, I called this person and said, man, I still haven't heard from David. Did you go over to the holidays? He's like, no. And then like the next day, the guy calls me and says, did you hear? And when he told me, I was in total shock.
wow, because and you also knew Comel. She was out there for one or two of the visits also, and took a picture of you guys standing together. What was your thoughts on Comel?
I thought she was amazing. Her and I have a lot in common. She was a nutritionist, and I'm very heavily into nutrition and paleo and all that other stuff. And so her and I hit it off very, very well because we have the same interests. Right?
Okay.
So,
okay.
yeah, I mean, we had many great conversations about the whole paleo diet and nutrition and eating healthy and all that other stuff. So, I mean, we always had great conversations about that.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Was there any truth to David and Comel looking to buy a home or rent an apartment in L.A.? And if so, how close were they to doing it? Did they have a real estate agent or anything, or were you aware of that at all?
No, I was not aware of that at all.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. That came up in some discussions, and I thought you might be aware of that. And then, just in our last few minutes here, what was your thought when you found out that David's mother, Kate, died unexpectedly in August?
I didn't even know about that either at the time. I didn't know about that either.
Okay.
So, David never made mention of that. I mean, obviously, if I would have known that, we would have done something, sent flowers or something, but I had no idea about that.
Oh, well, no, she died after the bodies were found.
Oh, not prior.
No.
Okay. Yeah, you know what, I honestly don't remember.
Okay. It was about 8 months later, and she was, according to police reports, really the only person close in the family that questioned that the narrative of this going down that way. So people, including myself, thought it strange that she mysteriously died. We never did get an answer as to how she died. She was young, healthy, worked 2 jobs, and then just mysteriously died on her back patio one night. And so they found her body. So I don't want to get into the conspiracy side of that, but I find that very strange. But that was news to you then as well.
Yeah, that's news to me. You know what? I didn't even hear about it. Not that I can remember.
Now, at the end of, it looks like my last question here is more legal related with Adam Gislason, and you might be able to have some comment on this, being in the business. Now, David went to his main character star in the program, as Danny August Mason was his main actor, and wanted to get him out of the program, out of the copyright, out of any rights in the film, and so went to his lawyer Gislason to send Danny in an email, an attachment that just says, here you go, here's a form to sign to release your rights to this film. We're moving forward without you. And Danny never responded back to that. And then in December, around the 7th, David Crowley wrote back to Danny August Mason and says, what's the status on that? Have you signed that away, because I need to move forward, and we need to essentially for this project cut ties. Danny August Mason said that I need to run it by my lawyer before I sign anything, and I'll get back to you. And he never really did. So it was clear that we've got evidence that David wanted Danny out of the project. He never responded back. Is that a common thing with as far as signing away your rights? Because if David would have become wealthy and made this project, Danny would have been sitting on the sidelines with absolutely nothing. Is that a common thing, or how would someone take that if you were served with a paper like that, essentially, with essentially one of your friends working on it?
I have no idea what David and Danny's deals were. I can't answer to that. And we had nothing behind that. We didn't have anything to do with that whatsoever. We didn't invite David to do that, so I don't even know why. I know that was brought up when we were doing our interview with Eric Nelson, but other than that, I have no idea why David did that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So,
yeah, he was on the verge around the. It seems like the September-October time frame is when he was doing some house cleaning with the guys on his project. And I don't know if you knew any of the fellas there, and I'm not going to ask you that, but. He was cleaning house because he wanted to put together a new, quote, trustworthy team, and he was pulling away from everyone in his group, and I think that got spun into the media narrative that he was distancing himself and going into a deep depression and isolating himself, but really he was cutting ties with those closest to him because he didn't find them trustworthy, and I think that's what kind of leads into this whole when you get into the motive of the potential murders. He's sitting on this script. Whether David was alive or not, that script could have been budgeted for 25-30 million, and that was the value of it. That was the potential value of the script, whether David was involved with it or not. And if he was wiped out, knocked out of the way, someone else took it over, they would have been able to reap the benefits of this project. And so that's kind of the thinking that those of us have as far as a motive for this. And the only people I'm getting hit with hard as people against that theory is the people in the gray state. They're saying there was no deal, there was no value, the script was worthless, David wasn't working with anybody. And, so it comes into that whole means, motive, and opportunity that many think that it's actually the gray state members themselves had the potential greatest thing to gain if David was out of the picture. If the body was found and someone else came and presented you with the script, would it still be viable? Will it still be the same asset value, or was David the linchpin holding it all together?
well, when all this transpired, we backed away. We backed away because of all the conspiracy theories and everything else. We just, for a long time, for at least over a year, we didn't even discuss it. We just figured it was too toxic to even be involved with. So whoever got involved, I know since then they've made something. I know there were a couple guys out there that contacted me saying, hey man, we made this thing, we want you to see it, what's your thoughts? And we never even got involved. Then we had a conversation at least a year, if not a little longer than a year after David's death, with David's dad, and I think it was Danny Mason. I think it was. I can't remember for sure, but we had a conversation with them about picking this thing back up and running with it, because as far as I remember, David's dad got the rights to the film, or got the rights to David's estate. So
yeah.
He wanted to do something with it. So we started talking with David's dad, and then nothing ever transpired out of it.
Yeah, and it seems like I would bet that the other person would have been Danny August Mason, because 4 months after the bodies were found, Danny was already in process of getting the Gray State name trademarked with an attorney to get the the name and a phrase Gray State trademarked already. So he was moving forward with the project. So it must have been him, was what would be my guess.
Yeah, it must have been.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to let you go here, Mike. I thank you for your time, but do you have any other closing thoughts to wrap this up to help clear the air if there's anything out there that you can think of?
Not that I can think of. I mean, again, I'll reiterate myself, but we always had a pleasant experience with David. We never saw any downside to David whatsoever. Very, very motivated young man. It was actually a pleasure working with David. He took all of our ideas and all of our thoughts and took them to heart, and never balked about it whatsoever to us. So, I mean, if he did something on his own time or around someone else, we were never privy to it whatsoever. So.
Excellent. All right. Thanks. That makes sense. All right, Mike. Thanks for your time. That's I think it's very helpful information. I'll get this out so people can make their own conclusions from it, but at least have some basis from someone in the know, someone who worked closely with him in his last final months, and I think it's very, very helpful. So I can't say enough. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Thanks, Mike. Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Bye-bye.
Yep.
between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Hey everyone, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many, many more. I'm trying it out now and I love it so far. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. Come on, download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances?
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19th, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. And my closest ally in the search for the truth is Greg Fernandez Jr. Although Greg lives in California, and like me, has no connection to this case, he has been drawn to the bizarre nature of this case. On a personal trip to California in 2016 to conduct interviews relating to the Philip Marshall family murder case in Calaveras County, I was able to meet Greg personally, as we are researchers in that case as well. I was struck by the similarities of these two horrible cases. As Greg and I are both Christians, I'm grateful that our paths crossed. We conduct faith-based research on several unsolved crimes. I consider Greg a brother and feel honored that he asked me to write the foreword to this book. As an accountant by trade, My focus is on banking transactions and anomalies that come into play relating to means, motive, and opportunity of a crime. Who benefits? Why was the crime committed? My attention to detail is something I take pride in. I'm continually amazed with Greg's tenacity to dig deeper and find the real deep details. He asks the hard questions and is persistent. Greg's attention to detail is something he's been blessed with, and is a very important skill that makes this book stand out, in my opinion. The chapters Suspicious Activity, Chapter 9, and 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Chapter 11, are very interesting. The chapter Suspicious Activity is extremely significant, and to this day is the number one area where the law enforcement investigation fell short. The lack of follow-up on essential details was stunning. The fact that friends were in the Crowley home prior to the professional cleaning being completed is nothing short of astounding. Once the investigation ended, Greg summarized the remaining questions regarding the case that weren't answered in the police report. Greg's relationship with the lead investigator, Detective James Gummert, allowed these questions to be forwarded to the Apple Valley Police Department to be answered personally by Mr. Gummert. He took the time to answer the 21 questions, and that was appreciated by both of us. Regardless if we agree or disagree with the findings/conclusion, we were able to have a cordial, respectful dialogue with the AVPD. The Gray Stage book is a well-written, extremely well-researched book that doesn't answer the questions, but instead forces the reader to use critical thinking and challenges the reader to jump into this case with both feet. This book is more of a research tool and guide for those following the case, and leaves the conclusion up to the reader as to what may or may not have happened in the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Greg's straightforward approach and writing style make this a quick read, and one that could be accessed again and again during the reader's research. This is not a whodunit mystery book, but instead, it meticulously details the errors, missteps, and peculiar actions by family, friends, neighbors, law enforcement agencies, and various media outlets. Greg is careful not to point fingers, but accurately provides evidence why certain concerns are valid in a polite, respectful way. Greg has written many articles about this case, but he makes sure not to make this book a compilation of those articles. After poring over lab reports, ballistic reports, DNA analysis, and investigators' handwritten notes, Greg can pull tiny nuggets of useful information into the broader picture. Greg has appeared in numerous internet podcasts and radio shows relating to this case, and he and I are both interviewed and appear in the Netflix documentary A Gray State, produced by Eric Nelson. This book is a one-stop shop for all questions surrounding the case. The reason this case stands out is simple. It isn't a case that took place in the past, but a case that took place in real time on social media that evolved during and after the actual investigation was completed. This group uncovered Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal page that were hidden or removed after the bodies were found. We've tracked the dishonesty that family and friends were caught in the aftermath of this,
and have exposed inconsistencies in witness statements provided to police. Our ongoing investigation continues to this day that involves dozens of talented citizen investigators on various media platforms that could lead one day to the actual solving of this crime. Much has been done to get this story into the hands and minds of the general public, but to date, there hasn't been traction on a case that we feel is exceedingly important. Getting a book like this published is crucial to raising the awareness of this case. Greg wants the readers to share this material and the book itself with others. This book is not intended to collect dust on your bookshelf, but instead be a resource that can be utilized, marked up, and sections highlighted to use along your journey to find justice for David, Comel, and Rania Crowley. The index to this book alone is 10 pages and provides the sources for each piece of information provided in the book. The title, The Gray Stage, is a well thought out name for this book. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that multiple rooms in the Crowley house were staged following this triple homicide. The living room, office, bedroom, and bathroom show that pre-planning and care was taken to confuse and throw off detectives in this case. Crime scene staging is a physical manifestation of a person's imagination for how things should appear when trying to turn a murder case into a legitimate death scene, says criminologist and death investigation consultant Laura G. Tetler, who is also vice president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Although it is not clear who committed the crimes in that home, we do know that the scene was in fact overstaged. A mistake often made by amateur criminals, and this should have been picked up by seasoned investigators. Examples include leaving the marijuana on the bedroom dresser, leaving the Quran opened up on the living room floor, writing the Islamic words in English on the wall in blood, leaving an alleged suicide note typed on a computer with no signature, playing a 53-song playlist, playing on David's laptop in a loop in the background, using hollow point bullets for a suicide, removing the dog dish water and water bowls from the home, leaving the rear slider to the patio unlocked and slightly ajar in winter, and finally, taking body parts from the scene, resulting in some to believe that the dog ate them, was all far too much for one to consider plausible. I personally believe the ugly truth will come out one day regarding what really happened to this family, and this book is a big step in that direction. I thank you for reading The Gray Stage and urge each one of you to get this book into the hands of at least one other person. Dan Hennon, October 2019.
Hello and welcome. This is The Gray Stage new book written by Greg Fernandez Jr. It's a book, first of its kind, on the Crowley case in Minnesota. Today we're joined on the podcast by Stephanie, Sophia, Greg, and myself, Dan Hennon. We'll be going over the book in sequential order, in chronological order here. And tonight's episode is basically going to be chapter 1. We'll go through it in sequence and see where it leads us here with information and notable items here going through this book that we'll find interesting. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead?
According to Apple Valley Police reports, the last time anyone saw David Crowley alive was on Christmas Eve of 2014. Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., a neighbor across the street told authorities he and David looked at each other through their window. The neighbor, Brett Millay, did not see any activity at the Crowley house afterwards. Brett was going to close the blinds on the front of his residence, Detective Tommy Booth wrote in his report. When he looked out of the front window and saw David standing in the front window of David's residence, he said that they looked at each other and then Brett closed his shade while David had turned and walked away. Mr. Millay did not notice the Christmas presents on the front steps of the Crowley home until the day the bodies were found. Millay and his wife did not socialize with the Crowley family, but would exchange polite waves. A few days after speaking with Brett Millay and his wife, Officer Tara Becker reported, "I attempted contact at 1048 Ramsdale Drive to follow up with the Millays, but they were no longer at the residence."
When I was reading all of this stuff, it makes it seem like Brett lives directly across the street from David.
That's
right?
what I thought reading it, if he could see right across to the front window to see him standing there.
But it's totally off, and Brett's windows are really small, too. And this is supposed to happen between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
And this is Dan, this was the focus of that City Pages article, that front page of that illustration that was done, looking across in through the window, was supposed to be that Brett Millay impact. So this is a very impactful photo. This is the one that they used on the local City Pages article.
Did anybody ever get in contact with him at all after all this happened?
I talked to Brett Millay instant message a couple times, and I think I was on the phone once, but that was it. Then he didn't return any other calls after that. Yeah, he was interested in speaking, and then that was it. Then next thing I know, I tried to contact him, and it said that on Messenger, this person's no longer available.
That's weird.
So he just deleted his Facebook or blocked you right after he said he would talk.
Yeah, deleted or blocked or something, and it got back to the question that we were looking at back at the time was when the officer says that Malays were no longer at that residence, and we were wondering if they moved, if they left, what happened, and he had clarified that they put the home up for sale. It didn't sell, and they ended up taking it off the market, and they stayed there and then ended up selling it a year or two later. But the question was, after a triple homicide like this, they were quickly, we thought, did they move out that fast? And he said, that wasn't the case. We had previously planned to put our house up for sale, but it was Tara Becker's statement that was strange because it said we tried to follow up, but they were no longer at the residence. And then some people interpreted that they just weren't home. They were busy shopping that day, or they were out at a movie. What does that mean? They weren't at they were no longer at the residence. So I think what really drove the question was her verbiage that she used in the police report.
If they're no longer at the residence, that means they're not coming back. That's the way that I would interpret it.
That's how I took it too. And a lot of people on the group says, no, they maybe, they stepped out for the night. And I said, well, she wouldn't have specifically used that phrase that they're no longer at the residence.
Right.
It also leads us to believe that the detectives never followed up saying, oh, they moved, they're gone, and we'll go on and, get key witness statements from the next neighbors. We'll skip over these guys. So it raised questions on two fronts. Why did she use the phrase? And why didn't they follow up? Even if they did move, they still should have followed up to get information about this case. And Tara Becker made it sound like we're done. We checked that off the list. We'll go on to the next neighbor. So that was very odd. And I do like the way, by the way, Greg, you started this book. Those 3 or 4 paragraphs right there are very, very, a very good introductory to bring the reader in to the story, because it's very odd. I do like that intro though.
Thank you. He's the last one. He's the last one that ever sees David, or that claims to have.
Does Brett Millay wear glasses at all, or does he have really good vision, or is that?
He's got a telescope. You'd need a telescope from that angle. I don't know.
Because from my house, if my neighbors are at their window, I can kind of see a shape, I wear glasses, so I can kind of see a shape if I'm in my house looking out the window. But if I'm in my driveway and they're at their window, I can actually see who it is.
But
So if he wasn't directly across the street like my neighbors are, how did he know for sure that was David?
it sounds like they connected. They either made eye contact, but they, from what Brett is saying here, according to Tommy Booth, they looked at each other.
So he must have really amazing vision if his house is not directly across the street from David's, to be able to have looked at him and made eye contact and visually recognized that it was David standing there.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, how did David see him back? Because it's got to go.
Right. How did he know that David saw him back? Did he wave and be like, "Good night" or anything like that?
Well, isn't their house kitty corner anyway, towards or across from the Crowleys? I believe I have a Google Maps of that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's really the best way. We had a member, Taylor, actually was the one who sent me a video where she actually pointed that out to me, and she's like, okay, look, this is where Brett's house is. This is where David's house is. How the heck could they possibly see each other? And that was just like, I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking, because if I'm looking at my neighbor's house that's kind of kitty corner to my windows, I can't see who the person actually is, much less look at their eyes to see and recognize who they are. I can see a shadow. That's odd that he was able to. Maybe it's not odd. Maybe he's got really good eyesight to see that far. I don't know.
And it's too bad he just never clarified.
Right. That's really too bad.
I think what he
saw, that would be interesting to hear.
I think what he saw was an adult male across the in the window, and it wasn't that clear like it made it sound. So it's the whole entire comment is very suspect. I think personally, my opinion, it's kind of half right and it's kind of half wrong. It's partially right. It's not the direct view that he saw David standing there and they made eye contact. I think it was kind of kitty corner, and he saw someone standing there, that it obviously wasn't a child or a woman, so he assumed it was David. I think he saw someone else, though.
Well, that's so dangerous, though, in a case like this, to assume anything.
Correct. Exactly.
Assuming is what happened. That's where mistakes are made, when you assume things.
Well, that's what
I could assume that the police department hid this.
Yeah.
And said David did it. That doesn't mean it's true.
The investigators should have drilled in farther onto that question with Brett Millay to say, did you see a figure of a man, or did you see David? And if you saw David, how would you know that? If you were to get him on, if this was a court case, and you get Brett Millay on the stand, the defense would rip him apart, because how could he safely conclude that it was David Crowley? Because there's so much.
Right. They would look at how far away the houses are and what his vision is like. They would be like, well, listen, if I was standing at my neighbor's house, I couldn't see exactly who it was unless all the lights were on, and I've got 20/20 vision, if not better than that.
Yeah, so that
it reminds me of my cousin Vinny. that part in My Cousin Vinny where the neighbor is supposedly looking out her window while making grits or something like that, and could see the getaway vehicle, but then it turned out that they were basically blind and making the story up. I'm sorry. It just reminds me of that.
There's hundreds of neighbors around serious crimes that, they'll call and report that they saw something just to get some kind of attention. It doesn't mean that they actually saw that, which is why the police are supposed to do follow-up to make sure that what is being said is the truth. That's their job. That's what I think of when I picture what an investigation is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so how come there's like this? This is where one of the dots stops. It doesn't connect to anything else because they didn't follow up with him. He just moved. Did they never want to find out for sure if it was David they saw, to find out, like, you know, a 100% sure date of death or something like that?
That would make sense because, I mean, why would Tara Becker even follow up? What was she attempting to make contact? What was the reason she wanted to make contact with Brett?
Right.
There was a reason, and then because they're no longer there, so maybe the reason wasn't that important to where she felt she didn't need to follow up. But there was a reason why Tara Becker wanted to talk with Brett, and I think it really is what Dan's talking about. They wanted to probably see, how does this guy know that who he said was David? Did he see David like this? Did him and David make eye contact like this other times? Would he know because he's seen David walk through his house so many times that, okay, it had to be David, I can tell David's walk, or something like that? I don't know. But that's what kind of made this really stand out to me.
Because, like, you can look at a blind person and make eye contact, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you. You're seeing them, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you.
Right.
You can see somebody you recognize in a passing car, but that doesn't mean they saw you. If you look at them and see their eyes, ask them about it later. It's very possible that they didn't see you, even though you saw them see you.
Greg, the other notable thing in this first few paragraphs is the Brett Millet's allegedly great eyesight here. It did not, over 3 weeks, notice any gifts on the front steps, which police say that they were there for 3 weeks. We've now, for the most part, come to the conclusion that those gifts were probably there just for 1 week, planted around the 10th or the 11th. That's just my opinion, and that would make it reasonable for Brett Millet to miss those gifts on that front stoop for up to a week. I think that's reasonable. Highly unlikely if they were sitting there for 3 weeks with that great window shot and his great vision that he wouldn't have seen the gifts. So that's another very important piece of this, that the neighbor with the great eyesight did not see any gifts at all on the front stoop.
Right, but they were supposedly there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, so that's that important. Those first 4 sections, paragraphs of the very first chapter, there's already 2 good nuggets in there already. And that, like Greg, what you said is Tara Becker may have honestly wanted to go back with her, wearing her detective cap. I'm going to go back and do a follow-up. And once she got back and says that they weren't there, it could have been, allegedly, I'll say, that the higher-ups in the police department said, you know what, let that go, let's move on to something else. If it was some part of the setup to make this case go away, maybe she did want to pursue it. No one was there. It would have been certainly something her higher-ups would have said, nope, focus on the next thing, let's move on, we don't have time for this. And that's how these things get successfully covered up on things like that. Because Tara Becker certainly would not go back and say, oh, no, I don't think so, I am going to go back. Because that's that chain of command again that's much like the military. You do what you're told and you don't question it. So that's all I can say.
So if she, for instance, had the thought of, well, how does he know for sure that that was David there? Let's go and find out. And she went to, whoever is her boss and said, hey, I'm going to try and find these people. I haven't been able to locate them because, it seems they've moved, they're not there. Can I go do this? And the higher up could have possibly said, listen, we already know it's a murder-suicide. Don't even try and track that down. Don't waste time.
Yeah, whether intentional or not, I believe that was probably what would happen in this case. We got other fish to fry. Let's move on. But if it was part of the cover-up, the post-cover-up, that would certainly be the case, to not be digging in to anything further. And then
Right.
Sarah Becker was the unwitting victim in that case, and probably she did have good, well-meaning intentions to do her detective work, but was told not to. But you're right, Greg had the best point there. There was a reason she wanted to go back to that home and do a follow-up of some sort. This wasn't something that she just wanted to bop in and follow up. She made a point to follow up. But then for some reason, it just ended. There was no follow-up, and there never was any follow-up. That's the thing that concerns us as investigators looking into this. Why not the secondary follow-up? Why didn't that ever come to fruition? Why did that never did happen? And there's your answer. It was probably told by some higher up not to do it. Don't waste your time. And let's move on to something else. That's probably how these chips started to fall into place. All right, this stands on a good spot. All right, Officer Tara Becker. Once again, we're just talking about Tara Becker, but Officer Tara Becker also spoke with the neighbors who lived directly across the street from the Crowley family, William and Anne Marie Hickson. Mrs. Hickson didn't know their names, Officer Becker reported. She only indicated that a white male lived there and that he appeared to be a good father to their little girl, who was approximately 5 years old. Mrs. Hickson also saw a light or candle come on inside the Crowley house every day since Christmas, according to Officer Becker's report. Teresa Shepard lived behind David Crowley on Lowell Drive. According to her interview with Detective Brian Bone, Shepard was out of town until December 23rd, 2014. Unlike Mrs. Hickson, Shepard did not see any lights on at the Crowley home and wondered if they were on vacation. Shortly after Shepard arrived home, Detective Bone reported she noticed that the rear sliding patio door was standing partially open. She said from her vantage point, she could not say if this was the patio door or the screen door that was standing open, but she could see a door was ajar at the rear patio door area. Shepard did not hear or see anything else unusual at the Crowley residence. At the end of his report, Detective Bone noted, quote, Shepard did not call the police about the door that she had seen ajar.
You have this other neighbor who sees this light or this candle, but Brett doesn't talk about a light or a candle or anything like that. So maybe that was another reason why Tara Becker wanted to follow up, because maybe to ask about this light. What is this light? Because what lights were on there? What lights were on in this house? Just the one kitchen light.
That's what I was wondering, is what light she could have been talking about. Because if it was a candle or a light, would she have been able to see it on during the day if it was just left on?
I agree.
Did we notice anything in the crime scene photos that would have been on a timer?
That's
I
also,
didn't.
yeah.
That was one of that was one of the good theories, was that maybe there was some timer. Maybe those Christmas lights that we see strung behind the back, maybe they were on some type of a timer. That would.
And
make
I also
sense.
have an issue with the whole door being ajar, because it was slightly cracked open, a fourth of an inch, supposedly, from what the police reports say. How would she be able to see that from her window?
Well, now
Unless it would.
That's Shepard.
That's a different person. That's Teresa Shepard, who lived behind David.
My thing with this is, Detective Bone noted Shepard did not call the police about the door she had seen ajar. If she didn't know anything was going on over there, why would she be suspicious that their door's open?
So here's what I think.
If she didn't hear anything and there was no, like, serious signs that something was wrong over there, why would she call the police when her neighbors had their door open? That'd be like calling the police on your neighbor for their car not being in their driveway.
Yeah, these are some good points. I'm going to circle back and finish up with the Hickson item, and I don't know, Greg, if you have anything more with Hickson either, but here's what I see in the Hickson. One is important for what we see in the notes. And the other thing that's even probably more important is what isn't mentioned from Miss Hickson. Number one, what isn't mentioned? Her view is directly across the street. It leads us to believe it's actually a better view than Brett Millay. Hickson doesn't mention anything about gifts for 3 weeks being on the front stoop. I think that's the big thing that's missing from Hickson. And then the other thing she says is that light or the candle, and I agree with Stephanie, it could have been something that's on all day long. She just wouldn't have seen it during the day because the sun is out. And she would have seen it, of course, every night when the sun goes down. That could be easily explained away as something on a timer as well. So I don't know what that relates to. Hickson's account really doesn't give us anything. Now the Shepherd, if we can move on to the Shepherd, the house behind, I think this is where we get some good information. We get the first instance of a sliding door that's ajar on the patio. Now when we know that the officers first appeared on the scene, the back rear slider was slightly ajar. We're talking 1/4 of an inch, something very, very small. Shepherd's account says that the door, whether it was the glass patio door or the screen door, one of those or both of those was open from her house, which means it was a lot larger than 1/4 of an inch. She wouldn't have taken note of something being just open 1/4 inch. I'm thinking this was 6-7 inches open or something. Would have been noticeable from the neighbor's house. That's pretty
right. It would have had to been open at least enough for somebody to fit through it or an animal to fit through it for her to be able to see it from her house.
Yep, and she didn't notice anything unusual, and she didn't call, and that would make sense. I don't think I would call if I saw a neighbor's door open a few inches or something either. So, but
right, like if it was a couple days open, she probably would have thought it was weird.
Yes.
But if it was just open one day and then closed the next, she wouldn't have thought it was weird, which is why she wouldn't have called the police.
Yeah, they hadn't been there.
And she had been on vacation, out of town. She got back and then saw it open. So the question is, if this was the 23rd, out of town until the 23rd, and then shortly after she arrived home, that door was open at one point. So then the question is, was it when the Crowleys were still alive, or was it after that someone was opening and closing that door? So the timing here hurts us because we can't narrow down. But I do think it's safe to conclude that it wasn't open just 1/4 of an inch, enough for her to notice that it was open, which means, and this is January, or this is December once again, winter in Minnesota, regardless if it's December or January, your patio doors are not open at all.
I yell at everybody who leaves the door open in my house. That's heat getting out. So I don't know why anybody, even if it's not like down below freezing, if it is still like a spring warm day in January, I'm still not leaving my doors open. They had a dog. I have cats, so I mean, not only that, but again, that's heat leaving the house. So, I mean, you might leave it open for a couple of seconds, but then you're going to close it. If somebody was going in and out of there, they would have closed it, and maybe not closed it all the way. And wasn't it broken or something, like the latch on it?
It's not in police reports. I think that would have been mentioned if it was.
It's only been mentioned by the friends saying that it was broken, and everybody who knew David and Kamel knew that the back door was broken.
I think that's quite interesting that it's not mentioned that it's broken in the police reports, but all of the friends say it was common knowledge.
Yeah.
If it was broken, that would have that would have forced them to look at signs of somebody breaking into the house, right? Forced entry.
And they make very, very sure to put in here that there are no signs of forced entry. They made it a very big point. Yeah. They didn't, beat around the bush about that. We didn't see this, broken. This didn't seem messed up. No, they make it a very solid point. No forced entry was observed.
There
So if
wouldn't
they can
need to
do
be
that,
forced entry.
right? So
It was
the door was open. So why would you need to have any forced entry? You're not going to need to bust open the front door if the back slider doesn't lock, and you know that. I had a sliding door several years ago, and I put a bar because the lock it didn't always catch. It didn't always go down. It was old. So I would put like a curtain rod in there, like in the track of it. So even if, you pulled the door, it would only open like a quarter of an inch.
Well,
So,
David built his own bathroom. He built a lot of stuff. Are you telling me he didn't know how to fix a broken rear slider? I'm just not buying that either.
That's
Especially
a good point too.
With the child in the house and it's winter. No, that doesn't make sense. But I don't see any proof that it was broken either. So, and I think if it was, I think they would have said so. Anything else on Shepard? It's also kind of weird how Shepard, she doesn't see any activity in the house from December 23rd. Once she gets back, were they already dead? I guess that's when I read her statement. That was my first thought was, well, maybe they were already dead. But then you see Brett, who sees David on the following day. So, but then like Christmas, nobody.
That's what leads into the theory that they were taken out of the house or they were being tortured, because none of the neighbors noted any activity at weird random times that don't match up with how long the bodies had been decomposed for.
Right. Nobody's saying, okay, we know, this is when we last were the family was gone from this time. Everybody just thought that they were gone for Christmas. What was the date that everybody was last seen? It was December 19th when they picked up their daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much
from the school.
Yeah, from the school. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with that there, but anything else on Shepard?
Just to clarify that Shepard didn't see anything unusual at the house. It doesn't say that she didn't see any activity at the house. She just said unusual. So that could be taken a variety of ways. And because they're behind the house, Shepard seeing the gifts would not come into play here.
I see.
Right. She wouldn't see the front of their house unless she was driving by over there.
That'll tie in, I guess, with what one of the other neighbors behind their house sees, too. So, okay, I'll go next for Larry and Lorraine Tuppy. Larry and Lorraine Tuppy lived one house east of the Crowley family on Ramsdale Drive. Officer Tara Becker spoke with Lorraine Tuppy the day the bodies were found. Her husband was at their cabinet up north, and Mrs. Tuppy didn't see the Crowley family in over 3 weeks, did not know the family very well, and couldn't remember the name of David's wife. And Mr. Tuppy conversed with David more than Mrs. Tuppy did. According to Officer Becker, David Crowley told Mr. Tuppy about a screenplay he sold. Tuppy stated that she knew David to be somewhat of an artist, wrote Becker, in that he was doing some work with screenplays and films, and had told her husband that he had sold a screenplay and was working with some lawyers, and that it had something to do with guns and gun control and or possibly the gun industry. Directly behind David's house on Lowell Drive lived a father and daughter. Both spoke with Detective Michael Tietz and Detective Sean McKnight. According to Detective Tietz, Mark Torkelson and his daughter said the Crowley home had been dark since Christmas and that they hadn't seen any occupants in a long time. The daughter said her room was on the back of the house and that lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. This female stated she hadn't seen anyone at the Crowley residence since the weekend before Christmas school break, which started 12/19/14. Also, the daughter told the detective she never heard David and Kamel fight. At some point, the female was going to babysit for Rania, but thought David was against the idea.
Did anybody ever find out why she thought David was against the idea? Was that followed up on?
No. No, never followed up on.
So why are all these neighbors' accounts not matching up? Like, they say the lights were off. And the other neighbor said she saw either a light or a candle.
This daughter says that she would see any activity if there was any activity in that house, if there were any lights on. So the other neighbor, going back to Shepherd, and she doesn't see any lights on.
Right.
At the same time. So you have some people seeing lights on, other people not seeing lights on. And that's, it can drive me crazy sometimes thinking about that. When was the last time these people saw them? Go ahead, Sophia.
Would it make a difference whether it was people in front of the Crowley house that were seeing lights versus the people behind the Crowley house?
Well, I think that the people who lived in front of the Crowley house should have the same story, and the people that lived in the back of the house should have the same story, in which the facts should meet up on whether or not the lights were on.
Shepherd didn't see any lights. Neither did the other neighbors behind. They didn't see any lights. So it was only one person who saw lights, and they were at the front.
People in the back aren't seeing lights. People in the front are.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I wonder if it could have been a flashlight.
That's just on?
I don't know. It's just weird. Unless there was something that had been on a timer.
If you go with the theory that they were out of that house, it is possible that whoever committed this, if it wasn't David, that they were in there staging things, like the blood on the wall, and I don't know, who knows what all they did, who knows what all, maybe they're the ones who neatly put everything back on those shelves, who knows.
But this is a small town, and if you're going to put a body back, to move a body back into that house and then to stage, they would still have to stage a lot of different things.
But at night, if you think about it, at night, if you knew the yard you were walking through with, like, the back of your hand, you could walk through it in the dark, right?
Right.
And then over a 3-week period, those footprints of somebody walking through the backyard would have disappeared if it snowed or the wind blew or it rained or anything. So theoretically, you could, under the cover of darkness, get into the back of this house without neighbors noticing you, put the bodies there. Before you put the bodies there, go in there and, like, stage things, and maybe that's the light that they saw, and then, go and draw open the blinds and call Dan up and say, hey, come on, let's put those presents there. Nobody's found them yet. Or however it was done, because this is theoretical. We can't find the proof yet. We're trying. That's the whole point. You could almost write a whole book of just questions on this.
You'd go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could. 500 pages of 500 questions. Question each page.
Just on questions while you're reading this. Start at the front of a notebook and don't stop till you get to the end of this book. I mean, just questions, not facts, not anything. Just questions you come up with. They'll add up. And I bet you'd have more questions than any of these detectives asked, or at least that we're seeing the proof that they asked.
The other thing with the Tupes family, there's one thing that's interesting once again, and one thing that's interesting that's not mentioned again. They're the next door neighbors. Neither the husband or the wife have seen gifts at all. Not mentioned. And the husband, Larry, makes a very fine observation here, which turns out, after the information that we know now is true, the very fine information says that David Crowley sold a screenplay. We know that now to be fact. He did.
And he also said that he was working with some lawyers on a film that he was working on, also a fact, and had something to do with guns or gun control, also, for the most part, fact. So, Mr. Larry, kudos to him, 100% spot on. So David was telling him honest-to-goodness things that was going on that even the Gray State Project guys weren't even aware of, that he had sold the script and was working with lawyers and moving forward with a contract. That's huge.
How was this like? How be telling them? Yeah, I'm
Correct.
working with lawyers and I sold a screenplay. You know, if it's just a neighbor that you don't really know any personal information about, why would you give that much personal information?
I don't know why, but the fact of the matter is that he did. So
Right.
that's all we need to look at, I think.
Yep. He did.
And it shows right there that, I mean, he wasn't, I mean, at least to me, that statement said he wasn't, like, down in the dumps and ready to just, like, blow everybody away.
Right.
And he didn't walk away either.
Right. He didn't walk away either, like he told his father, supposedly, in the text messages.
That's a great point, too.
And then I think with the other house, I think the daughter about the babysitting, I don't think I see a daughter that age telling police, you know what, I think we weren't going to do babysitting because I think David was against the idea. That, in my personal opinion, I think was a planted narrative seed added to the police report after the interview was done.
I was wondering if they maybe...
I don't want to babysit, or they didn't want me to babysit, or they never followed up with me potentially babysitting in the future. But I have a hard time thinking that she said to police that David was against the idea. I think that was edited in later as part of the cover-up, because once again, it's planting that seed that he is the bad guy.
Right.
Okay, but do you think that they could have phrased that question to her to kind of create that, to get that response?
Like leading? Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And do we know how old she is?
She was underage. She was actually taken out of the 94 pages, and I did not put her name in this book. But it is out there. But I think she was 16 or 15 at the time.
She wouldn't have voluntarily opted that up of, oh, I never babysat because David didn't want me to. She wouldn't have opted that up. Have you tried getting information like that out of any girl under the age of 18?
Well, they're all different, so you never know.
They are, but they don't readily just, you know, you've got to ask them questions certain ways to get the information you want out of them. Because otherwise, they just give you base answers. Fine, okay, yes, no.
Yeah, maybe they weren't getting the answers that they wanted when she's saying, you know, the house has been dark since Christmas. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's actually an answer that they would want. So,
they could have said, like, if she said, well, I was supposed to babysit one time, but it fell through, they could have said, well, why do you think it fell through? Do you think, like, you know, it was something against you, or, like, what was the situation? You know, plans changed or whatever. That way that idea is there for her to say, well, I think maybe it was more of a David didn't want me to, so it just never happened. That could have happened.
Yeah, her big statement for me is when she says that she hadn't seen anybody in the house since December 19th, which is the same day that anybody has ever seen David, or any of them.
Yeah.
It's an interesting date. So I don't know. I never thought about the fact they could be leading.
And is she the only one who said that?
Yeah. Yeah. But even to babysit, even for it to be a consideration, wouldn't she think there is a relationship there, right? I mean, somewhat of a good one to even think, oh, well, maybe we could have this person do it. Or do you think
I've never asked my neighbors to babysit my kids. I always ask somebody I know, like intimately, that they're a good kid.
Yeah.
And we don't have teenagers babysit our toddler. It's
Right.
adults that babysit.
Where I live, you can actually go and take classes and get certified, like in CPR and whatnot. To be, you've got to be at least 14, but you can actually legally be a babysitter with that card.
But I can tell you right now, we won't allow anybody under the age of 18 to watch our 3-year-old.
Oh, I don't blame you there.
Yeah.
I'm very leery about leaving anybody with my kids because they're monsters.
But how about a 5-year-old? Not a 5-year-old?
No, not even a 5-year-old.
No.
I wouldn't. My 5-year-old, I would not leave with my next-door neighbor's kid. I wouldn't do it if I didn't know them intimately, if we hadn't, like, been around them to see that they're a good influence to be around a 5-year-old.
Well, let's see. Unless you have anything else on this.
I've got one last comment, Greg. The comments, and the ladies can maybe help me out on this one. The babysitter girl, this is the young girl now, said that she doesn't remember seeing anyone at the Crowley house since, quote, the weekend before Christmas school break. She was interviewed here probably January 19th, I'm guessing, 18th. Hasn't seen him since December 19th. That's a month. I think if you were a teenage girl, when's the last time you saw someone at the neighbor's house? I think the answer would be, I haven't seen someone over there in a week or two. Heck, maybe it was 3 weeks. But to say, since the weekend before Christmas break, that seems to be either something that
quite specific.
Once again, just to plant that seed, that I don't see a teenage girl saying, since the weekend before Christmas break, the 19th of December. That's something that happened a month ago. And a teenage, they probably, they're not thinking too much, probably forgot what they did the week before at that age. Boys and girls.
Unless something specifically, like, important to that girl happened around the time that she last noticed anything at the Crowley residence, and I do not believe that in a month's time she would be able to recall, and that's just based on her age. I don't know her. I don't know if she's like an exceptionally smart kid who's got a photographic memory. We don't know. But for her to be that young, if she had imprinted in her mind that the week before Christmas school break, she had to have had something significant happen within the few minutes of time that she
remembered it. There's an accident.
Right, that should have been in there.
Nothing else was in there, so it seems to me that it's just inserted in there for God knows why, what reason. But I just saw that. That struck me as odd. That's all.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Me too.
To be that specific.
I kind of think because it's Christmas school break, that's a big deal, right? I mean, you would kind of know. That's kind of like a marker. You're like, hey, I'm out for 2 weeks now. Of course, that's one of the days I would remember. No, I always look forward to it. It was always a Friday.
Well,
this was a Friday.
I agree. She would look forward to it. The teenage daughter would.
Yeah.
But would that tie directly into when she last saw some activity in the neighbor's home in the backyard?
Oh, I see.
Right.
I'm just saying from that it doesn't correlate. What's the correlation there?
If somebody was to ask you, Greg, where were you April 7th, 1997?
Right.
Would you remember?
No.
Like right off the top of your... No. Nobody would. They'd have to sit and think about it.
Correct.
So think about a month ago.
Right. But
a month ago from today.
Okay, but first of all, this date that was added, I think you guys are right. I think some of this is kind of creative writing.
Like it was put in there to kind of build up.
Yeah, because I think they put in this date, and they put in the date wrong. They put 12/19/15. I'm the one who, in this book, put the correct date, so they didn't get it right. They didn't have the year right, so, yeah, I don't know. That's all I'll say on that.
Well, they did that often throughout the reports, because you'll notice that on the search warrants, too, that the date and year is wrong.
I really was hoping we could just chalk that one up to the fact that it was a new year. But the more you look at how many times they got it wrong, you really have to wonder if it is in fact just a coincidence.
I think the thing to consider, in going through this book that Greg wrote is the creative writing in all these lines here, because we do know to some extent the Apple Valley Police Department at some level was involved in this cover up. Was it right away though, or was it after? And so I think when Tara Becker and Detective Teets went, door to door and started doing these witness interviews and talking, it probably started off very innocently enough, and they were asking honest questions. But when it came time to write the report, by this time, we're starting to see potentially some of these creative phrases being fluffed up in the police report. And so that's what I'm talking about here. I don't know if they were having necessarily leading questions for this babysitter to get certain answers out. And that would be good, because that would be placing these detectives on the street here, the guys, the low-level guys, involved in the cover-up. And a lot of times with those types of things, they are not at that level. Only the higher-ups are involved in the cover-up. The lower-level workers are just the puppets doing what they're told. They don't need to be involved in the cover-up, because when they go write the reports later, these can always be edited and changed to however they seem fit. So that's just my opinion once again, but we do know that they were involved somehow in the cover-up because of the files that we received, the pictures, the various things that are not correct, the photographs, and we'll get into all that later. But we do know that they were involved at some point. All right. That's
well,
all
not only that, but the moving and manipulating of the skull piece too. While right there, while at the crime scene, they're doing it. I think it was
possible. Sorry.
No, I just think that the cover-up started almost immediately.
Is it possible that Wish, as new to this as she was, she just really wanted to find something going door to door, so maybe she put an actual date in there just to have that information? I mean, it's plausible. It's possible. I mean, I don't want to ever accuse somebody of that, but, being so new, I mean, I've been pulled over, and given tickets by really young cops that, they're just graduated. This is like their first ride along where somebody gets pulled over and they just want to find something, so they're jerks. They want to find something, so they're trying to make something appear, And it's not really that they're purposely trying to mess up an investigation. It's that they want some sort of recognition as them having a part in a big case, if it was to go there. Is that like not online with this woman, or is it known, or?
Speculation, I think, right? So I don't know.
I mean, that was just my question, my thought.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. I definitely wouldn't want to ruin this woman's reputation by saying that, because I don't know.
Right. And that's why I try to stay away from the speculation, all that stuff, as much as possible, but you can't help it. And there's nothing wrong with playing these scenarios out and thinking about this stuff. I think it's sometimes people will just kind of hook onto one theory or hook onto one thing and kind of they won't let go to it. In this case, that's really hard. If you're going to do that in this case, it's going to be really hard to really grasp all of these different things that are happening, all these spider webs that are just kind of leading into different areas. And it's very easy to just kind of get lost in this case and then just, give up.
There are a lot of cases where they end up finding that it was a staged scene because one detective didn't like what everybody else thought. You know? So who's to say in this case all these cops didn't just say, "Oh, you think it's that? What about you? You think it's murder-suicide? All right, yeah, let's go with that."
Right. Yeah, and that's why we want to keep those doors open, because we don't know. We don't know if there are people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us. We don't know if there are, people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us or trying to do the right thing in this case, which is just to help us get the case reopened to figure out a lot of these unanswered questions. And the biggest question is, what proves David Crowley guilty? And I think if we ever get to that point, we'll get our answer. So, Sophia, if you want to at least read the next 3 paragraphs, that would be great.
Alan and Gina Olson also lived behind the Crowley residence on Lowell Drive. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard 3 rapid-fired shots from someone outside of their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots he heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fired gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he had heard the shots. Colin and Judy Procknell lived one house west of David Crowley on Ramsdale Drive. Colin Procknell reportedly heard gunshots sometime between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Procknell was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Procknell also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything and checked out of the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The Procknells believed they last saw the Crowleys just before Christmas. Officer John Broughton wrote this in his report. According to Joe Cooksley's notes, written on January 17, 2015, Colin Procknell blew out the driveway on December 25, 2014.
I can start this one off with the Olsons. This is Alan and Gina, lives behind the house. And I think the thing here to note is that this individual, Alan Olson, heard 3 rapid-fire shots, later says that they were gunshots. Couldn't exactly remember where they came from, but he was certain they were gunshots. I think that's huge because someone who's used to being around weapons or guns or hunting, which I don't know about this Mr. Olson, but because he used the phrase certainly were gunshots, leads me to believe he wasn't guessing. He knows the sound. An average person would think that these were fireworks or something going off. And
a car backfiring.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So he knew it, and they were rapid fire. So that is probably legit. Now, he doesn't know the dates, though. And it just says they're before December 31st. So that is, I think that's relevant. That's valid data. If it relates to the Crowley killings or not, we don't know, but that's something huge. Now, the fact that he didn't call police, I think in that case, he thought that if he would call police, they would say, where were the shots coming from? What, all these questions. And he thought, well, I don't know the answer to those, so I'm not going to call them. The difference with that is you would still potentially call police to report suspicious activity, gunshots going off. Even if you can't locate what direction or any, answer any other questions to it, at least you could have something on record with police that gunshots were fired or heard in that neighborhood on that specific date. That would have been helpful if he would have called, even if he had no answers, just to get it on the record books that there was suspicious activity in the house. Now later, when the friends were over on January 19th, after the bodies were there, another neighbor did call and say, there's suspicious activity in that house. That person did not give any other specifics, just simply said, can you please respond to some, suspicious activity. So the Alan Olson case here would have been very helpful if he did call to report gunshots. Obviously, that's where they were. He also says that they were home between Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything, because these gunshots were heard toward the end of the year, later in the week, up by the 31st. So I don't know what that is, but I can vouch. I think that's legitimate. What he heard was legitimate, because he said he was certain that they were indeed gunshots.
Wasn't there 3 bullets that had Kamel's
Yes. That were all found right there on the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
But then we also have the bullet in the basement, Ronnie's bullet, another bullet laying on the carpet. It was a whole bullet with the casing. It was an unfired one. A bullet fragment. So, there was a lot more than just
Correct.
3.
Correct. And the point with this for Olson is, even though he's got it correct, if this does lead to 2 separate shootings, if this does relate to any involvement with the Crowleys, we know that at least 5 shots were fired, and so shootings took place at 2 different times. That would lead us to suspect, which doesn't really jive with the official story of everyone being shot once in a simple double homicide murder, or double homicide suicide, with 3 nice
right, because
shots
who's
fired.
to say that the first neighbor that heard the 3 rapid fire shots, maybe he heard, the first set, and then the next neighbor later on heard the shots for, whoever, or the shot into the ceiling or the basement, or...
Because you have 5 shots at least, right?
Yeah, you'd have 2
Right.
you'd have 2 separate incidences of shots fired, and that doesn't really jive. So I think this story, which is very important, I think it kind of dies off in the police report, because they don't do anything more with it. But that's huge.
Correct.
If there were 2 separate shootings. Now we also know the bodies were not there for 3 weeks, probably because of the decomposition of the bodies. And if someone was shot earlier, for instance, Pomel, she would have a different rate of the decomposition if she was shot around that time. So it certainly could be the case. It certainly could mean nothing. But I think it's relevant because of the time.
Right.
And Colin's story doesn't line up with activity that has been on the bank account, Kamel's phone records, the school seeing David and Kamel picking up Ronnie on the 19th. So all of his story doesn't line up with the evidence that we actually have. So,
and the only thing I can say with the Colin Prochnow thing is he heard shots. It looks like he's trying to decipher when he heard the shots, but when you finish reading his story, all of it is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I think between the 2nd and the 19th, and there was no shootings between the 2nd and the 19th that related to the Crowleys, so that's not pertinent at all. And then he's got it narrowed down to the 9th or the 10th, and he thinks it's between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. That's got nothing also to do with anything. And he also did not contact law enforcement. So a lot of that is just fluff, 2 paragraphs that really means nothing. It has nothing of value. And he thought it was fireworks. Well, that's probably true. Now he goes on to say...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If Colin didn't know, what a gunshot sounded like, he could have related it to fireworks.
Correct.
Most people would think that's what they actually think they are when they hear gunshots later. For instance, a mass shooting or something. They'll say, "I thought it was fireworks." So that's a normal response. Now he goes on to say that the last time he saw them was, quote, just before Christmas. So once again, we get this 3-week narrative that the family was missing from all the neighbors all nicely lining up the last time we saw them. So I think that's goofy or strange. And then he goes on to say that he blew out the driveway on the 25th, which I think we can conclude that is not a factual statement.
I was kind of bothered by that because my neighbors don't shovel for me. I've offered to shovel for my neighbors, and they give me dirty looks and tell me, no, I got it, thanks, in like a really terse tone. So if he is the type of neighbor that does that, I mean, more power to him if that's what he did. That's really nice. But I don't know a whole lot of people like that.
Stephanie, are you in California? Where are you located?
I am in Western New York.
Okay.
We've been having a lot of snow, and we have a plow that goes by on the streets and on the sidewalks, and everybody just pretty much does their own sidewalk and driveway.
So there's a lot of folks following this case from other countries and also from the South here in the U.S. And we've had to go over this a couple times just to get the verbiage here as far as what it's like in winter in Minnesota. One is you use the phrase shoveling, and that is certainly something that we do here. That's something that happens with maybe less than an inch of snow, maybe an inch or 2 inches of snow, is shoveling the driveway, shoveling the sidewalk, those types of things. You don't get your snow blower or your snow thrower out unless there's 2 or 3 or 5 inches of snow from the night before. So,
right.
And if you're going to snow blow,
if you have a snow blower,
you're going to get the shovel out. And if you're going to shovel, you're not going to get the snow thrower out. You're going to use one or the other. Now, the records of the history in Apple Valley for those 3-week period of the weather forecast, the precipitation shows that there were some days that there was flurries and a light coating of snow that came down. Other days there was some rain, but there was no snowable, plowable snow in that 3-week period in the state of Minnesota at all.
So then why was he blowing the driveway at all?
He wasn't. So the question is, why did he insert that comment? Now, one thing you did. Now, Stephanie, you made a good, a relevant point that others, I think, take note here. Even when you don't get a lot of snow, when the snow plows go through on the streets, it does pile up on the end of your driveway that you may not have to use the snow blower to get the driveway clean, but at the end of it, there might be 5 or 6 inches of snow that you cannot do with just a simple shovel. So you do need to blow out the end of the driveway. Now, Colin Prochnow perhaps did that. If there was some substantial snow in Apple Valley, Minnesota, that would have meant just doing the end of the driveway, where the snow piles up.
But if there wasn't any significant snowfall or, it rained, you said there was rain even during that time?
There was rain.
You wouldn't really...
There was 8/100 of an inch of rain and 3/100 of an inch of snow, and one other time there was 1/100 of an inch of snow. So there was none of those.
So why was he? There's no way he would be blowing anything.
Correct.
Is he blowing water around?
So Colin Prochnow did not blow anyone's driveway out on any of those days. So the question is, why was that inserted into the police report? I think it's to make him look like a nice, concerning neighbor, and it's that whole good feel.
So a connection, so that his whole side of it would have more validity to it.
Validity, that they were the caring neighbors. They were watching the house. They were making sure they were gone. Possibly.
This is how we know they're very credible. They talked. He blew out their driveway for them.
It's another way to insert credibility into the people. The same way as the babysitter did discredit to David by saying, David and Comel didn't want me to babysit because I think David didn't want it to happen. It's how it's crafted. The statement is crafted to make David Crowley look negative in all these lights and to make the caring, loving neighbors of the Prochnows look like credible, upstanding, elderly grandparents that are just doing the right thing.
Well, and they're the first people to say that this was either a murder or a suicide, and that the dog ate these bodies. So,
but she's not
they're
suspicious.
gonna need
She's not
credibility.
suspicious like that.
They're gonna.
No, just us people
Apparently
are
not.
suspicious like that. Her words. People like us.
How do you jump to murder suicide if you're not you can't say you're not a suspicious person, but your immediate Colin didn't suspect anything suspicious. He thought they were dummies. So Judy, who claims, she quoted herself, she said that on record, I am not a specific I am not a suspicious person. I don't immediately jump to murder. But the first thing she said was, I think there's been a murder or suicide.
It's weird.
So that discounts her. How do we know that she's credible? So like Dan said, you add into certain statements little snippets here and there of, oh, they blew the driveway out. Nice, good, upstanding citizens. They must be credible because they had, this relationship with the Crowleys. So we should believe them for that reason. Don't ask questions past that, though.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think, Greg, on a future podcast that we do, we'll cover that 911 call extensively and the phrases used and the suggestions Judy Prochnow gives on that various 911 call. Because that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. We'll definitely get there. Any final words here? I think we'll wrap this episode up. This is a great place for us to start, and we'll come back and do one about finding those bodies, which will include that 911 call.
I think this is good for like people who want to listen while they're driving or something, like reading through this, because you've really got all of the main facts in here. I love how you made this book. Like it's all the bullet points of what you need to look into this.
I agree.
Right.
Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty. Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind by Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? On the early morning of January 17, 2015, Paleo's barking attracted the attention of Colin Brocknell. Colin indicated that he heard and saw the dog inside of the Crowley residence, Officer Becker reported, early this morning, and thought it unusual since he had not seen anyone come and go from the Crowley residence. Mr. Procknow returned home to discuss the situation with his wife, Judy. Judy asked her husband if there were Christmas presents still on the front door stoop of the Crowley house. The Procknows first noticed Christmas presents on January 10, 2015. Colin then went back to the Crowley home and saw Christmas presents scattered near the front door. Colin was going to collect the gifts and bring them home, but he decided to stack them up by the front door of the Crowley residence instead. That's when the dog attacked the front window, according to Judy Procknow. Early media reports stated Dan Crowley Jr., David's older brother, dropped off a stack of Christmas presents and several miscellaneous items on December 26 or December 27, 2014. However, the police report clearly states Dan Jr. dropped off the items on December 28th. Dan Jr. saw Paleo in the front window but stated he did not knock on the front door and did not look through the front window. Items Dan Crowley left in front of the Crowley home included a $50 invoice for general services rendered by the Lamin Abdel Law Firm. The invoice was dated October 31st, 2014 and billed David Crowley for services related to negotiations with the Michael Entertainment Group. David Crowley and MEG were going to pitch the Gray State Project as a television series. The $50 invoice was originally mailed to Hothead Productions, LLC, to David Crowley in Owatonna, Minnesota. Another item discovered on the front stoop was a $14,000 check for David given by his father. The existence of this check was not widely known to the public at first. Early media reports led me to believe David and Camille were struggling financially. Detective Brian Bone filled out a search warrant application in order to see if there was a financial motive for the crime. Through our investigation, there have been indications that the couple may have had financial troubles. Based on my training and experience, Detective Bone continued, money and debt can be a contributing factor for motive in cases of homicide. Due to the circumstances of the couple's death, I am requesting a search warrant for each of the banks and with AAA credit screening to obtain records of all known accounts to verify the financial state of the couple and to verify their financial state at the time of their death. In reviewing the records from Wells Fargo, Detective Brian Bone later concluded, I found that the Crowleys had money in the bank but were decreasing their savings and checking account balances during the time from July 2014 and January 2015. With a $14,000 check on David's front doorstep and a working deal to make Gray State a television series, it's easy to understand why a financial motive was never found. Had it not been for the Christmas presents near the front door and the barking dog inside the Crowley residence, Colin Prochnow might not have discovered the bodies on January 17th. Officer Tara Becker recorded audio statements from both Colin and Judy Prochnow. According to one of Officer Becker's supplemental reports, Colin looked through the front window and observed what he thought to be dummies. Colin stated that he now knows that they were the bodies of the deceased, but initially he thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. Mr. Prochnow then returned home to explain what he saw to his wife. Colin saw what he wanted to be mannequins, Judy Prochnow told me on March 24, 2017. And the reason he said mannequins is because of the condition the bodies were in. Without heads and things like that, you just don't expect to see headless bodies anyway. Judy also explained to me what she saw when she looked through the front window. I saw David lying on the floor, away from Camille and Ra and the baby. I thought it was a mannequin at first too, and then I realized it wasn't. I couldn't figure out what was wrong until I noticed that there was a spine with a small piece of skull attached. I looked by the couch, Judy continued, and I saw a big bundle of things. I thought at first it was a big butt, and then I saw a little hand. Then I realized that they were all dead, and it was our neighbors. Judy was certain the 3 bodies were David, Camille, and Rania before she contacted authorities. Mrs. Prochnow then went home and dialed 911. Police and fire dispatch received her call at 12:56 p.m. Yes, this is Judy Prochnow, and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Yes. Judy then told dispatch, I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door. Years later, when I asked Judy why she used the words murder or suicide during that 911 call, the response was not what I expected. I'm not one of you, Judy told me. I'm not suspicious if someone dies, I don't automatically assume they were murdered. Yet Judy specifically mentioned murder or suicide to the dispatch operator. I meant murdered as in Camille and the baby, Judy clarified. It just jumped in my head because they were all dead. That was the only way I could think of that they would be dead, is that he murdered them and then committed suicide because there was a gun next to him. It just looks like there's a pile of bodies, Judy explained to the dispatcher. And one like the head is eaten off. Oh no, the dispatcher responded. I suppose by the dog, Judy continued, And my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, and they would have been there since before Christmas. Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast, episode number 2, Finding the Bodies. I'm Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we are joined by Dan Hennon, Sophia, Stephanie, and our good friend Ann. Today's topic will cover what we just read, Finding the Bodies, from my book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. You can download that right now if you go to thegraystage.wordpress.com. You can download it for free. Don't forget to join the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, if you haven't already, a group that Dan Hennon started, and we're almost at 3,000 members. That's awesome. So thank you all for listening. Thank you all for everything that you do. God bless you all. Let's get to the show.
Can I ask everybody, who else goes over and rearranges their neighbors' doorsteps?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean,
especially with all the packages that go missing, you're likely to, somebody would think you're trying to steal the packages off your porch if they were over there messing with them.
Yeah, I live in an apartment complex, and the people right across from us were on vacation for 2 weeks during Christmas, and one of their Hello Fresh boxes was out there. I didn't touch it because, I let the manager know about it for the apartment complex, but I didn't touch it because you just don't know.
You don't know what could be in it. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know anything at that point.
And, I just didn't want to get blamed for anything that happened. So I think the apartment complex sent them an email, but that was about it. And it stayed there. They were very lucky that it stayed there.
Holland Prochnow sees them scattered, stacks them up. Do they look like they've been there for 3 weeks?
Looked like they had been there for a few days, especially because one of them looked rather damp. The one that was wrapped, that looked pretty damp. The paper looked warped. So